Not so long ago, the world became available to the world public a clip on the web. Its heroine was a girl with makeup and in men's clothes, and many people did not like it. A man in shorts and a t-shirt sat on his bed, scrolling through the latest city news on his phone. Through the open door, the room was illuminated by a light bulb from the hallway. The dark-haired young man sat and watched the news unhappily. He strongly disliked them. Besides that, he was also annoyed with his heavy body. The young man thought he had been divinely reborn. The young man remembered his former greatness. After all, before his rebirth, he had been a descendant of the emperor himself and had covered the sky with one hand. But now everything has changed. A young man finds himself in this strange world, and he is annoyed to see the same insults against men in the news every day. Things have completely changed over the past thousands of years, and in today's world, women and men have switched roles. Men just look after their appearance. The worst part was that the weak spiritual energy of this world had damaged the young man's soul, and now it would be very difficult for him to restore his strength to its former level. He remembered his final battle with the demoness. She towered high in the sky, hovering in a red robe with inserts of dark material. In this battle, they shattered the endless void. The demon was too strong, and the young man survived completely by chance. The young man realized that part of his soul had fallen into the void. The young man was very lucky and was able to enter another world and be reborn. The young man recalled the information about the new body with all his might. With difficulty, he managed to call up the right memory fragment and realized that the old body master's name was Lin Mo. In the same way, the young man found out that Lin Mo was a rich guy in the best private high school. He opened the closet and looked at the school uniforms. He came closer and scrutinized the black jacket, which was embroidered with gold threads. The school crest on the chest was also embroidered in gold. Mo-zun couldn't say with certainty that he had been reborn completely, so he decided to use Lin Mo's identity until he recovered his strength completely. This meant that Mo-zun would have to go to school. After changing into his suit, the Emperor's heir pulled the door handle on himself and left the room. Zun stood in the middle of the house and looked at the interior with interest. The house was quite large and well kept. There were paintings hanging everywhere. After walking around the house, Zun came to the conclusion that this kid Lin Mo's family was pretty good, and one could live here quite decently. The young man turned the other way and thoughtfully adjusted the bow tie around his neck. He didn't like the fact that the house wasn't as big as his home fish pond. Zun dug into his new memories and learned that his parents had been killed in a traffic accident. Their car had collided head-on with a truck, and there was no chance of survival. His grandmother is now lying in the Central City Hospital. She sleeps most of the time and doesn't recognize anyone. She has Alzheimer's disease. Shortly thereafter, Lin Mo's aunt moved into the young man's house with her family, and all property passed into her hands, while the lad's personal expenses were cut to a minimum. Since the owner of the body was weak-willed and mild-mannered, he did not try to change anything and just silently tolerated all the abuse. Remembering all the details about the old body master, Zun reached the living room and came within sight of his new family. The three of them sat at the table and ate breakfast by the large, spacious window. The Art Nouveau furnishings in the living room were complemented by wooden chairs by the table. It was time to take a closer look at them. That man with brown hair and glasses must be Liu Yingjun's uncle. A kid of Lin Mo's age with purple short-cropped hair is his cousin. His name is Lin Jixuan. Aunt Lin Li exclaimed that He Younghui was absolutely right, and their idea of getting engaged was a wrong decision made in haste. Zun became wary. The name He Younghui had not occurred to him until now. He had to dig deeper into his new memories and figure out who this girl was. Now he was starting to remember. He Younghui was the girl Grandma had wanted him to meet before her attack. She was a very pretty, smiling, green-eyed girl. Younghui had a good figure. Her long brown hair ran down her shoulders, but the girl herself was not thrilled with the idea at that time. After all, Lin Mo was too large, so Younghui pushed him away and said she didn't want to communicate with him. The owner of the body was so upset that he was careless and ran out into the road where he was hit by a car. The young man didn't stand a chance. The truck's headlights blinded him and Lin froze in place. Zun thought for a moment. In this world, women married men, and it was unclear to him how his generation of emperor could marry. Aunt Ling Li tried to turn the conversation to another topic and started talking about something else, but Zun just didn't listen to her. The young man came to the table, looked at her sternly, and asked her not to be amateurish about his prenuptial agreements in the future. Li was very surprised and squinted her eyes, trying to figure out what had happened to this slobbering Mo Lin, who had behaved completely differently just yesterday. Li regarded her nephew, who towered over her with his hands in his pants. He had an overly assertive look today. It was depressing to Lin Li. Soon the maid came and brought a clean plate for Mo Lin. The young man moved a chair and took a seat across from his aunt, staring at her. Despite the fact that the table was full of salads and appetizers, the young man did not want to eat. He hadn't eaten since he'd lost his appetite. But this world had its own laws, and Mo-Zun had to maintain his new body so that it wouldn't die at all. In front of him was a plate with a huge bird on it. Zun decided that he needed to get over himself, so he nibbled off a small piece with his chopsticks and sent it into his mouth. Despite his squeamishness, he noted that the dish smelled wonderful. Meanwhile, Jixuan persistently suggested him to transfer abroad. After all, his classmates already knew that Lin had confessed in front of everyone, and he would be ashamed for the rest of his life. Zun was indignant. In the 10,000 years of the Emperor's reign, he had never been interested in other people's opinions, but unfortunately in this world, he is forced to play the role of an ordinary guy. After putting another portion of meat in his mouth, Zun closed his eyes and said that he was happy with this school. He was not going to leave the school. The cousin laughed and spread his hands apart, gesticulating desperately. He said that it didn't matter at all where you studied, as long as you got your grades. This jerk was just interfering with the enjoyment of the meal with his stupid chatter. Zun irritably thought that it would be nice if his cousin would stop talking for a while. Meanwhile, time passed inexorably, and an hour after Jun sat down at the table, it was time to get ready for school. The brothers were picked up by a personal driver in a large silver car. The young men did not wait long and took their seats in the spacious back seat. Soon, a red-haired young male driver pulled up outside the school, woke Jun up, and reported that they had already arrived at the place. Jixuan gave an embittered look at his stupid and fat cousin and admonished him to get out of the car right behind him. To the young man's great surprise, the mild-mannered Mo-Lin looked at him with a glare. It was not the usual hunted look. This scared the hell out of Jixuan. He had never seen his brother like this before. Mo-Lin had always tolerated everything that was done to him and never resisted. Ling Jixuan left the car and stepped out with a brand new black leather briefcase. He looked at the car incredulously. It was not like his brother. After waiting for his cousin to pass a little while, Mo-Jun opened the car door and leisurely dangled his feet. He had to figure out what was going on. Jun got out of the car, holding the exact same black briefcase with a gold border around the edge. The building of their private school loomed in front of him. The path to the school was paved with cobblestones. Jun walked along it, looking around. He recognized that the architecture here was quite modern. Nevertheless, the young man could not look calmly at modern youth fashion. He noticed that all school children flaunt their white legs in shorts. And the girls were all right. The schoolgirls walked around in blue pleat skirts and school jackets. They looked normal. Staring at one of the girls, Jun was too thoughtful, and only came to his senses when the girl beside him asked her girlfriend to look at his cousin's legs. They were laughing merrily, and the first girl's girlfriend said they were gorgeous. The first laughed and asked her girlfriend not to stare so obviously. Jun almost threw up. He put his hands on his head, finding it very obscene. The young man lamented that the whole world had gone mad, and it would be very hard for him in this dimension. However, the problem was not the school at all. Jun was sure that the demon would come to this world for him as soon as he was strong enough. Jun walked leisurely through the schoolyard, looking at all the signs. Almost all the students he saw were without socks, another tribute to modern fashion. When he came to another sign, the young man stopped. He realized it was a sign leading to his class and headed straight ahead. One of the girls greeted him happily and exclaimed that Lin Mo himself was here. She laughed and asked Yang Hui to look at her boyfriend. Mo was uncomfortable. The second girl sat beside Yang Hui and pestered her to ask if Lin had really confessed his love to her. Yang Hui remained silent. She furrowed her eyebrows, folded her arms across her chest in protest, and leaned back against the desk. The last thing she wanted to do was talk about it. Jun silently looked at all three girls and didn't say a word. He lacked the vocabulary to describe how boring these mortals were. With his hands in his pants, he walked proudly past Yang Hui's desk, where the first girl was standing. Yang Hui looked at him with a puzzled look, but he didn't pay her any attention. Jun took his seat at the last desk. He was worried about how to recover his strength. After all, without divine power, even ordinary training was difficult. Suddenly, the young man felt someone clap him on the shoulder. His roommate remembered that she had warned Mo-Lin that Yang Hui didn't like him, but he hadn't listened to her. The girl continued to reprimand him and informed him that Mo should have listened to her in time. Then, he wouldn't have made a fool of himself. Jun covered his eyes, concentrated his memory, and realized that this girl was his deskmate. Her name is Song Yun-shu. She had beautiful brown eyes and light brown hair. She said confidently that no one could ever fall in love with a fat man like him. Realizing that she had said too much, the girl yanked her hand off Jun's shoulder. She felt awfully bad that she had talked too much. Yun-shu smiled and said that even a fatty had a chance. She assured the young man that Yang Hui would definitely pay attention to him if he lost a little weight and dressed up. Mo-Lin was tired of listening to all this. He realized that the girl had come to him for a reason. Without opening his eyes, He lazily asked Song Yunshu what she wanted from him. The girl opened her eyes in astonishment and asked Lin how he guessed. The young man calmly replied to Yunshu that she didn't care about all this before. The girl turned aside, hesitated a bit, and said that she wanted to ask Lin for a small favor. The young man immediately said that he couldn't help her. Yunshu explained that she needed Mo Lin for a little while to play, and then she would introduce him to a girl much better than He Young Hui as a sign of favor. The girl told him that they would go to Mount Uchu in the summer and offered to join them. She assured him that the young man would be sorry for the rest of his life if he refused now. Mo Lin remembered that Wuju Mountain was considered the highest and most beautiful place. There must be a large accumulation of energy there. Besides, it's a chance to lose weight. Jun reluctantly agreed, but warned the girl in advance that he was not a very good player. Yunshu was happy and stretched her hands up. She said that he had a pleasant voice. The girl said that she has only a goofy girl in her team who can't play, but the team captain said she would help with the players if they had a guy with them. Yunshu explained that Mo Lin's task was to talk more. As for the game itself, they could use the school equipment after school. After the school day was over, they came to the school computer club. Yunshu told me that she had purposely canceled the entire club session today. The computer room was indeed standing empty. You could take any seat you wanted. The girl said that no one would disturb them, and hastily added that she meant the game itself. Yunshu instantly logged into the network and impatiently asked Mo Ling to connect to it. She clarified whether the young man had an account. Jun replied that he already had an account and punched in a username and password. For greater security, each of them consisted of 12 characters. The system checked the login information and prompted the young man to continue. Mo Lin clicked the mouse and found himself in the game menu. A circle with posts was placed on the mountainous ground. A green glow was beaming from the ground in the center of the circle. This was the place for the hero's rebirth. Jun created a hero to match his own. He was a tall, white-haired young man with a sword in his hands. The menu prompted him to press a button and start the battle. Jun quickly drove his mouse over the computer mat and spelled out the attributes he wanted. He decided to name his character Little Momo. The young woman in the game appeared as a tall, thin girl in white clothes with a staff. She explained that their captain would be ahead and they only needed to follow her. Suddenly, an infectious laughter sounded nearby, and Jun perplexedly turned around. He didn't understand what was so funny. The team captain, with the nickname Homicidal Pussycat, was surprised that Yunshu had actually brought a guy and asked who he was. Lin replied that they were classmates. Upon learning that he was Yunshu's classmate, the team captain seemed to lose all interest in Lin Mo and said that she already knew from his voice that he was a high school student. Yunshu reported that she had started a 3-on-3 battle. Victory would depend on the number of enemies defeated. This pleased Kitty. She was the champion. She motioned for Momo and the girl to stay put and watch as she quickly blew away the enemies. Killer Puss flew at the enemies, holding the naginata in her right hand. In the meantime, Yunshu advised Baby to hide for now, just in case. She would take a look around and scout the situation herself. Jun thought that cultivators in this world were mythical beings. All these sword fights, spells, and healings reminded the young man of his own world. Mo Lin sat with headset earphones on his head and looked carefully at the monitor. He thought that he needed to be very careful. The spellcasters might as well be here. While the hero Little Momo was sitting and resting on a rock in lotus pose, the system notified all players that Killer Puss had been killed by Flying Feather. Reborn not far from the young man in the red healing portal, the team captain stamped her feet and angrily exclaimed that she had lost. Losing only made the girl angry, and she rushed at her enemies again, this time with her bare hands. Kitty promised to take revenge on them, because you only learn from mistakes. A few minutes later, a new message appeared on the screen. It was no different from the previous one. The same girl with the nickname Flying Feather had won. Momo sat calmly on the rock and waited. Killer Puss reappeared in the revival portal. She was angry. She just didn't have the words to say. Kitty shouted that she was serious this time and rushed to attack. Yunshu said that the leader was obviously not far away and assured her that she would hurry to help. 2 new messages appeared one after the other. They said that the girl with the nickname Flying Feather had brutally killed both girls from Little Momo's team. Yunshu started yelling that she brought the guy in to boost the team's morale. She said that Flying Feather was probably one of the top 100 players on the server. Seeing the young man's rival on display, the girl screamed that Feather was coming straight for him and asked him not to die so quickly. Jun said that it would be fine. As soon as Jun sensed danger, he sought to avoid it. Besides, the Emperor couldn't be killed by a mortal even in a game. Therefore, he would simply run away from Feather. From the computer club, the girls could be heard exclaiming that the enemies had revived and could be surrounded. The captain was informed that the girl was in the second zone. In the center sat Yu Tang. The girl beside her was very happy that her captain was in the first 100 players. The second girl said that one player was running away and needed to hurry. Yutang was confident in her movements. Few people could compete with her in this game. She assured her friends that that player would not run away. Little Momo ran across the playground through the forest and was surprised to notice that one of the girls kept trying to catch up with him. He expected that she would get bored or leave him alone. Jumb realized that it was time for a dash and accelerated. Now he was running away from the girl with 7 steps. But the girl did not think of giving up. As he ran, the young man had time to think that he had never been hunted so thoroughly, not even when he was emperor. Choosing the right moment, he suddenly jumped towards the nearby ruins and took cover there. The girl was surprised at the speed with which he had escaped from her. Little Momo rushed forward. Jun realized that attacking in this game was just a test of stamina, and it would not be possible to win by using his body alone. An interesting thought occurred to the young man. He guessed that he could use spiritual power to temporarily strengthen his character. Flying Feather had tracked down the young man rather quickly and was pleased to note that this swordsman didn't even know how to hide. He was just new to the game. Feather flew quickly out of the bushes, being absolutely sure that the young man did not see her. The girl was wrong. Little Momo had calculated everything to the second. If only a little more, the hero's head would be ruined. But at the last moment, Molin's fingers were frantically running on the keyboard, setting the desired algorithm of actions. The fingers of her other hand rested on the computer mouse, impatiently stroking its keys. Jun was ready to fight back against the girl and just waited. The boy stared tensely at his monitor. He seemed to have become one with his hero. At the right moment, Jun realized that what he had planned had to be done now. The flying feather was indeed flying very fast. It was inexorably approaching, and no mortal would be able to dodge its attack. But not Jun. At the very last moment, Hero Lin, as if he realized that he was in danger, instantly turned around, straightened up, and threw his sword at the flying feather like a spear. Jun could now allow himself to relax. He looked at the startled girl with the defiant eyes of a winner. She realized that there was a new player in the arena. The opposing team was amazed. Yu Tang was facing a professional player. They decided that Little Momo was the real champion. Yu Tang herself was discouraged. Back when she had chased the young man through the forest, she had noted his extraordinary reaction. But this character death really surprised her. Yunshu was very satisfied with the fight she saw. She happily exclaimed that Lin Mo just had an extraordinary talent and they could accomplish a lot together. But Jun didn't answer the girl. His face was somehow joyless. He bowed his head on the computer desk as if he was as tired as his character. Only the young man knew that even the slightest use of the powers of a damaged soul could seriously weaken the physical body. The girls shouted to Yu Tang that they had been defeated by the Pussycat team and asked that she go to them. The team captain sat on a tree branch and snapped that they had very little time. It wasn't long before Flying Feather realized that the ambush was not in vain. Little Momo, happy with himself, did not think about the danger. To her surprise, the young man suddenly rushed to run in the other direction. The girl was surprised to think that they were not playing catch-up. Leaping off the tree branch with all her speed, Featherwing promised herself that this time she would definitely kill him, no matter what it took. Lin Mo ran away from the girl. He ran so fast that he almost dropped his sword on the run. The young man felt like he was running faster than a cheetah. Looking back, Jun was surprised to realize that the persistent girl would not let go of his character and was chasing after him again. The young man realized that a fight was imminent. Little Momo stopped suddenly and threw his sword at Flying Feather almost without aiming. He was counting on his keen eye and the girl's slow reaction. Yu Tang's character flew after the fugitive as fast as she could, waving her arms and not looking around. If she thought about it for a second, she wouldn't notice the flying danger. Or rather, she saw that sword, but didn't pay much attention. Feather only laughed at Momo that he was going to wound her from such a long distance. The girl said to herself that it was her turn and was about to overtake her opponent and slay him. At the same moment, a terrible pain pierced her knee. The sword hit her just above the kneecap and pierced her leg. Flying Feather fell to the ground with a thud. The girl looked at the sword in her leg in surprise. She decided it was very much like a warning. Little Momo doesn't want to be caught up. As luck would have it, a queue of system messages popped up on the monitor screen, notifying him that Thunderer and Ping Tianxia had been killed by Killer Puss. The girl sitting to Yu Tang's left shrugged her shoulders and said that this was the end of their play session. Their team was defeated, and Song Yunshu must be laughing at them. The exasperated Yu Tang was genuinely surprised that her partner knew her rival. She suddenly turned to the girl and grabbed her by the scruff of the neck. Lifting the girl by the scruff of her shirt, Tang told her to bring Yunshu to her. Scared to death, the girl said she would call Song Yunshu right away. Of course, Song Yunshu was not at all bothered by Yu Tang. the champion of the top 100 players. The faceless Momo, who had first appeared on the server, had struck her imagination. Meanwhile, Song Yunshu was chatting merrily with her rival on the phone. After hearing that the girl wanted to see her in person, Yunshu assured her that she would meet her soon. After putting out another Team Lin Mo's request, the girl laughed and suggested that Yu Tang had simply fallen for him as a smitten rival. Yunshu offered Lin Mo to go to the meeting with her, but the young man refused. He didn't need this meeting at all. Moreover, he needed to recover his strength. At the door, Jun turned around and reminded the girl that she had promised him something. The young man told his classmate that he was already leaving the classroom. Song Yunshu happily waved goodbye and assured him that she remembered everything. She was very happy that her team had managed to defeat Zhao Yutang. After he left, the girl called Zhao and Dahua and asked them to keep her little sister company. She asked them to wait for her at the school gate. Meanwhile, Lin Mo used a cab service and made his way home. It was a large 2-story house with a 2-space underground garage. It was evening and the sun was setting. Lin Mo opened the door and walked across the house to his room. He didn't meet any of his relatives on the way. Apparently, the 3 of them were upstairs. Jun threw his briefcase on the bedside table with a swing. He thought about how strange the modern world was. Without thinking long, Monling lay down on the bed with his clothes on. He was too tired. Jun closed his eyes and concluded that the human body was very weak. The next day, the brothers arrived at school again. This time, Lin was ahead of his cousin and got out of the car first. Jixuan almost ran after him and asked him to wait. It turns out that He Yanhui asks to explain to her classmates that there was no marriage contract. Everyone makes fun of the girl for liking fat people. Without turning around, Lin Mo coldly replied that he wasn't going to explain something that wasn't there in the first place. He continued on his way to his classroom. Jixuan froze on the spot with anger. He shouted at Lin in passing that he thought too highly of himself, and was not really appreciated by anyone. As soon as Jun entered the classroom, Song Yunshu immediately impatiently asked him to come closer. It seemed like she had been waiting for the young man for a long time. Embarrassedly covering her eyes, Yunshu asked Lin if he knew who the flying feather was yesterday. Without waiting for an answer, she said that it was Zhao Yutang. Since Jun didn't show any interest, Yunshu happily exclaimed that it was the same Zhao Yutang from their school. The young man sat next to her without showing any emotion. Yunshu asked why he had become so cold since his heart was broken, and said that the headman wanted to see him or little Momo. Suddenly, Lin Mo opened his eyes. He looked at the girl with a squint. It was an inhuman, indifferent gaze. Yunshu felt as if she saw an ocean of misery in his eyes, and it really scared her. The girl moved back a little in surprise. She had never seen Lin like this before. After a moment, Jun was already sitting straight at the desk again, folding his arms in front of him and crossing them over his chest. Song Yunshu asked the young man to be a little more gentle. At the same time, a girl approached their desk with a confident stride. Her heeled shoes clacked very loudly in the relative silence of the classroom. The girl walked over to Lin Mo and Song Yunshu and slammed her palm on the top of the desk. Everyone around them froze and stared at her. It was a pissed-off He Yanhui. She shrieked that she wanted to clarify something. The girl recognized that Lin Mo's words about their marriage were not a joke. Yunshu instead of Lin replied to the girl that she was overstepping her bounds. Besides, Lin Mo is also a boy, and she should sympathize with him at least a little. Yang Hui smiled slyly and asked what had happened to herself, for Yunshu herself had previously spoken ill of Lin. She suspected that her friend had fallen in love. Song Yunshu realized that she had once again said too much and was now burning with shame. She closed her eyes and begged her classmate to just be gentle with Lin Mo. Without opening her eyes, Jun told Yang Hui in an even voice that there was nothing between them right now, regardless of whether it was a joke or not. Therefore, it was better for her to leave. Stunned, he reminded her that he himself has been bugging her forever with this marriage thing, and she's sick of hearing it. But every time in their house, she only has eyes for Lin Jixuan. The classmates moved closer with interest and listened to the conversation. One whispered to the other that Mo hadn't even started crying. The other whispered back that he would have run away if he were Lin. Suddenly, the classroom door opened loudly. Another girl appeared on the threshold and began to look around, checking to see if she was in the right place. She was not alone. Seeing their target, the girls moved purposefully under the lustful gazes of their classmates to the last desk. It was Zhou Yutang. She decided to pay a personal visit with her entire team and see little Momo with her own eyes. One of the guys said that Tang is just a beauty. The other said that Zhao's little sister is rich, sarcastic, and unapproachable. Anyone who gets in her way will inevitably be kicked out of school. Zhao Yutang stopped at the desk, looked menacingly at the young man and girl, pointed her finger at them, and demanded that they come over to her immediately. Jun remained seated as if nothing had happened. The surprised Song Yunshu stood up from her seat and asked, pointing with her index finger, what the headman wanted from her. Yu Tang was displeased that the couple appeared to be unintelligible and had to be blunt. She demanded that little Momo leave the classroom. Immediately afterward, the girl and her entourage left the classroom. She was used to having her every order obeyed at once. The classmates were surprised. No one knew who little Momo was. The astonished He Yanghui continued to stand by Lin Mo and Song Yunshu's desk. The deskmate tried to reason with the young man. He continued to sit with his eyes closed. He was actually very angry with himself, though he was able to carefully hide his aggression. The emperor's great heir couldn't be little Momo, and now everyone knew it. The classmates started asking Lin Mo what his dealings with Yu Tang were and why this girl was calling him little Momo. They both laughed loudly. Yunshu whispered in the guy's ear that Yu Tang wanted to play a one-on-one game with him. She begged to play with Tang and said that she would then let him do whatever he wanted to Sung Yunshu herself. Jun could barely tolerate all these antics. He couldn't afford to do anything unnecessary. There were too many people in the classroom, and he only had to go outside to Yu Tang. Zhao Yu Tang waited impatiently for little Momo at the exit of the classroom and glanced at the young man as he walked closer to her and stopped beside her. The girl was surprised to think that she had been wrong all this time. Yu Tang was sure that there was a girl hiding under the nickname Little Momo. She didn't expect to see a guy. Jun looked at the girl's school outfit with interest. He knew that in ancient times women wore a skirt to conquer the world. Now it had become an ordinary piece of clothing. Yu Tang asked if he was really the same guy who ran away from her so briskly yesterday, and asked why he was doing it. Lin replied that he was just scoring points. Zhao was outraged that Jun was just running away from her while scoring points, and warned that they would play a one-on-one format after class. The young man replied to Yu Tang that he doesn't play games at all, and yesterday he managed to win by chance. When he realized that the conversation was over, he said he was going back to class. Zhao Yu Tang was very angry. This young man just turned around and left without wanting to talk to her. She furrowed her brows and clenched her teeth. Lin had just pissed her off. The girl was tearing up and throwing up. One of her teammates told her friend that this fatty apparently didn't know what Zhao Yu Tang was. She turned to the team captain and explained to Zhao that that young man had just been rejected. He was just worried, and that's why he was acting like he wasn't afraid of anyone. Yu Tang had absolutely no interest in any kind of affair, and she commanded her to bring that guy to the computer room at noon. The girl assured that she would do it without any problem. As soon as Lin Mo returned to class, his classmates started pestering him with questions. One wanted to know what the girl had said to Lin. The other wanted to know what exactly Yu Tang wanted. When Jun reached his seat, Song Yunshu whispered to the young man that he had already defeated Yu Tang yesterday, so he might not try hard today, playing the one-on-one format. The girl clapped her palms together and folded them vertically. She assured that Zhou Wei would take him to Wuzhu Mountain with her, and they would pick up a couple of beauties for him. Jun opened his eyes and turned to the girl. He told Song Yunshu that he didn't need to pick up anyone. The girl understood it in her own way. She pictured the two of them alone on a bench in the park, and with fear in her voice, she clarified why he said that. The girl assumed that Lin Mo wanted the two of them to be together. The mere thought of it terrified her. This fatty Lin Mo was not physically attracted to Yunsha at all. Now she was just using him for her own purposes. The girl immediately yelled that she was a real bitch. Song Yunshu warned her that she was actually worse than He Yanghui and advised her not to fall for her. Lessons were over, and it was noon. The sky was almost cloudless, and the weather was perfect for walking. Just then, the very girl who was supposed to deliver little Momo broke into their classroom. She opened the door and happily told Lin that Zhao Yu Tang was waiting for him. Suddenly, she saw that everyone was sitting in their seats, except for Lin Mo himself. The girl asked Lin's classmates in surprise where that young man had gone. The girls waited in vain for Lin Mo outside the school after the crocs. He never showed up at the appointed time to meet Yu Tang. The young man, meanwhile, was walking quietly through the school cafeteria with a large tray. People around him asked each other what class he was from. Without paying much attention to anyone, Jun walked over to the food dispensing table and asked the cook to wrap his food with him, and handed him an empty tray. A few minutes later, the young man left the school canteen and headed towards the school exit. He was holding a bag of food in his hand. Lin Mo intended to eat at home. There was constantly someone running and fussing around. Jun closed his eyes and wrinkled his nose in frustration. He couldn't get used to the mortal world being so noisy. Jun walked leisurely through the schoolyard and thought about today's encounter. He hoped that he wouldn't run into anyone on his way home. Meanwhile, another girl appeared in the schoolyard. The black-haired beauty walked proudly with her head held high. All the students were looking at her. The demoness told Han Xinyi that she was seriously ill and had no more than 3 years to live. The demoness told Han Xinyi that she was seriously ill and had no more than 3 years to live. Han Xinyi had agreed to the body swap, and now the satisfied demoness walked in her guise through the schoolyard, leaving the lustful gazes of the schoolchildren behind her. The demoness inside her assured the girl that she should not doubt. She had really made the right choice, for she had gained a whole life. The demoness informed Han Xinyi that from now on, the 18 years the girl had lived would forever be her personal property. She felt genuinely sorry for Xinyi. The demoness saw that Wang Yang did not pay any attention to the girl. All her joys and sorrows were of no importance. The demoness remembered the last battle and decided that she had done a great job for Fanzai and killed the emperor. She wanted to revive the demon world. That was her goal. At the same time, Han Xinyi realized that she couldn't just kill the emperor, especially since the emperor might also be in this world. Therefore, one must be very careful. Noticing the amusingly dressed schoolgirls and schoolchildren, Xinyi couldn't hold back a smile and noted that this world was indeed quite interesting. In her home world, she failed to get her father's approval despite her best efforts. And that's only because she was born a girl. Han Xinyi remembered the multiple attempts of men to possess her body in that world. All of them looked down on the girl. She was worthless to them. However, it didn't last long. One day, Han Xinyi put on an evil spirit mask and killed them all. From that day on, her name became the personification of terror. After looking around the schoolyard, Xinyi concluded that men have no privileges in this world. The culture was not bad, but the spiritual energy was simply absent. She knew she was too beautiful for this world, and there was no shortage of guys. Xinyi was getting bored with the fat guy who kept following her. She decided she smelled good for him. Han Xinyi decided to end the young man's molestation once and for all. She suddenly stopped on the spot and waited until Lin Mo was on par with her, then quickly turned around to the young man and faced him. Xinyi examined him carefully. An ordinary fat man who would have nothing to gain in this world. Jun was half a head taller than the girl and was now looking at the living obstacle with bewilderment. He didn't understand what this pretty girl was up to. Han Xinyi glared angrily at the fat man. You see, he doesn't get enough food at school, and now he's bringing it home. The girl had no intention of hiding her dislike for the young man. She was even a little embarrassed by Lin looking at her so unceremoniously. The girl folded her arms across her chest and asked her not to follow her. Nothing would happen between them. Instead, Lin Mo simply walked around the girl and went on his way. Han Xinyi was very surprised, as she thought that the fatty had followed her. But that wasn't the end of it. After moving some distance away, Lin muttered to himself that that girl was just crazy. Xinyi blushed even more. She clenched her fists in anger and walked on her way, her face crimson with shame, determined to get the hell out of here as soon as she regained her strength. From further observation, Han Xinyi realized that it was inherent for the guys here to compete with each other. She decided that they just couldn't accept their nature. Han Xinyi stopped in the middle of the school alley, raised her head, and pondered for a while, looking at the clear sky. She decided that this option was fine for her. Jun was very surprised, turning around to see where that strange girl who thought he was purposely following her was. Lin Mo astonishedly noticed that that crazy woman had now turned around and was following him himself. The young man couldn't understand why such a beautiful woman would follow him. As it turned out later, the young man was now deluded in his views. The girl also wanted to get on the roof of the school building. She had struggled so hard to find a private place for herself. She needed to sit and think things over. Now she had to find another place to sit. Suddenly, an interesting thought occurred to Xinyi. She decided that the rooftop was not the best place for students unless they wanted to end their fragile lives by suicide. But the girl didn't care at all if the fat man jumped off the roof of the building. Now she needed to find a private place for herself. And Xinyi turned in the other direction. But something kept her from leaving the roof just like that. Xinyi's heart was pounding very hard. She was worried about this stranger for some unknown reason. Han Xinyi remembered that the former owner's friend of this body had also jumped off the roof, committing suicide. She thought that the girl would definitely save the young man. Han Xinyi couldn't delay any longer. She flew up the steps leading to the roof with lightning speed. She had to fulfill the promise she had made to the girl who bore her name. Just before the door, Han Xinyi promised herself that she was saving a human in this world for the first and last time. She vowed to stay away from humans. Looks like Xinyi ran to the roof of the school building just in time. That jerk had completely lived up to her expectations and was about to turn into a tortilla. Leaving the now unnecessary food bag in this mortal world, Lin Mo was now standing on the very edge of the roof with his hands in his pockets. He had the look of a doomed man. Running towards the young man with all her might, Han Xinyi squinted her eyes and extended her hand, conjuring the young man to move away from the edge of the roof. The young man continued to stand. The girl only now remembered that her skills didn't work in this world. and she wouldn't be able to pull him away with willpower alone. At this time, Lin Mo didn't even have a thought of jumping down. He was just enjoying the cool air. The young man expected to eat on the rooftop and then go downstairs. But that stupid girl ruined everything again. She broke the silence and the even flow of life, demanding to stop. Jun opened his eyes in surprise. That black-haired pretty girl was coming straight at him. It seemed impossible to hide from her. Everywhere the girl found Lin Mo. The girl breathed a sigh of relief. She had made it in time, after all. Shinyi ran up to the young man and wrapped both arms around him as hard as she could, trying to pull him off the roof ledge. This was something that Lin Mo could no longer understand. He angrily asked Han Shinya what she was doing and why she had come here in the first place. Not paying any attention to his words, the girl continued to pant and try to pull him off the edge of the roof. Jun shouted for her to leave him alone. At this point, Shinya still managed to accomplish what she had planned, but at the last moment she realized that her plan had a serious flaw. She simply wouldn't be able to hold such a body. Immediately, Han Shinyi fell on her back. She didn't have enough strength to stay on her feet. Lin Mo's heavy body landed on top of her, and it was very painful. As far as the girl could assess the situation, the underdog had broken a couple ribs in the fall on her, and she could barely breathe. Han Shinyi lay there and groaned in pain. Now it would take even more time to successfully recover her strength and get the hell out of this world. Li Mo sat on top of the girl and wiped his eyes with his fist, not even realizing how much pain she was in. He stated to Shinyi that he was just thinking. Standing up from the girl and shaking herself off, Jun asked exasperatedly what she had even forgotten on the roof, and why she had come running to grab him. Han Shinyi shouted back that she just wanted to know his intentions, and if he didn't want to die, he'd better not cause trouble for those around him. Only now did Lin Mo look at the situation through the girl's eyes. Of course, she had just misunderstood him and thought he wanted to jump off the roof. Unfortunately, ordinary mortals are very fragile. This was what caused Shinya to suffer such an injury. The girl couldn't stand up from the pain and only cursed the young man who had gotten in her way. Although Jun desperately shunned people, this time he decided to help the girl and gave her a hand to grasp and stand up. Han Shinyi looked surprised at the hand extended to her. She clearly hadn't counted on such an option and quickly hid her hands in her sleeves. Lin explained to Han that she had a fertile imagination. In fact, he had just gone to the roof to get some clean air and had no intention of jumping. Jun added that Shinyi was also not interested in him at all. The girl instantly turned purple with anger. This mortal is nothing but trouble. Lying on the ground, she swung a clenched fist at him and commanded him to get off the roof as soon as possible. She didn't want to see him again. Lin Mo stood pensively and looked at the girl. Her face was serious. It didn't look like she was joking. Jun said as he was leaving and turned around. This was very strange. No one had rejected the Emperor yet, given that girls in this world hugged others, even if they were against such a display of emotion. Finally, Jun reached his classroom as well. With a sigh, he opened the door and stepped inside. For the sake of Wuzhu High Mountain, he could still be patient for a little longer. The classroom was almost empty. Song Yunshu immediately jumped on the young man and asked him where he had been all this time. According to her, Yu Tang had already looked for him and would not let go of him so easily. An angry Lin Mo told the girl that it was all her own fault. Yunshu was the one who dragged him into this story. He didn't ask to be on their team. Sun squealed that it was late now, and they were going to play with Yu Tang after school. The girl explained that Zhao had a terrible day yesterday and needed to let her win. Jun flatly refused. The Emperor couldn't let himself be beaten by some girl just because she was in a bad mood and needed to be cheered up. Yunshu tried to reason with him and explained that Yu Tang could do anything to them. Jun was stubborn and said that Sun Yunshu was the cause of the incident. The girl lost her temper. She didn't know how to handle the situation and was ready to promise anything. She would even agree to a date with Lin Mo now, but he flatly refused. Sung Yunshu realized that all was lost and muttered to Bobby Q that they had lost this battle. The girl leaned her head on the desk tiredly. It was getting late. Lin Mo had already stayed here for too long, so it was time to go home. The sun was already setting over their private school, and the clouds had taken on an ominous yellowish hue. After saying goodbye to Yunshu, Lin Mo said that he had to go now. Meanwhile, the young man once again reminded Wuzhu's grief so that the girl wouldn't forget. Walking out of the school, Jun remembered that there was still something left in this school worthy of his attention. There was still that girl lying on the roof. Lin Mo looked up at the roof. He remembered that he had broken the girl's rib. The thought crossed his mind that it shouldn't bother him. Then Lin hesitated. Still, she needed help. Jun continued to argue with himself. He had completely forgotten that mortals were very fragile creatures. It looked like she had indeed broken a rib, but there was no ambulance in sight. The young man's suspicious mind immediately painted him a picture of two pretty girls in police officer costumes handcuffing him. Jun thought with annoyance that in this world, people's lives had value. And if the girl's corpse on the rooftop was discovered by the police, he would be finished. The fear of being arrested overcame all other doubts, and Linmo rushed with all his might back to the school, to the roof of that building. Han Xinyi was still on the roof. Due to her injuries, she was unable to stand up on her own and only made attempts to move around. Leaning on her arms, the girl thought with annoyance that the body of a mere mortal was too weak to deal with such an injury. Besides, the sun had long since set, and it was windy and cold on the roof. The sun had long since set, and it was windy and cold. At first, the girl thought she could call out from the roof for help, and someone would help her anyway. But then Han Xinyi remembered that she was a demon and was forbidden to ask for help. Dying on the rooftop wasn't so shameful. The girl thought disappointedly that she hadn't expected such a thing at all. After all, there was only one emperor in this world who could kill her, but the injury was caused by some fat loser. Suddenly, Han Xinyi saw someone's legs in pants and shoes beside her. She thought she was dreaming at first, but when she raised her head, the vision had not disappeared at all. But when she looked up, the vision didn't disappear at all. As luck would have it, it was the same fat guy who started it all. For a girl lying on the ground, a guy with a briefcase in his hand seemed gigantic in stature. Xinyi wailed angrily that he had no business being here. She asked why Linmo had come back to the roof. Jun crouched down beside the girl, and she asked fearfully what he was going to do. Xinyi couldn't accept his help. Jun thought that the girl was actually not stupid at all. She didn't even call for help, preferring to suffer the pain alone. Linmo gently touched the girl's lower back to assess the extent of her injuries. Xinyi flinched in surprise. She turned her face crimson with shame and helplessness to him and wailed that he had no right to touch her with his filthy hands. Jun stated that Xinyi really did have a broken rib. He advised her to exercise more. The girl irritably replied that she was practicing more than the person who broke her bone. Linmo crouched down beside the girl and started unbuttoning his jacket. Han Xinyi suspected something bad. The blushing girl indignantly asked what he was up to. Taking off his jacket, Lin covered the girl with it and calmly explained that it was already cold on the roof. She should put the jacket on and take it easy. Jun assured the girl that it was all due to a misunderstanding. He would call an ambulance for her now, and then they would be even. Han Xinyi accepted his help with great reluctance. She was terribly embarrassed to realize that a mere mortal was helping a demon, so she asked to take the jacket back. The young man understood her words and said that she just needed to be patient. It was too cold now. The girl would be able to take it off after the ambulance arrived. Xinyi was surprised to think that Lin was not like the others. He didn't despise others because of the situation they were in, and he turned out to be a good guy. Han Xinyi sympathetically thought that the world demanded too much from men, and this guy is also fat. She should be more considerate of men. Linmo called an ambulance to the school and waited for it, sitting on the roof and looking up at the sky. The clouds were an unusually ominous mustard color. An ambulance with a medical team soon arrived, disturbing all the school children with its loud and annoying siren. Jun regretted that it was because of him that the girl had gotten hurt. A medical team came out of the schoolyard with a stretcher. A girl was lying on them. The school children were sure that someone had fought, and an ambulance had to be called. Han Xinyi was lying on the stretcher. Her face was burning with shame. At this moment, it seemed like the gods had decided to turn their backs on her and punish her for something. It was already late in the evening when the yellow cab stopped in front of Linmo's big house. The boy paid the driver and went inside. As soon as Jun stepped over the threshold of the house, Jishuan immediately pounced on him. It turned out that Zhao Yutang had been looking for Linmo while he was away. Jun didn't answer and the cousin got angry. He shouted asking Linmo why Zhao Yutang was interested in him. Jun looked at him coldly and informed him that he would not repeat himself a second time, and therefore demanded to move out of the way. Jixuan was frightened. Lin's gaze alone made him shiver. He couldn't understand what had happened to that naive boy who was being pushed around by everyone. Jixuan was sure that it was Fatty Lin who provoked Zhao into some kind of conflict and asked him not to cause trouble for the family. Lin calmly walked on. The exasperated cousin yelled that his brother was no longer a child and threatened that he would make his mom kick Lin Mo out of this house. Turning his head, Jun informed his cousin that he had missed one important detail. This house was actually owned by Lin Mo. This finally pissed Jixuan off. He couldn't stand it anymore and swung at Lin and shouted that it was time to teach him a lesson. To his surprise, the clumsy fatty was unusually quick to intercept his hand by the wrist. Jixuan still didn't understand how this could have happened. Jun clasped his cousin's hand and realized that this creature's physical training was worthless. The young man cried out in pain and begged to let him go. He felt very humiliated. Jun snorted contemptuously. He was tired of messing around with this weakling. Lin grabbed his cousin by the scruff of the neck and advised him to just stay out of his way. Collapsing from the homing kick to the floor, Jixuan roared even more at the insult he had received and screamed in pain. At the same minute, he ran upstairs and wailed, complaining to his father that Linmo dared to hit him. Jixuan naturally roared and smeared tears on his cheeks. Almost immediately, he triumphantly went downstairs, immediately hiding behind his father's back. Liu Yingjun came out wearing a yellow t-shirt and immediately shouted that Lin had no right to hit his cousin. As he approached his nephew, he also swung his hand at Lin Mo. Yingjun shouted that he was going to teach the brat a lesson. But to Lin Mo he posed no threat, and Jun easily grabbed his uncle's hand by the wrist as well. Liu Yingjun was very surprised. He didn't expect such boldness from his nephew. As soon as Jun started pawing his uncle's wrist, he immediately went backwards and fearfully shouted that he was surrendering and Lin Mo had won. Letting go of his hand, Jun looked at Yingjun sternly and informed him that he advised them all to just stay out of his way from now on. Jixuan turned pale when he saw that even his father couldn't handle his cousin. Yingjun himself wailed that Linmo was behaving disgustingly. Tears came to his eyes. Liu Yingjun called his wife for help and roared that Linmo would beat him and his son if Lin Li didn't come down immediately. Lin Li appeared immediately and squealed that she was fed up with all of this. She stared at all three of them, squinting her eyes and studying the surroundings. Jixuan and Liu Yingjun froze in surprise. They had expected that the mistress and keeper of the household would immediately throw the fat man out into the street. Lin Li and Lin Mo looked at each other. Aunt Lin had to admit that the boy's gaze had completely changed. He didn't hide his eyes when pressed. Lin Mo looked at her directly without taking his eyes off her, as if he felt like he was the master of the situation and commanded everyone here. This gaze was beginning to frighten Lin Li. If only a little more, she would be the first to avert her eyes. Under this kind of pressure, Li felt out of place. In any case, it was necessary to put the tomboy in his place. Lin Li said that in any case, Lin Mo was to blame for what happened, and should apologize to his uncle and cousin. Jun smirked sinisterly, and thought to himself that Lin Li is the first person to ask Ben Di to apologize to someone. The young man took another step and found himself even closer to Lin Li. Now they were staring at each other absent-mindedly. Neither force was willing to give in to the other. Jun looked at his aunt intently and said with pressure that it was up to the guilty to apologize. And in this situation, he was not guilty of anything. They were the first to start bullying him. Lin Mo walked past Lin Li, and she angrily shouted at the young man's back that he could forget about pocket money if he didn't apologize. Without turning around, the young man replied that it suited him just fine, and walked on with his hands in his pockets. The family looked at him in surprise. After reaching his room, Lin Mo only then let his feelings out, and slammed the door as hard as he could. The door closed with a crash. It was only now that Jun was left by himself in the room that the young man thought about pocket money. Until now, he hadn't even thought about their importance to human life. Lin Mo started methodically going through the entire room. He hoped that the owner of the body had hidden a certain amount of money somewhere just in case, so he looked in the closet. Unfortunately, there was nothing resembling money in the cabinet, and Jun began to open the drawers of his desk one by one. The young man came to the conclusion that money was the stumbling block. Without it, it would be difficult to get food on Mount Wuju. Jun decided that he urgently needed to find an income. The situation was not good. The money for personal expenses had run out, and there was nothing to sell. Desperate, Jun remembered that he had a set of clothes and socks left. It was a life-saving thought, and the young man decided to go to an auction on the net and see what he could get for his things. He decided not to waste time and immediately turned on his computer. To his great surprise, the potential buyer showed up just a minute after he had placed the lot. Jun was surprised that he had found a customer so quickly. Without realizing it, he had fallen in with fetishist customers, who simply pelted him with various incomprehensible questions. The first customer asked about the brand of his clothes. The second man was interested in how long Lin Mo had been wearing the clothes and whether they smelled like his body. The buyer said it was very important to him. The third customer demanded a photo report of the items. The girl wrote to Lin that it would make more sense to her. Jun didn't expect such strange inquiries and simply fell off his chair in surprise. This was the first time Lin Mo had encountered such a display of his interests. Lying on the floor, Jun frowned, thinking that the emperor had never been afraid of the devil. But these ladies gave even him a chill. Getting up from the floor, he decided to immediately delete the advertisement and never return to it. Lin Mo didn't know what they would think of doing with his clothes. He reproached himself for being stumped by such a trifle as money. Nevertheless, he should have exercised first and regained his strength. Jun took off his shirt and remained in a tank top. He knew that the first thing he needed to do was to absorb the spiritual energy of this world, so he decided to practice just like in his previous life. Not even 3 minutes later, the exhausted young man collapsed on the bed and decided that he was tired. Without spiritual energy, He would not be able to maintain this body. Suddenly the phone rang. Song Yunshu told the young man that she had written to him, but he never replied. Lying on the bed, Linmo listened to the girl carefully and asked what she wanted to tell him. Yunshu was sitting after showering in a towel. She stretched out confusedly that it was actually no big deal. It was just that they were going to Wuzhu Mountain tomorrow. Jun didn't see a problem with that. According to the girl, he, Yunhui, and Jixuan were going to go on the same day. She suggested to go to the mountain on another day. Otherwise, the couple would mock them. Ridicule never bothered the emperor, and Jun declared that he would go tomorrow anyway. Song Yunshu replied that it was his choice and reminded him that the bus would be arriving at his house. It was a new day. The sun had long since hung in the sky and glistened merrily through the lonely clouds that occasionally came his way. Aunt Lin Li's family was quietly enjoying their breakfast until Linmo appeared. All three of them stared at him with dislike. Jixuan asked his cousin why he was up so early. He jokingly suggested that he, Yang Hui, had called him for a walk too. Jun looked at his cousin in silence. He didn't feel like talking to him at all and didn't want to participate in these useless conversations. Jixuan stared dumbfoundedly at his cousin. He was annoyed that Linmo wasn't answering anything to his questions. He couldn't understand what was going on. At the appointed time, a tourist bus arrived to take the excursionists to Uchu Mountain. A klaxon horn sounded. Jixuan told his cousin to stay focused and keep eating and said goodbye to his father. He pointed out the window and announced that his bus had arrived. He, Yanhui, stood by the open door of the bus and waved cheerfully. She shouted to Jixuan that she would help him put his things in the luggage compartment. The young man did not look cheerful. He asked the girl to move away from the door and confessed to her that he was scared to death. Yang Hui asked Jixuan confusedly what had happened to him. Already on the bus, the young man confessed that after Yang Hui rejected Linmo, he took out his anger on Jixuan and fought with his cousin and his father. Their neighbor said it was horrible. Yang Hui exclaimed that the right thing to do would be to just not take him to Wuzhu Mountain. Their classmates agreed that it was best for everyone. Song Yunshu stepped onto the aisle of the bus and declared that Linmo was traveling with them this time. Yang Hui became indignant. Another girl asked how that fatty was going to climb the mountain. Yunshu replied that they were still classmates and there was no need to talk badly about him. One of the girls said that Yunshu was in charge today. Let her be in charge. In fact, Yunshu herself didn't think Lin would go with them. Besides, she didn't want to quarrel with Yang Hui. But there was nothing wrong with Linmo just going with them. A moment later, the young man himself appeared. He appeared in the salon in sports clothes. He had comfortable light sneakers with brown inserts on his feet. Jun was wearing black athletic shorts and a spacious blue sweater. A small bag was hanging over his shoulder. His free hand was in his pocket as always. With a proud, unbending gait, Linmo strode through the salon, not reacting to his classmates who were not happy to see him. Suddenly, a girl's hand stuck out from the right lane and blocked his path. Jun was forced to stop and looked at the owner of the hand. Yang Hui stood up from her seat and threateningly demanded an answer as to why Linmo had pushed Jixuan yesterday. She was so angry that her hand clenched into a fist by itself. Jun stared at his cousin in bewilderment. Under his stern gaze, Jixuan shrank back. He was willing to fall through the ground to avoid seeing this monster. Song Yunshu realized that a big conflict was brewing and put her hand on Yang Hui's shoulder. She assured the girl that it was just a misunderstanding and that Linmo wasn't really that terrible. Immediately, Yunshu pushed Linmo back to his seat and suggested that he take the window seat. She assured him that the view there was simply amazing. After somehow settling the situation, Song Yunshu immediately rushed to the driver and asked him to go to another place and pick up everyone else. That's all the bus driver wanted. Soon the tourist bus was rolling through the city streets, the yellow stripes of the road markings reflected in its tinted windows. Jun looked in front of him and thought about all these ridiculous human squabbles. If he turned his head to the window, he would have noticed a girl on a bike catching up with the bus. Linmo was immersed in his thoughts. He wanted to believe that at least today would be normal, and there would be no adventures. The girl on the motorcycle turned her head towards the bus as if she was looking for someone. Linmo was sure that she was looking for him. Immediately, the girl added speed and sped far ahead. Jun thought that he was just imagining it, and that the motorcyclist was just swiveling her head around. At full throttle, a girl on a motorcycle pulled slightly ahead and clipped the bus, flying right in front of it into the lane. The bus driver had to brake suddenly, and all the students bumped their heads into the backs of the seats in front of them. Disgruntled remarks were heard. The girl on the motorcycle had no intention of leaving. Putting the motorcycle on its stem, she leisurely got off her sport bike and headed for the bus. The driver leaned out of his window and shouted angrily that the girl didn't know how to drive at all and should learn the rules of the road. The girl entered the bus and got closer to the driver. She slowly pulled off her motorcycle helmet and mussed her hair. A tall girl with blonde hair and a black biker jacket turned toward the salon and scrutinized those present. Of course, everyone recognized her. The two classmates immediately blushed. This girl was simply out of their reach, just like the others on the bus. The queen of the school herself, Zhao Yutang, stopped their bus. No one dared to argue with her. The girl's family had a huge weight in the city. Sung Yunshu immediately realized what was going on and panicked a little. She refused to believe that some pathetic loss had caused the girl to stop the bus. Yunshu grabbed her head. The girl knew that only Lin Mo was the reason for Yutang's appearance, but still she didn't have it in her head. The classmates shouted happily. They were very happy to be traveling together with Yutang. Yunshu asked no one to worry. She would find out everything herself now. The girl approached Zhao Yutang and asked in astonishment what she was doing here. Zhao replied that she was here because of that fat man. Yutang walked over to Lin Mo and stared at him. She confessed that she would have long ago blanked out if it wasn't for his fat face. He Yang Hui and Jishuan immediately started grabbing their stomachs, pointing their fingers at Lin and laughing. Yang Hui said that her stomach was about to burst from laughing. Zhao asked Lin Mo not to go to the mountain. She offered to go to a cafe with her. Yutang assured that she would let his ex-girlfriend come back to him later. Yang Hui immediately stopped laughing. To the surprise of everyone present, Jun behaved completely disrespectful. He leaned towards the window and didn't even look at Zhao. The young man asked not to pester him. This unexpected bus stop was getting more and more interesting. All the classmates were trying to look out into the aisle and see everything with their own eyes. Zhao started to get angry and shrieked that she wasn't bothering him at all. She thought she wouldn't have said a word to the fatty if he hadn't beaten her in the game. Yutang leaned closer to Lin Mo and menacingly asked if he wanted to compete with her or not. She demanded that he answer her clearly, but the young man didn't care about that. His eyes were fixed on the blue pendant hanging on the girl's chest, and Jun paid special attention to it. Lin thought that that amulet contained a great deal of aura. It was most likely very weak, but it clearly belonged to one of the cultivators. Jun examined it carefully and realized that it was made rather crudely. It didn't look like it had been created by a demon lord. Nevertheless, it was difficult to get it in this world. The green-eyed Yutang was losing her patience. She asked the young man to think a little faster and asked if he would fight her or not. Jun finally raised his eyes higher and looked at the girl. He said that he would go with her, but he needed to get to Mount Wuju first. Lin intended to find a cultivator with her help. Yunshu realized the problem and offered to go with them. She told Yutang that they would climb to the top of the mountain. The classmates supported her suggestion. Zhao Yutang looked at Lin Mo in surprise and asked if he could really climb to the top of Mount Wuju. From his appearance, the young man didn't look like a rock climber. One of the girls laughed loudly and offered Yutang to witness the miracle with them. No one believed that Jun could climb to the top of the mountain. Zhao had told Lin Mo that he was a very popular fatty. Now she was just curious. Yutang wanted to see Jun climb to the top of Wuju. One of Lin Mo's classmates said that there was an empty seat next to him and offered to sit next to her. He put his index fingers together as a sign of his affection for the girl. Yutang snorted disdainfully at the young man, and he immediately ran away to the other end of the salon. Zhao took out her phone and called Wang to take her bike home. To avoid wasting time, she sat down with Lin Mo and asked if he had any games on his phone. Yutang offered to play something with her. Jun looked at the girl carefully and said that he could play a game with her. But in case she lost, Yutang would have to promise him something. Lin Mo stared meaningfully at the girl's large chest, on which hung the blue amulet he so desperately needed, which could be used to acquire strength. Yutang said that it was very brave of him, and the young man had better prepare himself to lose and do her bidding. One of his classmates decided he could try his luck too, and suggested that Yutang play on the phone with him. The girl reluctantly turned in his direction and advised him to run far away. The little guy immediately disappeared. He obviously didn't want to anger Zhao Yutang. One of the young men turned to Jixuan and asked why Yutang was playing specifically with his cousin. The young man asked not to ask him about Lin Mo. In fact, Jixuan himself wouldn't mind finding out why Zhao was so interested in his cousin. It pissed him off terribly. Meanwhile, Lin Mo and Yutang had entered the game. Jun decided to run away from her in the same way so that he could attack stealthily afterward. This was the right tactic. Both characters soared high into the air, and Flying Feather realized that little Momo had decided to run away again. She decided that this was the perfect solution. Just like last time, Lin Mo's character suddenly stopped and turned around. From his hands, something flew towards Feather. Flying Feather realized that little Momo was trying to reach her at high speed. Her eyes went wide with surprise. It was too late to maneuver, and the energy charge was inexorably approaching the girl's face. A moment later, she slumped to the ground. In the meantime, the screen showed the message of the kid's victory, and the character himself landed neatly on his feet. The final battle absolutely stunned Zhao Yutang. She still didn't understand how all this could have happened. The girl stared at the phone screen in surprise. Jun lazily turned to the girl and dispassionately informed Yutang that she had lost. The girl still couldn't get over her defeat. She began to question how he was able to do it. To her understanding, no other person in the world could control a character as quickly as she could. Jun explained that he thinks through every move in the game. With the right calculation, one can reach the goal and win even with a little luck. Yutang didn't understand what Lin meant. She decided that Lin Mo was just playing games better than her. Jun thought that the hardest part was channeling spiritual energy into the brain and adding some luck. Nevertheless, a deal is a deal, and Yutang remembered that. She said that Lin Mo had won and could now ask her for anything. After thinking for a while, Jun became sad and asked for 10,000 yuan to be transferred to his credit card. Right now, money was the most important thing to him. Yutang was surprised that he needed so little. She was willing to provide Lin with such an amount every month. Besides, it was in her power to force Yang Hui to return to the young man. Jun refused all the benefits provided and said that he only needed money. He thought that he needed this money for physical training. Jun tossed the phone into the girl's hands, and she deftly caught it with her right hand. She glanced at the young man unhappily. Frowning her eyebrows, Zhao Yutang started the transaction, looking tensely at both phones. The girl didn't like the fact that the fat man had beaten her again. Yutang tossed the phone to the owner and said that she had transferred the amount due to him and wrote down her number. The girl advised not to drop the call when she called. After thinking for a bit, Yutang added that she also forbids Lin Mo himself from calling her or giving that number to anyone else. She really surprised the young man. Jun thought that even he was not as arrogant as this girl, even though he was in the status of emperor. Suddenly, Yutang stood up from her seat and said that it was very cramped for her to be there. Jun looked at the girl in surprise. Meanwhile, Zhao walked over to He Yanghui and demanded her to move to another seat immediately. Yanghui pretended not to understand Yutang. Jixuan was surprised. Yanghui was very unhappy that she was finally able to sit next to Jixuan, and he just lets her sit next to her cousin. To her, it was disgusting. He Yanghui, who had turned purple with anger, stood up from her seat and pointed her fist meaningfully at Yutang, threatening her. Zhao arrogantly looked down at her. Yutang recommended to make room for her as soon as possible. She wasn't used to waiting, and the people who opposed her didn't like Yutang either. He Yanghui really disliked the fact that Zhao Yutang humiliated her in front of everyone. But, unfortunately for her, Yanghui couldn't do anything to Yutang. The family was too strong. Jixuan also nudged her and said that Lin Mo had something to say to her. This offended the girl even more. Even Jixuan didn't stand up for her. Justifying her act, Yanghui reluctantly went to Lin Mo and said that she had to clear something up with him. That marriage contract was actually a joke among the adults. Jixuan himself, however, was very pleased. He smiled, a little embarrassed by the neighborliness of such a girl. The young man was glad that he could finally chat with Yutang. Not knowing where best to start the conversation, the young man pretended to cough into his fist and tried to draw the attention of the important person. Jixuan started chirping happily that his name was Lin Jixuan and offered to play something with him. He was too small a pawn for Yutang, and she immediately blew the young man off. The girl thought irritably that she was not going to get quiet here, too. It would be better if she continued to sit with the fat man. At least there was something soft to lean on. After a while, their big tourist bus arrived at the bus stop. Some people were resting on hexagonal benches in the shade of the trees. The classmates got off the bus and began to look at Mount Uchu. One of them couldn't believe it was possible to climb such a peak. The other asked for sunscreen. The young man was already a little tired, so he asked his classmate worriedly if they were even halfway there. The girl laughed and assured him that she would help him when the time came. The girls decided among themselves that they would help the others when they were tired. That way, they could not only eat tofu together, but also become a little closer to each other. They laughed. Song Yunshu stopped at the foot of the stairs that led to the top of the mountain and raised her hand high up. She asked everyone to follow her and keep up. Half an hour later, the classmates climbed a little higher. The birds, frightened by the noise, immediately flew away in search of a quieter place. One of the classmates began to whine that his legs were very sore and he couldn't climb anymore. The other one told him that everyone was tired. Jun realized that they were weaker than him. Jun was very angry at the demons. If he had enough strength, he would suppress them for ages. But right now, he needed to move forward. Xiao Ming offered to help Linan carry her bag to the top as a joke. The girl laughed and replied that she could carry Ming herself on her back. Yunshu heard all these conversations and saw that no one offered to help Lin Mo. This was expected. Unfortunately, the girl couldn't help either. She didn't want unnecessary rumors. Another 20 minutes passed. Jun didn't speak to anyone and walked forward purposefully. He was already starting to pant, so he was at the tail end of the tour, holding onto the railing. Soon his classmates were high up. Jun realized that he had had enough. It was already clear that he was the weakest in terms of physical strength. Song Yunshu looked sadly at Lin Mo and realized that he was really exhausted. She decided that she couldn't leave him alone since she had started this all by herself. The girl quickly walked down to Lin Mo and asked if he needed any help. Jun proudly refused to help and suggested that she catch up with the group. Holding onto the railing and panting, the young man assured Yunshu that he was able to walk on his own. He was sweating profusely, a tremendous strain on his body. Jun angrily thought that fatigue was out of the question. After all, mortals couldn't even imagine what he had to go through before becoming the emperor. Walking up, Jun decided that he had started to bring his own pain when he saw Yang Hui and Jixuan together. Song Yunshu was pained to look at him. She didn't understand why Lin Mo would want to do this. Yunshu caught up with him at the next platform and asked him to rest for a while. She promised to pick up Lin Mo later if it was so hard for him to climb up. Jun snorted disdainfully. The girls sat on the bench and admired the view. They had walked more than half the distance to the top. One of them saw Lin Mo walking by and said that the fat man was still strong. Meanwhile, his classmates were nearly falling off their feet. One of them was sure he could go no further. The other said that he had run out of strength and suggested that he go back. Jun mockingly looked at these pathetic people. He firmly knew that he could have reached the top if he had been more persistent. At one of the sites, the classmates met. As it turned out, the boys gave up and decided to drive home without reaching the top. Yunshu asked them not to scatter after dinner. One of the classmates saw Lin Mo on the landing and was very surprised. She expected to meet him at the bottom of the stairs. The girl remarked in amazement that Lin Mo had reached this place by himself. The second girl said that the others looked very exhausted and weak. Song Yunshu exclaimed that they had climbed high enough and everyone was tired. She suggested that everyone go to the restaurant and have some refreshment at her expense. Jun refused and said that they could go if they felt like it. He himself wants to go up higher and see the scenery from above. Song Yunshu squealed that Lin Mo didn't have enough strength and would fall off on the way. The classmates agreed that the fatty could climb higher if he wanted to. Another long 20 minutes passed. Exhausted, Jun finally crossed the last span and approached the platform at the top of Wuzhu Mountain. The view from the site was very beautiful indeed. A beautiful gazebo was erected for those who wished to take a break from the hustle and bustle. The gazebo was not empty. Zhao Yutang was quietly sipping her cocktail and was very surprised to see that the fatty had actually made it to the top. She looked thoughtfully at the young man. He was halfway behind his group and they had already managed to descend. Lin Mo would be teased all the way up the mountain by himself. Jun completely ignored the girl in the gazebo. The young man had his own goal, and he walked to the edge of the peak, enjoying the view from the top. Jun was satisfied. He wasn't wrong, and there was indeed an aura present at the top of Mount Wuzhu. It wasn't much, but it was enough for training. Lin Mo stretched his hand forward, exposing his palm. He told himself that there was still more to come. He would still be able to defeat his enemy in this world. Feeling a surge of strength, the young man promised himself to come to this mountain and practice as long as he could, no matter how long it took. Yutang was tired of just watching the young man. She finished her drink, walked over to Lin Mo and put her hand on his shoulder. The girl asked the young man in surprise what he was doing on the edge of the peak. Jun knew that it was useless to explain, and there was no need to explain. So he said that he was admiring the local views. Zhao Yutang frowned her eyebrows. This fatty was unbearably boring. In addition, she was depressed by that stern face and his constant silence. About the same thing crossed the young man's mind. In his life, he had seen quite a few cultivators as boring as this girl. All of them had been killed. Immediately, Yutang exclaimed that this seat was occupied by her and demanded the fatty to immediately descend the mountain. She was starting to annoy Lin Mo. He explained to Yutang in an even voice that he was already too tired and couldn't go. Jun asked the girl why she was chasing him away from the top of the mountain. Zhao got angry. She carelessly tossed some sort of roll towards Lin Mo and disdainfully said that she would let him stay today as an exception. A surprised Jun caught the roll up. The girl had already turned the other way and asked to compete with her tomorrow. She added that it was boring here and suggested that they go downstairs. When the girl left, Jun unwrapped the package. There was a bite of sandwich in it. Of course, any mortal would be squeamish about it, but that didn't bother the emperor. In the past, he had even eaten animal corpses for self-improvement, and the sandwich was necessary to maintain that body. Now Lin Mo was not disturbed by anyone. He refreshed himself and sat in the lotus posture on top of the mountain, closing his eyes. It was time to start purifying this body. It was late evening. Lin Mo's classmates continued to relax at the restaurant at the foot of the mountain, but the young man was still nowhere to be seen. A worried Yunshu called him and was surprised to learn that he was still on top of the mountain and had no intention of leaving. She asked him not to overdo it. Jun was outside the inn at this time and told the girl that the nature here was simply magnificent. He decided to stay here for a few more days. Now it was necessary to notify his trashy family and let Lin Li know that he would be gone for a while. Jun took out his phone and found his aunt's contact. He said hello to Lin Li and said that he had somewhere to stay for the vacation. Auntie was very pleased. She liked this arrangement. Jun walked up to the receptionist's desk in the hotel. The young man behind the counter smiled politely and asked what he needed. Jun asked how much a single room for 2 months cost. The receptionist replied that the rent would cost him 8,000 yuan. The cost was quite satisfactory to the young man. He would still have some money left. Jun immediately filled out the necessary paperwork and rented a room for 2 months. Lin Mo didn't waste any time. Every day here, the young man devoted himself to climbing to the top of Wuzhu Mountain. Overcoming hardships, he climbed the long stairs every day. After reaching the top of the mountain, Jun invariably sat down in the lotus posture and absorbed the spiritual energy of the place. He was getting stronger and stronger. After returning to the room, Lin Mo worked out with the barbell and dumbbells until he fell off his feet from fatigue. 2 months passed in this way. Song Yunshu called the young man from the car and asked if he was ready to go home. Jun replied that he had already packed his things and thanked the girl. In fact, Yunshu was ready to tear him apart with her bare hands. She didn't talk to anyone at all these days. Only Zhao Yutong kept questioning her about where the fat man had gone. Out of anger, she decided to drag Lin Mo to Yu Tang by all means and let them deal with each other. After examining himself in the mirror, Jun realized that he looked much better outwardly. Even after 2 months of training, his spiritual strength left much to be desired. The young man lost a lot of weight and became more slender. His facial features had changed. Jun was now a tall and trim young man. Song Yunshu's car stopped in front of the 4-story hotel Jun had told her about. The young man himself was nowhere to be seen, so the girl had to go up to the room. Yunshu easily found the right room and knocked demandingly on the brown door with her knuckles. The lock on the room door instantly clicked, and the room door began to slowly open. Yugshu pushed it open impatiently and stepped inside. Still, she missed the fat man and was glad to see him. The girl was standing with her eyes closed, so she had not yet seen the change in the young man's appearance. It wasn't until she raised her head and opened her eyes that Song Yunshu realized that something was wrong here. The room number seemed to be correct, but it was clearly not Lin Mo. There was no trace of the fat man they had left behind on Wuzhu Mountain. Instead, there was a tall guy in the room, and he was captivating Yunshu with his beauty. The girl was terribly embarrassed and didn't know where to go. She confusedly began to explain to the young man that she had just come to the wrong place. She was actually looking for a classmate. Song Yunshu couldn't take her gaze away from the handsome stranger. She was now admiring his long legs. The girl's heart was beating desperately. Song Yunshu instantly pictured herself and this young man as a married couple. The young man was holding a newborn baby in his arms. Yunshu had already thought of a name for the baby. Song Yunshu finally realized that she had been staring at a guy she didn't know at all for an indecent amount of time. This made her blush. The girl immediately turned and ran away, apologizing to the young man. She thought that she had been staring at the boy for so long that he might well have thought her a pervert. Jun finally spoke and told Song Yunshu calmly that she had understood everything correctly. The girl was very surprised to hear a familiar voice. She went back and tried to clarify the situation. The room number was 107th. Just like the young man said. The young man is most likely Lin Mo's friend. Jun surprised Song Yunshu even more and told the girl that he himself was Lin Mo. Yunshu took a few more careful looks at his face. She began to suspect that the young man was telling the truth, but there was too much difference between fatty Lin Mo and this well-built handsome man. Yunshu asked the young man to stop joking around. She said that their voices were indeed similar, but that was all that he and Lin Mo had in common. Jun replied to the girl that he had just lost weight, and there was nothing to be surprised about. Yunshu exclaimed that he looked much better than if he had just lost weight. For everything about the young man was wrong. He was taller, straighter. His legs were longer. It would be more accurate to say that the young man was completely renewed and changed. Lin Mo had had enough of waiting and bickering, so he asked Yunshu if the car had arrived. He picked up his bag and suggested that the girl not waste time and go home. Song Yunshu pinched her cheek to see if she was imagining things. After all, this cold gaze and manner of speaking really reminded the girl of Lin Mo. Yunshu remembered telling Lin Mo that fat people had potential. She didn't think then that it would be true, and he would change so much. Yunshu praised herself for never making fun of Linmo for being overweight. Now their relationship was going to work out, and she offered to carry the young man's bag. Seeing the young man with the bag, a young girl ran out from the driver's side and obligingly offered Linmo her help. Yunshu was angry. She ran at full speed towards the red car, on the run demanding the driver to stop her molestation of the young man. Lin looked at the girl driver in surprise. Running briskly to the car, Song Yunshu pushed the girl away and pulled the door handle herself, gallantly opening it for her new fiancé. Smiling sweetly at Linmo, Yunshu bowed to him and invited him to take the passenger seat in the back. Jun looked at the girl in surprise. Yunshu climbed into the young man's seat and questioned how he had managed to lose weight so quickly. She suggested that he couldn't have climbed the mountain every day. The girl happily kept chatting that it was impossible to lose so much in one vacation. She said that Jun just looked amazing and his chest was great. Yunshu was praised by Linmo and said that he had done a great job. Young Hui would be wagging her tail at him right now. You shouldn't pay attention to people like that. They're nothing but trouble. The girl couldn't calm down and kept chattering about how handsome Lin had become and how many girls would want to be with him. The young man got tired of it and asked the girl to be quiet. Song Yunshu immediately had a change in her face and wrote off this irritation to the fact that everyone had hated and ignored Linmo before. She again pictured herself together with Linmo by her side. This time they were wearing snow-white wedding suits. Lin held a huge bouquet of flowers in his hands. Blushing at such thoughts, Yunshu thought that Linmo would definitely fall in love with her if she was a little kinder to him. She imagined another picture from the future. This time she was on the air of Central Television and was talking about herself. Be that as it may, it was Song Yunshu who was closest to Linmo, which meant that she had a better chance at this handsome man compared to the others. Unable to stand it, the girl started sucking up again and offered the young man a good rest. She would treat him to something delicious. Jun replied that he just needed to go home. Song Yunshu was very disappointed. She reluctantly agreed to drive the young man to the house. All her plans instantly collapsed. After a while, a red Volkswagen pulled up gently in front of Lin's house. Jun thanked the girl driver and got out of the car. He went straight to his home without even saying goodbye to Yunshu. She got out of the car and shouted back that they would see each other soon. Jun waved at her without turning around. Yunshu thoughtfully asked why Linmo had such a beautiful back. The driver reminded her that before the trip, Yunshu wanted Linmo and Yu Tong to meet. Smiling, the girl turned her head and said that they were on their way home now. She couldn't afford to send Linmo sheepishly straight into the mouth of Zhao Yutong's she-wolf. Jun opened the front door and found himself on the doorstep of his house. He attracted everyone's attention, and the whole family turned to look at him. All three of them were clearly hostile. No one had expected Linmo to appear here, especially since no one recognized the young man. Glittering her eyes from under her glasses, Aunt Lin Li immediately menacingly asked the young man who he was and how he managed to get into the house. Taking a seat at the table, Jun took the chopsticks and nonchalantly announced that he was Lin Mo. He had just lost weight during the vacation. Jixuan didn't believe him. He started yelling that Lin Mo couldn't be like him even if he lost weight. The cousin asked who he was and why Lin Mo was pretending to be him. Looking at Lin Mo's face, Aunt Lin Li saw familiar features, and so she asked her son to stop yelling. It was necessary to clear things up. She shifted her gaze to her nephew and examined him meticulously once more. Lin Li assumed that Lin Mo had had plastic surgery. Jun replied that all his money is in her custody and he would not be able to do that. Lin asked if he would get pocket money this semester. His aunt assured him that she would give him some money and help him with his school uniform. But if he did something bad, Lin Li would take all the money away. After finishing his conversation, Jun got up from the table. He said that he was already full and went to his room. Lin Li thought that it was really Lin Mo. The next day, as if nothing had happened, the cousins drove to school in a big gray car. The girl driver was in no hurry. Jixuan couldn't stand it and rebuked the girl for driving too slowly today. The driver reluctantly replied that she would go faster. She wanted to take a closer look at the young man. She couldn't tear herself away from the rearview mirror and kept looking at the back seat. The girl couldn't believe that young Mr. Lin Mo was so handsome. Even though the girl was driving and needed to keep her eyes on the road, her eyes turned to the mirror on their own and looked at the young man. After a while, a gray car pulled up in front of a private school. The girl smiled happily at Lin Mo and reported that they had arrived. Jun got out of the car and straightened up. He now seemed very tall to everyone. Jixuan froze on the other side of the car. Lin Mo instilled fear in him. Lin Mo was walking in the schoolyard, and all of the school children's gazes were fixed only on him. No one had seen this young man before. All the girls who met him on the way were astonished by his dazzling beauty. Schoolgirls blushed at the sight of his sweet face. Jun was approaching a couple of girls, and they were animatedly discussing his long legs. One of the girls asked the other if she knew the young man. Now no one simply didn't notice Jixuan. His cousin simply outshone everyone with his beauty. The young man was angry at the whole world and thought that they were all just having an abnormal reaction to Lin Mo. Even in the school corridor, there were flocks of girls following Lin Mo. One of them admired the young man's back and told the others that she would take a picture of it. Jun walked into his classroom. He was clearly unrecognizable, and everyone looked at him indifferently, as if he had wandered in by accident. As Lin Mo walked between the rows to his desk, a classmate turned her head towards him. She also thought he was very handsome. The girl thought that the young man had transferred to them. Jun took his seat at the last desk. He didn't have as good an opinion of himself as the people around him. It seemed to Lin that after losing weight, he looked a little better than the others. The young man frowned and looked straight in front of him. Contrary to everything Lin Mo had seen around him, he didn't think he was so handsome anymore. The schoolgirls crowded around the classroom window. They swarmed around him like flies, taking turns looking at the divine beauty sitting alone on the last desk. Jun decided that it was all due to a lack of spiritual energy. He opened his palm. A blue aura was barely flowing from the bowels of his body. Suddenly, he heard Zhao Yutang's angry voice. The girl shouted that from now on, he should listen to her and no one dared to deceive her. Yutang dragged Song Yunshu by the scruff of her neck and exclaimed that she only had 3 minutes to bring the fat man to her. Yunshu, in tears, tried to say that Lin Mo was no longer fat. Yutang was very unhappy that Song Yunshu was lying to her and cried that she would only stop crying when she saw the coffin lid in front of her. Yunshu wanted to tell her the truth. She saw a tall young man in the back of the desk and immediately pointed her finger at him, shouting that this was Lin Mo. He had just lost weight. Zhao Yutang stopped tormenting the girl for a while and let her calm down. Taking a closer look at the young man, Yutang didn't see much resemblance to Lin Mo. He was taller and slimmer, and his face looked completely different. No, this young man definitely didn't look like the fat guy she wanted. Song Yunshu kept trying to prove that this young man was Lin Mo. The classmates listened to her with interest. They couldn't believe that he was the fatty one either. Yutang angrily grabbed the girl by the scruff of her neck and started shaking her. She shouted that she shouldn't play with her. Yunshu mumbled that she was telling the truth. The young man called out to Zhao Yutang and said that Song Yunshu did not lie to her. He is actually Lin Mo. The boy's voice was even. He assured Yutang that he would come to see her after class since she was so eager to put up a fight. His eyes were the same blue as Lin Mo's. Zhao irritatedly asked the young man how dare he tell her untruths. Song Yunshu was already starting to choke. Yutang held her tightly by the scruff of her neck. Out of her last strength, Yunshu squealed that it was really Lin Mo. He had just spent the entire vacation on Wuzhu Mountain and lost weight by training tirelessly. Zhao Yutang loosened her grip slightly and looked at the young man more closely. No, there was certainly something about him that resembled Lin Mo's features, but that was simply impossible. The girl walked up to Lin Mo and tensely scrutinized his face. She clarified if he was really that fat guy. Jun asked her not to call him that again. Yutang was astonished. Outwardly, he was completely different, but the voice, words, and mannerisms really belonged to the Lin Mo she knew before. However, Zhao didn't want to lose her brand. She said that it was better for the young man to stay late after class, regardless of whether he was fat or thin. Song Yunshu said fearfully that she had actually only called Lin Mo over to help him out a little. After all, he doesn't know how to play games at all. Zhao gave the girl an arrogant look. Song Yunshu immediately wanted to hide away from those eyes. Yutang seemed like a huge monster to the girl. She asked how Yunshu even dared to say anything about Lin Mo's game, and who she even was. Zhao reminded the girl that Yunshu used Lin Mo's account to call her. Yutang said that she had never met a more unscrupulous person before. Turning around, Yutang left Yunshu and headed towards the exit of the classroom. Song Yunshu rushed after her and asked her to listen to her. There was actually a world-scale disaster. Yunshu was really deceived by Zhao Yutang for Lin Mo's sake. The girl was immediately approached by her twin sisters and started asking Yunsha how she knew that that handsome young man was actually Lin Mo. Another girl said that Lin couldn't look that good even if he lost weight. A second one suggested that he had plastic surgery. At that moment, a teacher in a strict suit walked into the classroom. Her hair was dyed purple. The teacher asked everyone to get ready for the lesson. Not knowing how best to start the first lesson of the semester, the teacher smiled and said she had no idea how their vacation had gone. Immediately, her smile waned. She saw a very strange student. He was a head taller than the rest of the class, and he was clearly not from this class. The teacher asked what class the one at the last desk was from and what he was doing here. Lin Mo was surprised. It sounded quite rude. Song Yunshu immediately threw her hand up in the air and cried out that it was Lin Mo. It was just that he had gotten into shape during the vacation. The teacher smiled. She did not immediately recognize the young man and said that it must have been very hard for him. The teacher asked if he wanted to change places this semester. Without letting him say a word, Song Yunshu immediately shouted to the whole class that Lin Mo didn't want to change his place. He was fine where he was. He Younghui realized that this was her only chance and shouted that she and Yunshu would like to switch places. An annoyed Yunshu shouted that she didn't want to switch with her. Wang Lu also had her eye on the young man and told the teacher that she had grown older over the vacation, and so she should sit in the back. Yunshu shouted at her to calm down too. The angry girl was now like an aggressive sword warrior. She was willing to hold on to her position with all her might, because she was the only one supporting Lin Mo. The teacher was fed up with the bickering, so she asked everyone to calm down and then demanded that Song Yunshu get up from her seat. The girl was indignant. Holding onto her desk, she sobbed and yelled to the whole class that she didn't want to switch places with anyone. So the two girls forcibly pulled her away by her arms, dragging her around the classroom. Jixuan's neighbor suggested that Lin Mo had had plastic surgery. The young man himself wanted to know how his cousin had managed to become like that. The teacher smiled and said that it was time to settle down. She seated the students by swapping the even numbers, and thus Lin Mo got Li Jian as a roommate. Yunshu was still in disbelief and asked if she should sit in Li Jian's seat. The other girl reassured her and said that now she wouldn't have to eat alone. Jun was pleased with his new neighbor. Li Jian was fat and calm, and the young man was confident that John wouldn't bother him. Song Yunshu moved to her new seat and immediately laid her head on the desk. She sobbed inconsolably and lamented that Lin Mo had been taken away from her. Her deskmate tried to comfort her. The bell rang for recess. The teacher gave the students their homework and said goodbye to them. It was time for recess. Jun stood up from his desk, intending to leave the classroom. He wanted to finally have some peace and quiet. The classmates immediately approached Lin Mo, not hiding their admiration. One of the girls said that he had done a great job. Wang Lu asked for some advice for her brother. Song Yunshu did not hide her disdain and said that they were all hypocrites. She said that they were all hypocrites, because before no one wanted to look at Lin Mo, but now no one wanted to look at him. Yunshu tried to make her way to Lin Mo and said that she had not disliked Mo from the beginning. A classmate held her by the arm, and the other one slapped her angrily. Lin Mo was tired of looking at those classmates fussing around him. He looked at them indifferently and asked them to move away from him. The girls immediately obediently parted in different directions, standing in a straight line. Jun walked past them without looking at anyone. He was tired of being famous. One of the girls got embarrassed. She said that Lin Mo looked really cool when he ignored her. Jixuan boiled up and shouted that she was disgusting. Wang Lu told her that Jixuan is angry, and he Yanhui can't sit on two chairs at the same time. The girl immediately replied that she was choosing Lin Mo. Jun couldn't even walk into the canteen in peace. There were two lines of school children leading to the serving table, and everyone instantly stared at the young man. One of the girls immediately waved her free hand at him and shouted that Lin Mo could stand in that line with her. Jun refused. He said that there was no need to do that. Sun Yunshu immediately ran over and asked her to give up her seat in that case. The classmate refused. Jun realized that he wouldn't be able to live peacefully without attracting attention. He realized that all these schoolgirls were just crazy. Indeed, the girl behind him was admiring the young man's thighs. The schoolgirl in front of Lin Mo was sneakily looking at his legs. John stood quietly in line and didn't strike up conversations with anyone. He just moved forward purposefully without any distractions. Jixuan and Yang Hui stood together in line. Yang Hui looked at the young man thoughtfully and incredulously asked if that guy could be Lin Mo. Jixuan became angry. He rebuked the girl for regretting her choice after Lin changed. Yang Hui laughed and said that she had absolutely no interest in Lin Mo's appearance. Song Yunshu stated that in that case, she wanted to hit on Lin Mo and asked Yang Hui to help. Jixuan was certain that the cousin had just had plastic surgery. Yunshu remarked that it wasn't about how he did it. It's only the impression he makes that plays a role. She said that she liked Lin Mo's character. Yang Hui accused her of hypocrisy. Yunshu didn't care. She wished her legs were as long as Lin Mo's. The girl was even willing to have artificial legs. Yang Hui stood and stared at her opponent expectantly with her hands at her sides. Song Yunshu turned around and exclaimed her determination. Meanwhile, Lin Mo himself decidedly didn't care about any of this. He had waited his turn, took the food with him, and was now leaving the dining hall. Suddenly, he was forced to stop. A girl appeared and stood in his path. Jun looked at her carefully. It was his recent date, Yang Hui, who had contemptuously rejected him in front of everyone and made a fool of him. Jun asked what she wanted. The girl was embarrassed and said she wanted to apologize to him for all the things she had done. She tried to justify that she was very busy with her studies. Lin Mo snorted disdainfully and simply walked past the girl. Yang Hui clearly didn't expect this. She wanted to start a new relationship with a clean slate. When she saw Limo leaving, Yang Hui immediately turned around and called out to the young man, trying to delay him for a while. The young man turned around unhappily and asked what else she wanted. Yang Hui made another attempt and asked to simply apologize. The girl admitted that all the things she had said back then were too hasty. Jun hummed. He wasn't interested at all. He turned around and headed for the exit. The girl said his name quietly in his wake. She couldn't understand why he was so cold to her. Yang Hui was angry with herself. She took it to mean that Lin Mo had changed because of her, so he wouldn't change his mind. The girl came to the conclusion that Lin Mo had not forgiven her. Jun walked out to the deserted schoolyard. He hoped that at least there would be no one on the roof of the school, and he would be alone for a while. Suddenly, he saw a suspiciously familiar silhouette and recognized the girl he had broken a rib to and then called an ambulance. Jun realized that the girl was also heading to the roof of the building. It looked childish, but it turned out that she was once again outsmarting the Emperor. The young man added a step, waving his arms. The bag of food dangled in different directions and rustled. The girl noticed that a man was following her. Turning around, Han Xinyi immediately remembered that fatty on the rooftop, who had prevented her from having so much privacy on the rooftop, and had also hurt her on top of that. But this guy looked so much better than him. He was so handsome that he made the girl blush. Meanwhile, Jun swiftly overtook the girl, waving his arms so violently that the bag almost flew out of his hand. The embarrassed Shinya's heart was relieved. She was glad that the guy hadn't meant to do anything wrong and had just overtaken her. Seeing that he was heading to the same building as Han Xinyi, the girl suspected that he had the same intentions and was going to go to the roof of the building. Han Xinyi immediately ran after the young man. It looked like she was not mistaken. The young man was indeed climbing higher and higher, climbing up and up. Now it was her time to act, and the girl overtook Lin Mo on one of the flights, waving her arms vigorously. Jun looked at her with a puzzled expression. The young man understood. The reason that girl had accelerated so much was that she wanted to squeeze his rightful place on the roof. Therefore, it was necessary to regain balance. Jun added a step and calmly overtook Han Xinyi on the next span. She looked at him angrily. The girl was just angry that this boy was preventing her from going up to the roof. Lin Mo frowned. He wasn't going to give up and give this girl his place on the roof. The guy and the girl understood the situation perfectly correctly, and so they simultaneously broke away from their seats and ran up the stairs. They ran virtually in step, neither of them able to give way to the other, otherwise it threatened to lose the deserted roof space. Lin Mo was starting to piss the girl off. Han Xinyi thought that guys should be more reserved. This one just looked like a crazy young man. Xinyi couldn't understand why Lin Mo was running so fast. She couldn't give in to him. If she lost, it would be an embarrassment to all the girls. The boy and the girl continued to rush down the stairs, going up and down one flight at a time. They squinted at each other with distaste. At one of the playgrounds, they met some girl, but they ran so fast that the girl, instead of the schoolchildren, saw only a column of dust which they raised. Han Xinyi angrily asked the young man what was the matter and why he was running away. Waving his arms with all his might, Jun replied that she was doing the same thing. The girl shouted that she only ran because he himself started running. Lin Mo snapped back that she was sick, and his running had nothing to do with her. Han Xinyi became enraged. She angrily asked why the young man was calling her sick right now. She could barely restrain herself from tearing the mortal immediately. Jun lunged forward a bit, and Xinyi shouted back that a guy who was always fighting and arguing with girls was in danger of never getting married. Jun contemptuously thought that she didn't understand anything. After all, he is a tall man, and an emperor besides, and he simply can't afford to get married. The young man asked where she finds the strength to argue with him. The girl has no manners. At the same time, she tries to pick up strange guys. Having overcome the last span, the guy and the girl ran out to the finish line. Straight ahead was an open door leading to the roof. They both decided that there was no way they were going to lose. Seeing that Lin Mo had almost reached the roof, Han Xinyi grasped the riser of the door with her fingertips and blocked the passage with her last strength. In the same second, Joan blocked the girl's path, holding onto the door on the other side. Now neither of them could get out before the other. Han Xinyi jammed her elbow against the door, trying to push the young man's hand away. She demanded to give way to her. Lin Mo replied that it was his place, so she should step aside. There was no other way out. Jun decided that he would have to use brute force. He dodged and pushed the girl away, touching her chest with his elbow. Xinyi blushed and backed away. Making his way to the roof exit, the young man once again casually touched his hand, as the door to the roof was too narrow for two people. Han Xinyi indignantly wailed that Lin Mo was just a pervert. Her face was simply purple with shame. The worst part was that the girl had lost her advantage. Jun knew without her shouting that he had touched something soft, and he thought for a few seconds but still quickly returned to his goal. Taking advantage of the girl's confusion, Lin Mo unhinderedly ran out onto the roof of the building, securing a spot behind him. Jun turned to Han Xinyi and informed the girl that she had lost today. This was now his territory, and she could go wherever she wanted. The blushing girl indignantly exclaimed that Lin Mo was cocky and simply had no idea who he was dealing with. Han Xinyi added that this was not all. In addition, the young man had unceremoniously touched her breasts and insulted her. Jun couldn't bear the insolence and gave the girl a powerful slap. His left cheek was now burning with pain and resentment. The enraged Lin Mo also shouted that Xinyi herself had pressed her breasts against his arm and she was just a terrible liar. The girl's eyes opened wide in surprise. Xinyi had completely forgotten that men were very vulnerable in this world. If he was too calm, it would be suspicious. As it is, it's fine. He's a mere mortal. The girl clenched her fingers into a fist and lunged at the young man. Lin Mo was getting annoyed that the girl was still here and not going anywhere. He defiantly pulled out his phone and said that he would call the police now. Xinyi was indignant and shouted that she was just furious. If only a little more, she would really wring the neck of that damned mortal who dared to cross her path. Jun was already looking at the girl calmly and asked why she was still here. He assumed that Xinyi intended to do something. Han Xinyi blanched. She really was ready to slaughter this mortal here, or at least throw him down from the roof to crash. But the girl remembered in time that in this world, society despises women who beat men. Then she would not be allowed anywhere. Han Xinyi came to the conclusion that she couldn't stay in school even if she taught this young man a little lesson in politeness and beat him up. It was hard for her to control her emotions. It was obvious that Lin Mo was just provoking the girl. Xinyi really wanted to respond rudely to rudeness. Barely containing herself, the girl declared that she would spare Lin Mo this time. She warned that the next time they met would end badly for the young man. Turning around to leave, Han Xinyi said goodbye and proudly walked away, shouting one last time that men and bad men were very difficult to bring up. Jun looked at the exit from the roof with suspicion. He considered his job done. Unfortunately, this girl had caused him a lot of trouble. A notification came to his phone, and the young man realized that there was a continuation of the morning news bulletin. He immediately started scrolling through the news. The first reference caused Lin Mo to be seriously surprised. This was uncharacteristic of the world he was in now. The news reported a horrible virus that hit a local poultry farm. As a result, thousands of chickens died overnight. With only a glimpse of the photo to the news, Jun immediately realized what the matter was here. None of the local viruses could cause such evil in a short period of time. The young man suspected that the demon lord's sturdy sword was to blame. Anyone who touched it would instantly dry up their bones. Apparently, she was the one who had done the work. Jun recalled that in the last battle, the demon lord had been destroyed along with Void. His emperor sword had also been destroyed. The emperor had then been reborn in this world. The young man assumed that the demon lord was also alive. Jun was so angered by his guess that he broke his chopsticks with anger. The difference was that to restore his powers, the overlord killed demons. The emperor had chosen the heavenly path for himself and could not allow the overlord to regain his strength. Lin Mo sat on the rooftop and leafed through the news further. One had to scroll through the feed to the end to see the situation for today in its entirety. The sun had already set when he came downstairs. The windows of the school had darkened, and the light was no longer shining through them. The schoolyard was empty. Jun went back to the classroom to get his things. Some girl said that he was very handsome and she liked him a lot. Junshu asked her to calm down and not to attract attention. Song Yunshu happily asked Lin Mo if he would play with Sis Zhao today and said that she would gladly give him a ride home. The young man coldly told the girl that it was not worth it. Without giving up hope, Yunshu quickly caught up with Lin Mo and started walking beside him, telling him that it was better to go together. She asked him not to pay attention to Zhao because she was a predator. The girl told a story about a guy who was cheated by his classmates. He jumped off the roof the next day out of resentment. Mo Lin confessed to Song Yunshu that he didn't really intend to play with Yu Tang. The girl snuggled closer to him with joy. Jun asked her not to do that again. Yunshu became embarrassed and pretended to cough. She tried to explain to the young man that he had actually misunderstood her. Song Yunshu remembered that there was another very important matter, and her eyes went to her forehead. She asked the young man to stay a little longer and discuss it. Yunshu shouted out if he was still going to play with Zhao Yutang. This time the young man didn't even turn towards her. He said that he was in a big hurry. Song Yunshu indignantly squealed that Yutang had been after him all vacation, and so was unlikely to just let go. Jun said that they could talk later. Realizing that she couldn't hold the young man back, Song Yunshu said that he could safely go about his business. She would explain everything to Sis Yutang herself. Suddenly an interesting thought occurred to the girl. If she helped Lin Mo, he would definitely thank Yunshu and his affection for her would grow. Sung Yunshu immediately imagined a cute, shy young man thanking her fervently after all she had done for him. The girl instantly smiled. After leaving school, the young man decided not to postpone the important matter for long and immediately called a cab. The yellow car arrived a few minutes later. Jun knew that the chicken farm was not far from the outskirts of the city. He hoped to find the demon lord there and kill her without letting her soul recover. When the cab arrived at its destination, the sun had already almost set, casting long shadows. Lin Mo got out of the cab and looked around. He realized that he had not fully recovered his imperial power. At least it was possible to use at least what he had. Jun chose a spot and stopped, applying concentric circle magic. This was to help in locating the demon. Suddenly, the young man found what he needed, and without any magic. The demon lord didn't even try to hide. Her violet aura blazed over the entire bird farm, and only a lazy person would not pay attention to it, not counting mere mortals. Feeling this cold demonic energy, Jun realized that Han Xinyi had actually managed to survive that battle. The young man turned around when he caught sight of a fast-approaching vehicle. A black sports bike was speeding down the road. Jun looked at the driver perplexedly. He didn't understand who else would think of coming here at such a late hour. A black motorcycle pulled off the road and gently slowed down at the young man's feet. Only now did Lin Mo realize that this bike looked like Yu Tang's motorcycle. It was indeed her. The girl took off her motorcycle helmet and said that she had seen the young man from a distance, and that was why she was going so fast. Her patience was breaking. Unable to hold back, Yu Tang shouted that grown-up guys like him had no business coming here. Jun didn't understand what she meant. Moreover, he was interested in their meeting. It was hardly accidental. Most likely, Zhao had been following him, and had even come to the outskirts of the city to talk to him. The young man explained that he called a cab home, and halfway there realized that the driver was trying to drive him out of town. Immediately thereafter, he jumped out of the vehicle. An angry Yu Tang explained that he wasn't the same fat guy anymore, and he needed to be careful of women who were only after him. There were even news reports about teenagers being kidnapped and taken out of town and left in basements. She asked the young man not to get into trouble. Yu Tang asked him to remember it better, and asked if he remembered the license plate number. She would be able to call the police. Jun replied that he didn't look at the license plate number. The girl said it was nothing. She just had some things to do, and then she'd pick him up. Holding the helmet in his hands, Jun thought that the girl appeared because of the magic here, most likely. This world was starting to get more and more interesting. At this moment, the young man saw Zhao Yutang returning to him. Apparently, she was a little nervous because she was rubbing the sleeves of her jacket. The girl said it was very hard to lose weight and asked me to give her the motorcycle helmet. She looked directly at the young man as if she wanted to tell him something. Jun immediately handed the girl her futuristic motorcycle helmet that looked like an astronaut helmet from a sci-fi movie. Yu Tang asked the young man not to move. The girl explained that he might cause her some trouble, so she had to do so. The girl's motorcycle helmet surprisingly harmonized with Lin Mo's black suit, and it really surprised the motorcyclist. For a few seconds, all her rudeness evaporated somewhere, and Yu Tang looked at the young man with loving eyes. She even managed to look a little embarrassed. Lin Mo was standing by her bike, and the girl thought at that moment that this guy looked way cooler than all those bikers on the internet. Meanwhile, the young man decided to try out his headgear. He gently tapped the top of the motorcycle helmet with his index finger. To the touch, the helmet seemed very fragile, and Lin Mo doubted that this helmet could save someone's life in case something happened. Zhao Yutang continued to admire the young man and kept her eyes on him. She liked the fat man a lot more now. Suddenly, she caught herself thinking the wrong thing at all. The girl's eyebrows furrowed momentarily, and she was angry with herself. Yu Tang decided to take out her anger on the young man and wailed for him to stop banging on his helmet. If Lin Mo broke it, the girl would just throw the young man away somewhere along the road. She was still angry, so she shouted one last time that Lin Mo was a jerk. The young man couldn't understand the reason for this behavior and just pondered. After observing the girl, Lin Mo realized that she was heading straight towards the source of energy. And it wasn't like an ordinary coincidence. The young man threw off the helmet that the girl treasured so dearly and rushed after her. He suspected that something strange was going on there, and he needed to check it out. Meanwhile, Zhao Yutang had reached the poultry farm area, which was fenced with black and yellow tape around the perimeter. She realized that this was the place. The girl ducked down and walked inside, lifting the fence tape slightly. She looked around intently. An elderly woman with a broom came into view, cleaning up the area. The woman looked at the girl suspiciously. She asked what the girl here needed. Zhao Yutang silently gave her a cold stare and looked at the woman closely. Zhao had a gun in his hands. The girl pulled it out just in case. There was no telling what was really going on here. Yutang immediately took aim at the woman and said that it was very brave for the woman to see Zhao Yutang and not run away while doing so. The woman started to back up and fell on her heel. She said fearfully that the girl had better not mess around with the gun because it was against the law. Yutang smirked and said that she, a cultivator, had nothing to say about the law. After all, she was the one who violated them all the time. The woman explained that she did not do it at all, but just worked on a poultry farm. The girl simply mistook her for someone else. At that moment, the woman's crooked knife treacherously popped out of her sleeve before she could stealthily catch it and hide it back. Zhao Yutang reacted immediately and immediately shot towards the woman. A deafening shot rang out and the bullet flew straight into the target. The woman clasped her injured hand with her palm and frightenedly begged for mercy. Yutang reached her goal. Now the woman couldn't use the knife. It was lying under her injured arm. Zhao Yutang walked over to the woman and noted that it was time to tell everything. The girl raised 2 fingers up, and a cloud of energy formed around them. The girl's eyes lit up with sinister lights. Meanwhile, the energy blob spread out in different directions and took the shape of the sword Yutang was holding. The girl swung her sword downward, cleaving the air. The sword was now a tangible object instead of a ghostly weapon. At the sight of the sword, the woman shrieked that she wasn't hurting anyone. She was just raising chickens. She assured me that she had no spiritual energy. Yutang said in mockery that the woman was improving animals today and would start on humans tomorrow. She asked if the woman had thought about improving Zhao. Yutang has actually practiced a little, but she is full of talent, and her path to perfection can be compared to a monk's self-cultivation for 10 years. The woman finally looked up and thought for a moment, then exclaimed that the girl was right. Her voice didn't sound frightened now. In a jubilant voice, the woman cried out that she should have guessed it herself. She stretched out her hands with curled fingers. At their ends were claws. The woman rushed into the attack with a smile on her face. She exclaimed that after she defeated Zhao Yutang, her own strength would increase many times over. The girl replied that the woman had a pretty good idea. She intercepted her sword and positioned it horizontally, preparing to attack. A yellow glow spilled over her weapon. Yutang decided to attack first and promptly ran from the spot. Now the girl was sure that this woman was the one she was looking for. Zhao Yutang ran towards the woman, who turned out to be a monster. The girl shouted that the woman could not defeat her. Yutang was just in time. By the time she stuck her sword into the woman's torso, the woman had already turned into a black monster with paws and claws. Jun watched their fight, hiding behind the corner of the building. He realized that things were not good at all. This energy strongly resembled the aura of a demonic sword. Meanwhile, the female monster transformed further. She grew taller and taller, with a bird's beak instead of a nose. Against her, Yutang's sword seemed like a dagger. The monster continued to grow rapidly in size. The woman's ears turned into donkey ears, and large purple horns grew above them. Zhao Yutang was now angry. She hadn't met cultivators of this level before, and this meant that she would have a lot of work to do. Huge lilac wings formed behind the monster's back, and the girl was stunned. She had never seen anything like it before. The monster resembled a huge horned rooster. The monster loomed menacingly over the girl, treading heavily on the ground. The ground shook with each step, as if in an earthquake. Zhao Yutang noticed in time that the monster was preparing to attack her. Frowning her eyebrows, she stared at the monster with all her eyes, watching its movements carefully. During the attack, the girl dodged to the side in time, and it saved her life. Something barely perceptible to the human eye whizzed past. It was a powerful energy wave that could quietly demolish half of the building. Yutang watched the monster in surprise. She realized that a single blow of that strength would be enough for her. This made the girl very angry. She realized that she had only one option left. The monster had no time to think. He was advancing inexorably on the girl and had already swung his powerful paw into a huge fist. Zhao Yutang extended 2 fingers forward and materialized a spiritual sword talisman between them. No bigger than a business card, it shone dazzlingly like the sun. The girl made a lightning lunge towards the monster and ordered the spirit sword talisman to immediately attack the enemy. The monster obviously did not expect such a repulse, and so the talisman reached its goal, hitting it on the head. The demon roared in surprise and fell to the ground. Zhao Yutang cheered. Her maneuver had succeeded. She had defeated the monster, and now she could celebrate her victory. The girl was pleased with herself. Suddenly, she noticed that the defeated demon's eyelid began to twitch, and he opened his eye. Yutang was surprised. It shouldn't be like this. The enraged monster swung at the girl with redoubled force. The demon now had to avenge his humiliation. The monster approached too quickly, and Zhao Yutang had no time to do anything. In one leap, the demon reached its target and hit the girl with all its might. The impact was so powerful that Yutang flew into the brick wall of the building. The wall immediately cracked in different directions. The girl moaned in terrible pain. Her mouth was bleeding. Yutang couldn't believe that this could happen to her. Her eyes were slowly going out. Zhao Yutang could barely stay on her feet. To her regret, the girl had to admit that she was defeated on this groove. The demon was happy and continued to step on Yutang. Now he could afford to tread leisurely. The girl would no longer escape. Suddenly, Lin Mo was between the opponents. The girl was very surprised at his appearance, for it was akin to suicide. Jun looked confidently in front of him and was ready to fight the demon. Zhao Yutang easily recognized that mortal fatty in the young man, and this surprised her greatly. After all, even she was unable to do anything to this demon. The girl wailed exasperatedly that Lin Mo had absolutely nothing to do here, and needed to get the hell out of here as soon as possible if he wanted to live. Jun turned slightly in her direction and said that the girl should just trust him. Yutang shouted that he shouldn't look back. Lin Mo concentrated and summoned a yellow-colored magical glow around him. With each passing second, it grew brighter and brighter. Soon it was impossible to look at him without covering his eyes. The young man's aura was brighter than 1,000 suns. This picture made the powerful demon tremble with terror. His eyes reflected genuine fear. The monster realized who he was dealing with. Recognizing the great and terrible emperor as his opponent, the demon immediately stopped his attack and tried to slow down as quickly as possible. His eyes stared at the enemy with a hunted look. Zhao Yutang was even more surprised and asked the young man why the monster had stopped. It would never have occurred to her that Lin Mo was not here by chance. Jun continued to dazzle the demon with his sun-like aura and watched him very carefully, so he didn't answer the girl immediately. The young man shifted his gaze to the demon's clawed paw. It was tapping its claws on the ground impatiently and nervously. Its entire body was trembling. That was the way it was supposed to be. Lin Mo replied that the demon had stopped because of his presence. This was the truth. To the demon, the emperor now seemed like a mere giant compared to him. There was no way to escape. The young man's powerful golden aura was destroying the monster from within and made it suffer unbearably. He couldn't stand it and fell to the ground in agony. The last thing the dying demon saw was the emperor towering over him in his snow-white robes with gold inlays. That was the end of the demon's life. The strength left his body, and he closed his eyes forever. The enemy was too strong. The energy emanating from Lin Mo was so strong that even Zhao Yutang could barely cope. It was hard for her to breathe near the dazzling aura. The girl furrowed her eyebrows and stared at the young man. It was clear to her now that this fat man was not an ordinary young man. The demon simply melted before their eyes under the influence of the powerful imperial force. He turned into that woman and indignantly thought that the opponent was not easy. At the same time, in the Giyuan Temple in Laobei City, behind closed doors, monks were diligently comprehending spiritual science. The female devotees sat on special cushions in lotus posture. Their silhouettes were reflected in the mirrored marble of the floor. With her eyes closed, the mentor talked about the Taoists. She reminded us that within the temple walls, the top 3 most important things include promoting morality, correcting discipline, and attaining immortal karma. Suddenly, the Mother Superior's eyes opened wide. She heard a resounding sound, as if a bell were ringing nearby. All the novices stood up as well. One of them asked the master why the Yuandao bell was ringing. The other said that the bell only rings when something important happens. The massive bronze bell on the roof of the pagoda rang louder and louder. Now the master realized that the sound was coming from there, and there was no mistake. The prioress immediately knelt down and stood like that for a while, much to the surprise of her novices. She continued to mutter something to herself. The novices were frightened and immediately ran up to the abbess of the convent. One of the girls asked the master anxiously what was going on. The mentor couldn't get a word out for a long time. It was the woman from the farm. As if she had come to her senses, she told the novices that a great rebirth was taking place. Meanwhile, at the poultry farm, June looked around in surprise. The demon lord had disappeared somewhere without a trace, and the young man couldn't find her anywhere. Seeing the demon's body lying on the ground, Lin Mo thought that the monster had lost its spiritual strength too quickly. It was most likely just a fragment. But it didn't matter much at the moment. The young man held out his palm, and the fragment began to slowly flow into it, forming a lilac-colored crystal. Now all the power of the demon fragment belonged to the young man. All of its energy had left the man's body, making him a useless gray mass. After carefully examining the crystal, Jun realized that this could be a serious test for him. But the thing was, even such a fragment could benefit the young man. It was now necessary to figure out who Zhao Yutang really was. The young man saw that she had a huge potential of undiscovered talents. The girl couldn't take her amorous eyes off the young man. She embarrassedly clasped her hands between her knees and admired Lin Mo's ethereal beauty. Jun surrounded himself with a yellow aura that consisted of runic symbols and ordered the girl to forget absolutely everything she had seen today. The golden circle of runes was so bright that it was reflected even in Yutang's green eyes that were wide open with surprise. At the same moment, the girl collapsed to the ground face down. After the battle with the demon, she was very tired and couldn't stand on her feet. After reading the girl's information, Jun learned that she was 17 years old. Even in the immortal world, she could be called a genius among cultivators. On the other hand, it indicated that Yutang had special abilities. But in this world, all of a person's talents don't matter. Suddenly, the young man felt the faint throbbing of his heart. The rhythm of his heartbeat was getting faster by the minute, and Linmo found it hard to breathe. A terrible pain pierced his body. His heart seemed to be beating so hard that it was about to explode inside his body. Jun immediately realized that it was because of the fragment he had put in his pocket. The young man hoped that it wouldn't hurt too much. Holding his heart, Linmo walked away from the chicken farm, which was fenced off by a black and yellow ribbon. He had to hurry back home. Suddenly, two tall girls of athletic build appeared in his way. One of them told him that he was a very handsome boy. The second girl with fiery red hair put her arm around Linmo's shoulder and offered to take him to an interesting place. Jun advised her not to cling to him. The girls immediately grabbed his hands and pinned him behind his back. The second girl asked Linmo why he was being so rude and stubborn. To the young man's great regret, his strength was already running out. Therefore, he could not resist two strong hooligans. The girl in the brown t-shirt hugged the young man's neck and affectionately suggested in his ear that he submit to them. Jun couldn't understand the reason for her popularity. At this moment, Zhao Yutang walked over to them, needing her hands. The young man suggested that the girls play a little with his little sister. The girl with red hair smiled. She was starting to like it. It was more fun with two than with one. Yutang had no intention of joking around. She immediately adopted a fighting stance and ordered the girls to get out of her sight. Since the girls didn't take the hint right away, the redhead immediately received a glancing blow on the cheek. She looked at her assailant in surprise. The girl tried to give Yutang a good punch in return, but she quickly crouched down and delivered a lightning-fast counterattack to the fire-haired girl's jaw. Without giving a break, Yutang immediately punched the girl's torso with all her might. She hit the girl's solar plexus, and the girl fell down. Her brown-shirted friend got angry and shouted that she was about to kill the girl. She was much larger than Zhao Yutang and quickly rushed at her. Without much thought, Zhao chose the right moment and slammed her heel into the angry lady's chin with all her might. After dealing with the arrogant girls, Yutang shifted her gaze to Linmo. He was standing there calmly looking at the girl. She squealed that Linmo should not have stood a pillar, but should have immediately punched him as soon as he saw him. Yutang was surprised that Jun didn't even try to resist. She explained that she had to aim for the chest, and wondered if the young man knew anything about male self-defense. Jun thought she must not be interested in that. Zhao Yutang immediately turned around and said that it was time for them to go. Linmo needed to be brought back. Today was already too strange today. Jun was twirling the motorcycle helmet in his hands, hesitating to put it on, because it was much more important to Yutang as a driver. Zhao Yutang irritatedly asked who allowed the young man to take off his helmet in the first place. She demanded to put it back on. They didn't have much time. The girl got on the bike and Jun took a seat behind her. There was nothing to hold onto, so he had to put his hands on the girl's waist. Jun decided that he would gently hold onto the girl's tank top to avoid touching her exposed stomach and back. Yutang got angry and shouted that Linmo should hug her waist harder. The speed of the motorcycle should not be underestimated. After making sure the young man was tight enough against her and holding on securely, Yutang started the bike and warmed up the engine at low revs. They were rushing down a deserted highway at night. There was no one around for miles around. Just the two of them on the bike and two yellow headlights illuminating the way. Jun thought that in his world, hugging a girl like this was considered indecent. Here, a guy could easily take the initiative to hug a girl he didn't know. Zhao Yutang didn't pay any attention to it and thought about the fact that the bike wasn't flying as fast as she wanted. But after refining the sword, she would be able to fly even faster. No one was sleeping in the Lin family's house. It was already dark and all the windows in the house were lit. The street was completely empty. All the residents were enjoying the comfort of home at this late hour. Soon, Yutang delivered the young man home and stopped not far from his mansion. The rubber of the bike squealed resentfully because of the quick stop. Jun took off his helmet and gave it to the girl. He thanked Yutang for giving him a ride and offered to pay the fare. The girl got angry and asked who Linmo thought she was. Carelessly taking her helmet and twirling it around her finger, Zhao asked if the fatty was sweating in her helmet. Jun got angry and exclaimed that he had already asked her not to call him that. Zhao Yutang looked at the young man thoughtfully and replied that she couldn't even remember how fat he was before. Suddenly she remembered something. Her eyes widened with surprise. Zhao looked at Lin Mo angrily. She indignantly said that the cunning Lin Mo had managed to trick her around again. The young man couldn't help but cluck his tongue in surprise. It was just like that. Zhao Yutang recalled that she had asked him to wait for her after class. Instead, he ran away, and at the poultry farm, they met it all by chance. This took the young man by surprise. He was not prepared for such questions, and he had to think of something plausible. Jun replied that his family forced him to go home right after school because you can't stay alone on the street for long. Especially Yutang wouldn't let him go afterwards anyway. He added that as a girl it wasn't very difficult for Yutang to stand up to guys. Zhao hesitated and finally blurted out that it was just a big deal. At that moment, a cell phone ringtone played in her pocket. She immediately pulled it out and took a quick look to see who was calling. Zhao Yutang moved slightly away from the young man and informed the caller that it was over. The voice on the other end of the wire began to express its doubts. The girl listened to the caller and said that her target today appeared to be a very strong creature. Zhao said that she couldn't give details right now. Yutang quickly put on her black helmet and saddled the bike. The girl cheerfully said goodbye to the young man and said that she had a lot of things to do, but she remembered everything. Yutang started the engine and rushed on. She really had a lot of things to do today, and everything had to be done today. After traveling for some distance, Zhao Yutang decided to stop. She couldn't just keep going, something was bothering her. The girl took off her motorcycle helmet and looked at it suspiciously. It was all about him. The helmet continued to hold the scent of Lin Mo's shampoo, and this for some unknown reason caused the girl to be confused. The confused Yutang had not experienced such feelings before. Jun stood outside his house for a while with his eyes closed. Needing to go home and recover his breath, he was a little tired. Suddenly, someone called out to him, and the young man reluctantly opened his eyes. It was his cousin, Jixuan. He was always dissatisfied with something. Jixuan strolled down the street with He Yang-hui, and assumed that young Master Lin Mo was looking for a girlfriend again. Jun remained silent. Yang Hui was a little concerned. She noted that Jixuan's expression wasn't quite right, but Zhao Yutang was actually an interesting girl. Jun turned the other way, saying that it was boring. Jixuan immediately wanted to jump into the fray, but Yang Hui put both hands around his arm and stopped him. Jun walked into the house. He could finally afford to relax a little. The demon wouldn't track him down so quickly. From exhaustion, the young man sat down simply on the bare floor and rested against the riser of the door. He heaved a sigh of relief. The strange day was drawing to its close. Jun tiredly thought that he could no longer afford to use his soul power. In that case, it could seriously harm his body. The young man took out a purple demon fragment from his pocket and thought that not all was lost. He could practice with the sword fragment. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. Jun reluctantly pulled himself away from his thoughts and got up from the floor. The knocking continued at the door. Without the slightest idea who it could be, the young man went to the door and after some thought opened it. Strangely enough, it was He Yang-hui. She looked at Lin Mo warmly and confessed that she had actually come here just for him. Jun was simply puzzled. After all, the girl is dating Jixuan. There is no reason for her to come to Lin Mo's place. The young man wondered if this was how many teenagers in this world could act. Yang Hui started to justify that she had always liked Lin Mo. It was just that she was only starting to realize it now because of the contrast in the cousins' characters. The girl smiled and asked to go with her. She promised that they would get engaged next year and get married right after graduation. Jun immediately slammed the door in front of Yang Hui's nose with force. With a current of air, the girl's hair was thrown back. From the surprise, Yang Hui was a bit confused. She shouted through the closed door that this time she, Yan Hui, was speaking completely sincerely and could even swear to it if necessary. Jun kept pondering over the girl's words. He thought that Yang Hui wanted to marry him in order to embarrass him in front of the entire imperial family. Jun used to think that the improvement of his mental state had reached its limit. But today, the most ordinary words were able to hook his heart. The young man sat on his bed in the lotus position, closing his eyes. With willpower, he held the crystal in the air. Jun tuned himself to only think about improving himself. The next day came. The first half of the day flew by very quickly and it was time for refreshment. As soon as the bell rang for the big break, Jun stood up from his desk heading to the cafeteria. His classmates blocked his way and offered to eat with him. The young man did not seem to see or hear the girls. He shoved his hands in his pockets and walked on by. One of the girls said that he was just a pretty ice cube. The first girl noticed with embarrassment that Lin Mo was getting prettier every day. The third girl noted glumly that she still had friends. There were already quite a few students gathered in the school cafeteria. Most of them had already taken their food and occupied the tables. There were 2 girls and 3 young men sitting at one of them. Jixuan was also at this table. The young man was sitting against the wall, and he had a good view of the hall. He Yang Hui watched the object of her passion. Some girl she didn't know was proposing to Lin Mo to meet her. Yang Hui warily watched the developments. The girl with pigtailed and ashy hair kept trying to persuade the young man to go with her and offered to eat together. Jun flatly refused. Jixuan told a classmate that a girl shouldn't eat alone, even if she is beautiful. The latter told him that he had asked Lin Mo about his miraculous weight loss, and went unanswered. Yang Hui couldn't calmly hear the mention of her lover. For a while she endured and sat at the table, struggling with her feelings. Still she couldn't stand it and stood up from the table. Yang Hui couldn't let that stranger take Lin Mo away from her. The girl smiled and told everyone that she was about to invite him to their table, especially since they were in the same class. Jixuan became furious and grabbed the girl's arm. He shouted that she knew their feud perfectly well, yet Yang Hui still called the young man to their table. The girl snatched her hand away and ran away from Jixuan. She was very worried that Lin Mo would see this scene and understand everything completely wrong. The exasperated young man shouted back to Yang Hui that she may not return to their table now that she was going after that guy. Yang Hui didn't pay attention to all the shouting and screaming. She could already see herself in Lin Mo's arms. She was willing to sacrifice anything for this. Yang Hui had walked over to Lin Mo and was now standing next to that stranger. Each of them was trying to get the young man's attention. Lin Mo was only annoyed by these annoying women. At that moment, another challenger appeared. She loudly called the fat man to her. Everyone present was familiar with that authoritative voice. Jun also immediately recognized Zhao Yutang from her voice and frowned. She was the only thing missing here. They wouldn't even let him eat a snack in peace. The girl was serious. She sat at her table sprawled out, and demanded the young man to come over to her immediately. No one can have the right to Lin Mo. Of course, this attracted everyone's attention, and every student tried to at least sneak a peek at what was going on. One of the pupils walked nearby as if by chance. Another guy whispered to his comrade that Lin Mo from their class had been captured by Zhao Yutang. The latter pointed out that this has happened before. The ugly guy becomes handsome and starts to be noticed. Yang Hui was ready to tear her hair out of helplessness. After all, everyone likes Lin Mo, and Yutang is no exception, and this girl would definitely not be able to handle her. Jun was displeased. After all, he had already repeatedly asked Yutang not to call him fatty anymore, but the girl stubbornly continues. Suddenly the young man noticed a more important object and shifted his attention to a very different black-haired girl. It was his recent acquaintance Han Xinyi, and she was walking quickly through the dining room towards the exit. Jun followed her movements. And then the young man realized that she could only go so fast to the roof. He had to catch up with the girl and be the first to take the coveted place at the top. Zhao Yutang didn't know what was going on, and so she watched Lin Mo, who immediately ran away from the school canteen after asking her to come over with great surprise. Song Yunshu pounded her fist on the table with anger and declared that there was no way to approach the fat man since he was handsome. She resented Lin Mo for thinking too much of himself. Zhao Yutang was getting angrier and angrier. She pulled out her cell phone and found Lin Mo's phone number in the address book. No one dared to ignore her. After dialing the right number, an enraged Yutang yelled into the phone that she was giving Lin Mo one last chance. She would be waiting for him after school, and he had better not run away from her. This time, Jun was too late. This time, the entrance to the roof was covered crosswise with small white belts, and it was clearly done by that girl. The young man was surprised. He removed both belts from the door and walked over to Han Xinyi. The girl was sitting on the rooftop enjoying her food as if nothing had happened. Xinyi had already laid out a small, square green mat. She made herself comfortable on it and told the young man that she was the first to arrive today, so he should leave. Jun didn't move from his seat. He told Han Xinyi that he had won last time, so the rooftop seat was his by right. The girl replied that last time the young man had let her go. Xinyi assumed that Lin Mo knew then that he would win against her. Jun told the girl that she should just go downstairs and leave. She shouldn't come back for a loss. Han Xinyi turned purple with anger. She said indignantly that he was forcing her to leave and wondered what else he might think of. The girl warned that in the future it might come to marriage. Jun calmly replied to the girl that she simply had nothing more to say. Therefore, he is forced to fight with her again for a spot on the roof. Han Xinyi smirked. A plan instantly formed in her mind. The girl realized how she could teach this arrogant young man a lesson. She pulled out a small case and showed it to the young man. The girl's eyes lit up with excitement. Han Xinyi exclaimed that they would settle their dispute with this. Jun looked into the case, trying to understand what was so interesting in it. The girl herself looked suspiciously cheerful, as if she was sure of her victory beforehand. Han Xinyi's mood had actually changed. It seemed like her eyes were even smiling. The girl looked at her opponent thoughtfully. Sitting down on her mat, Xinyi immediately unfolded a large paper game board. It was divided into many squares, with some places marked with knot points. Just then, the girl pressed her case of playthings to the ground, motioning for the young man to join her. Han Xinyi asked Lin Mo if he would play. The girl promised that if he won, she would leave the rooftop. In addition, Xinyi would fulfill one wish of his. Jun leisurely sat down opposite and placed his food next to him. He told the girl that she was simply unable to satisfy his desire. Han Xinyi laughed. Of course, this boy couldn't even imagine her skills, acquired over tens of thousands of years of playing Go with her clone. Jun was thinking roughly the same thing. He arrogantly pondered the fact that the Emperor simply could not have any opponents. The girl didn't even realize who she was facing. Both opponents were confident of their victory and predicted a short game for their opponent. In fact, at the same time, they thought it was time to start the game. After placing the white and black chips on the playing field, Han Xinyi and Lin Mo started the battle. The girl held the white chip with her index finger and moved it with her other finger. Jun took a closer look at the playing field, assessing the direction of his opponent. He thought for a moment and moved one of his black chips by one division. After a while, the playing field was densely covered with black and white chips. The power was roughly equal, with Han Xinyi winning 1 point. Jun's first thought was that the girl was not an easy opponent. He assumed that the girl used to be a master of Go. Han Xinyi herself had not expected that the boy could be such a strong Go player. It was just awful that he had resisted her for so long. A little more time passed. The sun was beginning to set and was getting lower. The young man's cell phone rang in his pocket. The girl looked at the playing field and couldn't find a way out. She needed to gain a clear advantage over her opponent. Xinyi thought about it and began to chew her nails nervously. After examining her position, the girl concluded that she just needed to be a little more careful, or she might lose. She was angry that the young man was not inferior in strength. As it happened, the boy was also teasing her. He suggested the girl admit defeat since she couldn't handle it. Xinyi snapped back that he could give up himself. The girl decided to go tricky and said that the class has been over for a long time. He was too proud to admit defeat and would sit for a long time, but it would soon get dark. The tune of the phone in the young man's pocket played again. He didn't even flinch and continued to do battle with the girl. There was too much at stake. Jun frowned his eyebrows and decided that there was no way the girl would be able to make him admit defeat. Even if it was a draw, he still had to win. It occurred to Han Xinyi that in this world, guys shouldn't go home late at night, or else they might get into big trouble. She immediately took out her phone and pointed the camera at the playing field, selecting the desired shooting mode. The young man looked at the girl in surprise. Han Xinyi explained that she wanted to take a picture of the location of their chips so that they could continue the game tomorrow. Jun agreed. He needed to rest as well. The girl started to get up from her green mat and told the young man that he could leave the roof now. They were done for the day. Suddenly, Han Xinyi realized that she couldn't stand on her feet. She had been sitting in the same position all day, and her legs were very stiff. The girl's helplessness almost made her cry. It was not enough to fall here in front of that arrogant boy, and he would mock her again. At that very moment, her knees failed. Her legs gave out, and she began to fall right on top of the surprised young man. Han Xinyi jabbed her breasts right into the young man's nose. Lin Mo's eyes widened in amazement. It was too tempting. The touch was pleasant, but it didn't last long. Jun didn't even know what to compare it to. It occurred to the young man that it was most like a juicy, lush cake. Zhao Yutang tried unsuccessfully to call the young man. She sat on the mat and drank tea, patiently listening to the operator who asked her to stay on the line. Han Xinyi instantly jumped away from the young man. The numbness in her legs went away from her anger, and she embarrassedly covered her chest with her hands. Lin Mo held his head. He was also uncomfortable. As it turned out, the young man had misunderstood her. Jun put his thumb and middle finger together, about to slap Xinyi. The girl realized this and frowned. At the same moment, Lin Mo straightened his fingers and flicked Han Xinyi's forehead hard. The girl was ready to cry with pain and resentment. Jun turned around to leave and demanded to never attack him again. He said that he could sue Xinyi anyway. The girl was enraged. This was crossing all boundaries. She rubbed the bruised spot and thought with annoyance that this was the second time she had lost her seat. Han Xinyi promised herself that she would take revenge as soon as her strength was fully restored. Evening had come. The girl was still sitting on the rooftop, pondering game tactics that would help her gain a quick advantage and humiliate the mortal boy. When Jun walked out of the school building, his phone rang once again. The young man already knew who was calling him. But now he wasn't busy. He could talk. Lin Mo took out his cell phone. Of course it was her, Zhao Yutang. She was the only one who could pester him with endless calls. The young man guessed that he could hear the caller as it was, so he took his hand away from his ear. Yutang squealed that the fat man had no right not to answer her and asked where he was now. Jun calmly replied to the girl that he was still in the school. Zhao Yutang commanded him to immediately go to the school gate. A short beep sounded, and the girl hung up the phone. Jun thought about the fact that Yutang plays video games and her improvement level is very high. He should go with the girl today and learn more about her secrets. An angry Zhao Yutang was already standing at the school gate, leaning on her bike. The girl shouted that Lin Mo was too slow. She was tired of waiting. Yutang recalled that Lin Mo wasn't in the last class. The girl wondered why he had been at school until then. Jun found nothing better than to say that he had suddenly fallen asleep. Yutang shouted that he was lying and really just wanted to skip class. The girl's voice softened a little, and she said that he was just a fool. She needed to get even with Lin Mo. Immediately, Yutang said that it didn't mean anything. Let him forget about it. She quickly tossed Lin Mo her black helmet and demanded to climb onto the bike immediately. Jun barely caught it in time from surprise. The guy and the girl moved on their way. A few minutes later, Zhao Yutang pulled into the parking lot of a high-rise building. The girl invited Lin Mo into her apartment and gave him some slippers. The young man quickly put on his slippers and went into the living room. Jun looked around with interest. The girl had a rather spacious apartment, and there was a lot to see. Yutang turned around and asked what he was doing. She asked me not to touch her things. The large room had all sorts of slot machines all around. It was simply breathtaking from all of it. All the equipment here was very expensive. In the corner was a computer panel with 5 monitors arranged vertically and combined into one large one. The shelves of the cabinet held a variety of equipment, from a game console and digital projector to a huge collection of game discs. Jun thought of something else entirely. From his point of view, games and a powerful computer had nothing to do with cultivation. There must be something else. Zhao Yutang turned to the young man in a friendly manner, winked at him, and slyly asked if he was too defenseless. Jun didn't understand what she meant. Yutang explained that the girl had called him to her house, and he just came without asking anything. Jun didn't expect such a question, and asked in turn if the girl wanted to fight him for supremacy, or had already changed her mind. Zhao moved closer and agreed. Lin Mo now looked much more attractive than before. The girl promised that she wouldn't charge him if he lost. She stretched out her hand and touched his chin gently, letting him know that she had some feelings for him. At the same second, the girl's eyes bulged. Her face looked very surprised at this moment. Yutang didn't realize what had happened. As it turned out, Jun couldn't allow his body to be encroached upon, and so he instantly landed a strong kick to Zhao Yutang's body. As in the case of Han Xinyi, the young man thought he was absolutely right, and warned the girl menacingly not to dare touch him from now on. Laying the girl down on the couch, Jun thought commendably he had incredible strength, was able to knock out even a cultivator with a single blow. Soon, Yutang woke up and indignantly squealed that she was just joking, and the young man had actually hit her. Jun asked her not to do that in the future. He couldn't stand it. The offended Yutang offered him a battle and assured him that she would win in a few rounds. Out of anger, the girl continued to clench her fists. Zhao Yutang was seething with resentment. After all, she wanted what was best for her, and the cute young man had rejected her signs of attention. Well, now she would find a revenge game and torture him to death. It wasn't long before the character Flying Feather was lying on the ground with a sword in his stomach. Little Momo had gotten his first point in the game session. Subsequent attempts did nothing for Zhao Yutang. The next 2 times, her game character died the same way and in the same place. Little Momo had a 3-point lead. After a while, 44 more revived Flying Feathers found their final resting place at the same spot. Little Momo was just yawning with boredom. Zhao Yutang stated that it was simply unbelievable. She had lost 47 times while never once defeating a young man. Jun pulled out a carved silhouette from his pocket and declared that he had had enough. It was time to go back home. The young man stuck the silhouette on the bottom of the computer panel. He hoped that it would help him find out all of Zhao Yutang's secrets. The girl jumped up from her seat and offered to play again. She said that she had figured out his tactics. Jun refused, saying that it was too late. Zhao Yutang offered him a ride home. Lin Mo started to resist and said he would call a cab for himself. At this time, the girl's silhouette, trailed by the young man, stopped clinging to the bottom of the computer panel's countertop. He immediately took off his seat and ran across the room after his master, as if he didn't want to stay here. It was late evening. The windows in He Yanghui's big 5-story house began to light up one by one. The girl herself sat pensively in a lilac dress at the table and kept thinking that Lin Mo had missed a lesson at school in the afternoon. He Yanghui couldn't figure out where he had gotten to. Suddenly the phone on the table rang. The girl grabbed it, hoping in her heart that it was Lin Mo, and he wanted to meet her. Unfortunately, it turned out to be only Sun Yunshu. She suggested the girl look at the group chat room. There was an interesting post posted there. Some classmates managed to capture Lin Mo and Yutang outside her house. The caption of the photo said that they were returning home. Yang Hui just freaked out. The girl slammed her fist into the wall with anger. She can't let that weasel Zhao Yutang bypass herself and take away the young man. Yang Hui almost roared with resentment. She swore to the invisible Zhao that she would definitely kill her if the girl didn't give up on Linmo. Yang Hui became furious and began to turn the room upside down. She scattered the discs on the mobile table nearby. Yang Hui still couldn't get over the thought that Zhao Yutang dared to take her Linmo to her home. She was so angry that she wished her rival would crash in an accident. Suddenly, a quiet voice sounded in the room. He told the girl that throwing words into the wind was completely pointless. Yang Hui opened her eyes wide in surprise. A purple crystal with an aura of the same color appeared in front of the girl. The voice asked Yang Hui if she really wanted to take revenge on her rival. The girl could not see the crystal above her head, and so she wondered fearfully who was in her room. She called for the ghost to appear immediately. The glow from the aura intensified. An indistinct outline was right above her head. Yang Hui saw nothing, but she heard a voice. He told her that his essence was of no importance. The voice assured the girl that he could grant her unearthly powers with which she could achieve anything she wished. A violet ghost appeared before her eyes. A vague guess appeared in Yang Hui's mind. She unhesitatingly assumed that the voice was granting wishes, like a fairy godmother from a famous fairy tale. The ghost was beginning to lose patience. His sinister smile faded. He realized that this shallow little man was incapable of realizing the magnitude of his plan. The purple sword began to tell its story. The strongest magic sword in the world is called Zhu Yu. It was broken into small fragments after a fierce battle with the emperor. Zhu Yu wanted to regain his former strength, and in exchange for this favor he offered He Yanhui to make her immortal and elevate her above this world. The girl didn't have to beg long. If the ghost wasn't lying, this was an opportunity to take revenge on everyone. She immediately swore to Zhu Yu to do whatever she had to do. Sword Fragment was very pleased that the girl had agreed to his proposal so quickly. He seemed to have come to the right place. He Yang Hui's entire room was illuminated with a violet glow. It became extremely bright, and a powerful beam of light hit the girl's forehead. The crystal ended up at He Yanhui's forehead in the middle of his forehead, brightly illuminating his face. She spoke the necessary words, conjuring the god's heart to merge with her own body. At the same second, Yang Hui sank exhaustedly to the floor and admitted that she felt as if she had lost all her strength. Zhu Yu asked what kind of strength she would like to have. He Yanhui blurted out that she would like to learn how to master hypnosis and asked Zhu if he would teach the skill. The ghost laughed and said that it wasn't a bad idea. The girl immediately imagined a hypnotized Linmo in her arms. Hypnosis would definitely help her if the young man rejected her in everyday life. Zhu Yu was looking at this obsessed maiden with pleasure. He Yanhui, who was blushing and overcome with emotion, was already completely at his mercy without realizing it. At the same time, the yellow cab that Jun had ordered arrived at the destination. Jun made himself comfortable in the back seat and gave the address. He wanted to believe that his efforts were not wasted. Jun summoned his strength and said that he wanted to see all the skeletons in Zhao Yutang's closets. The young man threw out the thumb and middle finger of his right hand, setting it in sync with the silhouette of Zhao Yutang that he had left in her room. The small gray figure responded obediently. It was ready to fulfill any of its master's wishes and immediately produced a picture. Zhao Yutang was still sitting at her computer and muttering to herself. She couldn't get it out of her head that Linmo had beaten her 40 times in a row. The small silhouette was surprised that the girl was still playing. It wasn't necessary at all, as she could recover even before the last stage of qi refining. Yutang reproached herself aloud that she had just embarrassed herself. She was setting herself up to learn how to play better so that she wouldn't lose to that jerk. The gray spy resented being called a jerk. He decided that he would definitely not let Yutang win now, even without a physical body. Zhao Yutang excitedly shrieked and clapped her hands. The girl had completely forgotten that she still had a lot of things to do today. Getting up from the computer, she stretched and walked to her room, muttering on the way that she had a lot to do every day. The gray spy hid behind the slot machine and watched from there. Once in the room, the girl began to undress and took off her white school shirt, leaving her in a tank top and blue pleated skirt. Zhao Yutang slammed the door and pulled the curtains to prevent anyone from peeking, and put on a dark shirt more suitable for such an occasion. This time she was dressed in a gray business lady outfit, which consisted of a gray jacket and skirt. On top of the black shirt, she tied a big red tie to her waist. Zhao Yutang critically examined her outfit in the mirror and couldn't find anything to fault. Smiling, she told herself that it was a great choice. The preparations did not end there. The girl walked over to the ivory corner cabinet and opened its large doors. There was an arsenal of firearms and ammunition. In addition, there were 2 swords and a dagger on the rack, as well as many grenades. The gray spy got closer to the armoire. His attention was drawn to a disc of yin and yang trigrams made of solid gold. Underneath the weapon was a warehouse of medicines, The gray spy contemptuously thought that these talismans were far from the best quality, but still rare. Staring at the vials and pills, the spy almost missed the girl who was about to leave, and rushed after her. The gray spy had to rush very fast. Zhao almost closed the door behind him. After accelerating, the spy pushed off the ground and flew upward. At the last moment, he managed to fly into the opening of the closing door and grab Zhao Yutang's skirt from behind with all his might. The gray spy was sure that the girl was keeping many secrets. Following her, he was sure to find out something. Soon, Zhao Yutang arrived at a large 4-story building. The sign on it said that it was a marriage palace. The girl took off her motorcycle helmet. The smell of Lin Mo's shampoo still lingered, and Yutang wondered with interest what kind of shampoo could smell so good. When she caught herself at that thought, the girl instantly boiled over. She was angry at herself for being nice to the boy, and for liking the smell. The palace was flooded with light, but there was almost no one in the foyer, only lonely people hanging around waiting for the ceremony to end. The girl strode resolutely toward the doors. Zhao Yutang slowly opened the right door leaf and peeked inside, peering into the hall. That's right. This was exactly the person she needed. The toastmaster with glasses smiled and exclaimed into the microphone that she was offering to raise her glasses and bless the new couple on this beautiful day. The toastmaster pointed to the young couple who stood in the center of the carpet. The girl solemnly proclaimed that the speech was given to the bride. The bride, wearing a black dress and gold crown, thanked all the friends and family who were able to attend her wedding to Changshu Shu despite her busy schedule. She added that she would like to thank her parents first of all. Zhao Yutang found a vacant chair nearby and sat on it, watching with interest. She was determined not to upset anyone before the time, and to do so, she had to wait until after the wedding ceremony. After a while, the toastmaster declared the wedding ceremony of Zhou Lingyu and Changshu Shu officially completed. There was a round of applause and everyone began to sit down at the table. The guests were making a merry noise. The toastmaster exclaimed that the celebration was starting. Only Zhao Yutang sat indifferently with her arms crossed over her chest. She was patiently waiting for her time. Finally, the girl had had enough. She straightened up and stood up from the chair. There was no sign of the gray spy on her skirt. The newlyweds were standing in the street. The bride asked if her hubby was tired. Changshu Shu replied that he felt a little lighter after making toasts. The front door creaked open. The husband and wife clearly heard the clomping of heels and turned to the sound at the same time. Changshu Shu perfectly understood what was about to happen and immediately turned pale with fear. But his newfound wife didn't know or suspect anything. They stood opposite each other like two rivals. At least that was how it seemed at that moment to Zhou Lingyu. Yutang looked at her with defiance. Changshu Shu couldn't move from fear. His eyes widened from the imminent reprisal. Zhao Yutang had seen all of this. It seemed like she was just playing with her future victim. Ling Yue was the first to not endure this oppressive silence and headed towards the girl, sternly asking who she was and what she wanted here.
It was as if Zhao Yutang didn't see or hear the girl. She told Changshu Shu that she had granted his wish and it was time for them to go.
In the same second, the groom began to transform. The costume began to burst at the seams, and his body grew larger and larger. Big animal ears appeared on his head instead of the usual human ears. When he turned to the girl, his face had already completely turned into a wolf's face. The werewolf asked how human desires could be satisfied so easily. The transformation into a werewolf continued. The man's fingers had animal claws, and his hands were turning into paws and fur. The monster's eyes lit up with unkind purple lights, and it lunged at the girl. Zhao Yutang was ready for it, and pulled out the spiritual sword talisman. In a split second, it transformed into a golden burning sword, and Yutang chopped off a piece of the werewolf's paw. The monster whimpered pitifully. He couldn't resist anymore and just delayed the inevitable. Zhao Yutang stood over him. The girl swung her sword from the back. Yutang delivered a chopping blow to the werewolf's muzzle. If it didn't close its eye, it would instantly lose it. The golden sword returned to its original position, making a full circle. The werewolf's blood slowly dripped from the blade. The monster could no longer get up and only waited for its end, praying for it to end quickly. Zhao Yutang delivered a slashing blow to the neck from behind. The werewolf felt his new wound incredulously with a clawed paw. He considered the result satisfactory, and thanked the girl for putting him out of his misery. Yutang turned around thoughtfully. The werewolf would be dead any minute now, but it was time to end this matter. The girl walked over and slashed the werewolf's throat once more, just to be sure. The monster was still standing, but the wound was pouring out of his throat like a fountain. It was as if Zhou Yuling had only now realized what had happened. With tears in her eyes, she rushed towards what had recently been her husband, and screamed that this couldn't be happening. With fading eyes, the werewolf looked at his wife and mentally apologized to her. After all, if they took him away, the werewolf would never see Zhou Yuling. The life was leaving the werewolf. As it did, human features returned to him. The claws on his paws disappeared, and the fur began to fade, revealing human fingers. The werewolf looked at his hand, which was almost human in appearance. He was ashamed to die like that in front of his beloved. Yu Ling leaned over to her naked husband and shouted that Shu Shu just couldn't die like this. At the shout, a man ran out and shouted that there was a murder here. Zhou Yu Ling was choking back tears. She couldn't believe that one could just come to a wedding and kill a man like that. The man shouted for an ambulance and the police to be called. Zhao Yutong turned around and left. Her mission had been accomplished. Zhou Yuling shouted angrily without turning around that she would definitely find and kill the girl. Yutong replied that Yuling just doesn't know her husband. In fact, he absorbs women's energy, and so he seems like a good husband. Zhao Yutong added that Yuling might hate her. It was actually Yutong's fault. But soon the girl would forget everything and remember nothing. She held something between her fingers. Reaching her hand up with a small rectangular piece of paper, Yutong created a magical blue circle and commanded the girl to forget everything she had seen today. Zhou Yuling immediately felt that something was happening to her. The girl's consciousness blurred. Her eyes couldn't resist hypnosis for long. Losing control of her body, Yuling collapsed face down on the ground. Everything would be fine now. Tomorrow, she would wake up and wouldn't be able to remember anything. Zhao Yutong stepped back a little and dialed the caller. The conversation was not long. The girl informed that the work was done. We need to come over and clean up a bit. Zhao Yutong left the place. Her heels clattered resoundingly on the hall. The gray spy decided to finally unhook himself from the girl's skirt. He had seen enough already. The spy jogged toward the bodies of the recent husband and wife. It was necessary to thoroughly investigate the connection between the girl and the werewolf. The spy ran up to the werewolf. He came to the conclusion that Cheng Shushu could be of use to him. It would help him understand what Zhao Yutang was living. Jun tuned himself into maximum synchronization with the gray spy and redirected his powers and abilities to it. The spy turned golden. He concentrated and extended his hands towards the werewolf, sucking Shushu's breathless body of his spiritual energy. The entire space around Cheng Shushu's body was surrounded by a bright yellow glow. Lin Mo's spy began to extract the monster's spiritual power from the young man's body. The entire energy essence of the werewolf's endless stream of light poured directly towards Agent Lin Mo, who greedily absorbed it into himself. When the process of transmitting information was complete, the spy turned into a doll with plaid clothes and gray hair down to the floor. Triangular ears poked through the hair. Barely waiting for his transformation, the agent immediately rushed to run, waving his arms vigorously. He wanted to get back to his master as quickly as possible. 20 minutes later, the agent deftly jumped onto his master's outstretched hand. He had a lot to tell Lin Mo. Jun stood outside the marriage palace with his eyes closed. He pondered how best to utilize the information he had received. Cheng Shushu's body was leaping into the depths of the sea at this moment. He regretfully thought that he had succeeded in taking revenge. But now he wouldn't be able to be with Zhou Ling Yue. Suddenly, the young man heard a voice from afar. Someone called his name and asked him if he wished to be reborn or if he preferred to die. The young man's eyes immediately opened. Of course, Shushu did not intend to die. His life was just beginning, and there was so much left untold by Zhou Lin Yu. The young man immediately reached for the light, for the voice that beckoned him. He was ready to give anything he was told, just to live again. Jun appeared in the guise of the emperor, dressed in snow-white clothes. He said that the young man was required to serve the emperor for 10 years in exchange for a new life. The young man squinted incredulously. The terms of the deal seemed a little suspicious to him. 10 whole years of service to the emperor. Suddenly, Shushu remembered that he would gain a new life in exchange, and looked at it in a completely different way. His face immediately brightened up. There was hope of meeting his beloved. Jun was sitting on the floor, cross-legged in a lotus posture. In front of him on the mat was an avatar of Shushu with a large tail and wolf ears. Shushu was surprised to ask what exactly Jun meant. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't recall hearing of such a spell. He looked faithfully at the emperor. Shushu wanted to believe that everything he said would come true, and he would finally be able to return to his wife. Jun studied Shushu carefully. He paid attention to the young man's potential and realized that this was the most powerful young man he had seen until this day. Shushu opened the hem of his robe and knelt down, bowing to the emperor. The young man began to shower his gratitude. The avatar stated that Shushu's servant bows before the master. He was grateful for the opportunity he had been given and was willing to do any work. Jun squinted his eyes and asked to start by telling him what Shushu knew about today's trainee. Not daring to tear his face off the mat, the young man replied that there was a lot to tell, and he didn't know where to start. Jun suggested starting with his improvement. Shushu revealed that due to the lack of aura in this world, practitioners were forced to go to secret places that were under the sect's power. The young man himself was a male cultivator with no origin. In the sect, he was destroyed by high-level female cultivators. The servants had no cultivation resources. That was how Shushu became a cultivator. The young man explained that due to the lack of resources, practitioners turned to evil cultivators. They are always associated with killing. Jun thoughtfully said that Zhao Yutong from the Phoenix sect was probably one of them. He wanted to find out more about this girl. Shushu lit up and revealed that Zhao Yutang is not only the main genius of her generation, she also belongs to the Zhao family, one of the 3 aristocratic families. The emperor asked if immortality existed in this realm and how to become immortal. Shushu replied that he had never heard of it. Getting cocky, the young man asked if he would be able to date his beloved during those 10 years. Jun replied that he could do anything as long as he didn't reveal his identity. Shushu gratefully thought that he had never even dreamed of meeting such a good master after his death. He was pleased that he had reached an agreement with the emperor so easily. The next day, Shushu woke up to the fact that he was being swung around. He was surprised to find that he was in a large school bag. Shushu was looking around. Jun had thoughtfully placed him in the briefcase so that the trainee's head remained outside. Shushu could not believe that his master was a high school student. He decided that there was no such thing, and Jun had just taken over the place. Seeing the girl's enthusiastic gazes, Shushu realized that his master was much more popular than he had imagined. All of them only had eyes for the emperor. The general mood was transmitted to Shushu. He was embarrassed to admit that Jun was a very handsome young man, and decided that he himself would have fallen for the emperor if he were a girl. Jun resented Shushu's thoughts. The ideal world he saw was one that was gender-neutral and did not depend on the gender of the person to communicate with. Jun walked into the empty classroom and made his way to his seat on the last desk. New images appeared on the blackboard that was attached to the back of the classroom. The young man came closer and began to look at the artistically drawn textbooks and alarm clock with interest, then shifted his gaze to his desk. He was surprised to find that the entire space inside his desk was filled with colorful packages. Apparently, it was all food. At first, Jun thought that it was his classmate Song Yunshu who had done this for him. He remembered the overly annoying girl and frowned. At that moment, He Younghui walked up to the young man. The girl confessed that she bought all that food for him because she knows his cravings better than anyone else. Jun realized that Yunshu had nothing to do with it. Suddenly, an angry Jixuan walked up to them and roughly grabbed the girl's shoulder. He demanded that Younghui immediately explain what this was all about. Younghui assured Jixuan that Linmo was her fiancé, so it was perfectly normal to buy food for him. Jixuan was very surprised by the sudden change in the relationship. The young man was furious. Not only did the whole school idolize his cousin, but now his girlfriend did too. He called her rude names and swung at her. To his surprise, the punch did not reach its target. He Younghui intercepted his wrist with the same ease as his cousin and said that it was enough. Jun watched their conflict while standing at the math formula board. He calculated that the probability of Jixuan's punch hitting was 0%. He Younghui looked at Jixuan sternly and firmly said that he should stop bothering Lin Mo. Otherwise, she would not be responsible for herself. This only made Jixuan angry. He already knew that their relationship was hopelessly lost, but the girl had no right to threaten him. Jixuan realized that he had lost all the positions, so he hurriedly ran out of the classroom, wiping his tears as he walked. Today he had lost virtually everything. He Younghui leisurely walked over to Lin Mo and informed him that he should only tell her, and she would deal with anyone who harassed him in the future. A classmate asked his deskmate how come Lin Mo and He Yanhui are dating. He said that the change happened as soon as Lin Mo became prettier. The girl explained that Lin Mo actually has a good relationship with Zhao Yutong. That's why He Younghui is so clingy to him. The first half of the day passed quickly. The bell sounded for the big break. The pupils began to gather in the school canteen. The girl with blue hair asked Yutang if she had seen the group chat. According to her, everyone is just posting about He Younghui taking people away from Zhao Yutang. Yutang said with sadness in her eyes that she didn't like this fat man at all. He can do what he wants to do. The girl replied that Lin Mo had long since stopped being a fat man. Suddenly, Zhao Yutang noticed a girl who was walking towards their table with a leisurely proud gait, as if she was in charge here. This was Zhao Yutang's rival, He Younghui. But something had changed. She didn't look hunted now. Younghui didn't even pay attention to them and only smirked. Jun was standing in line at the checkout counter and suddenly heard his name. He recognized He Yanhui's voice and became wary. He didn't want to communicate with her. Younghui smiled happily at him and waved her hand. She offered him to have lunch together. Yutang watched the girl, barely restraining herself. The blue-haired girl began to swivel her head, looking at Yutang and Younghui back and forth. She was anticipating the battle and told Yutang that He Yanhui really hated her. Zhao Yutang couldn't stand it. She shouted for Lin Mo not to dare to even come close to He Younghui. Yutang promised to slap the young man if he wasn't more careful. Jun realized that it wasn't safe for him to be in the dining hall as long as the two rivals were around. He turned purple and shouted that they were both just idiots. Taking a bag of takeout food for himself, Jun headed towards the exit. He Younghui immediately headed after him, looking back at the angry Zhao Yutang. Jun regretfully thought that along with perfection, he had received such a curse. The young man concluded that he still lacked practice. Shu ventured out of the young man's pocket. He shared his observation that the master was the only person Zhao Yutang was jealous of. Zhao Yutang herself was sitting purple with anger. This Lin Mo dared to scold her in front of everyone. The girlfriend remarked that the young man would never get married if she were to slap him in public. At the same time, Yutang was more interested in He Younghui. One would have to be too confident a girl to dare to cross Zhao Yutang's path. Being absolutely sure that no one was following him, Jun climbed up and went to the roof of the building. Han Xinyi was already here. As it turned out, she had already managed to reconstruct all the moves of their Go game yesterday. Xinya took a bite out of her sandwich and offered to continue their game. Jun saw that the girl represented anger. He decided that the girl held a grudge against him for everything, and therefore was extremely hostile towards him. Nevertheless, the young man himself wanted to end this argument once and for all. He took his seat, made himself comfortable, and made his move. Han Xinyi turned pale. The opponent had made an overly complicated move, and the girl hadn't counted on this at all. She stared angrily at the playing field. Moreover, Han Xinyi was also plotting a counterattack, and the young man's actions confused her a bit. She resolutely moved her stone. Jun realized that he had encountered extraordinary skills, and now he should think carefully before making his next move. Lin Mo's stomach suddenly rumbled, and the young man realized that it was time for a refreshment. After all, he hadn't eaten anything yet today because of those two girls. Jun nonchalantly took out a bag of food and placed it in front of him. Han Xinyi looked at him in surprise. She had expected to finish the game quickly. The young man unwrapped the white bag of food. The seafood was on top, so he put it to the other side and pulled out a salad. Then, he leisurely pulled out his chopsticks and examined them carefully, making sure they hadn't gotten dirty anywhere along the way. Han Xinyi angrily suggested that he was so bored playing Go with her. Jun smirked and informed her that it was simply time for some refreshment. The girl remained silent. Jun looked at her figure and thought that sooner or later he would get healthy again if he ate so much. Han Xinyi remembered that she had wanted to ask the young man something for a long time, so she asked him if he had met a fat schoolboy on the rooftop. Jun lowered his head down so as not to meet the girl's gaze. Pretending to be busy eating, the young man replied that he had never seen him. Han Xinyi was still angry at that guy. Her ribs ached even at the mere memory of that fat guy. Suddenly she came across something interesting while flipping through her phone out of boredom. The girl's eyes went wide with surprise. Without a doubt, it was him. A photo of her rival in the game had appeared in the school's group chat, and Han Xinyi scrolled through the feed with genuine interest. In the conversation, one of the students asked what this handsome man looked like before. They just sent her a picture in the chat room, and it was that fat guy. An enraged Han Xinyi exclaimed that she had asked the young man something recently. Jun didn't understand the reason for her anger. He wondered. The angry girl tried to smile as much as she could and showed the young man his own photo. She asked if he knew the man. Jun didn't even move and calmly said that he was seeing him for the first time. Han Xinyi got angry and squealed that he wouldn't be able to fool her. At that moment, it seemed to the girl that Jun hated his past life. She said conciliatingly that she wasn't going to take revenge on the young man. Han Xinyi pulled her white bag closer to her and ran her hands into it. The girl pulled out the young man's jacket, which he had used to cover the girl on the rooftop. Han Xinyi assured him that she had washed his jacket. Looking at the young man, the girl said that the jacket would hardly fit him now. Shocked by the girl's speech and the sight of his clothes, Jun sat there unable to even say a word. He was clearly surprised that the girl wasn't even angry with him. The girl tossed the young man a neatly folded jacket. The young man was pleased that the stranger had taken care of his jacket. Now he didn't know what to do next. He didn't feel much like playing Go anymore. The girl stood there and just watched him without anger in her eyes. Han Xinyi was the first to defuse the situation. She said that they had a draw at the end of the game and praised the young man for being a terrific opponent. Jun covered his eyes and returned the girl's compliment. He said that there were actually few people who could match him, and she was a very strong competitor. The girl gathered all her belongings and turned to leave. She informed the young man that from today the war between them was over. Jun hesitated and called out to the girl. After all, they hadn't completely sorted out their superiority yet, and it was necessary to clarify. Without turning around, Jun asked the girl if their pact was still in effect. After all, they had decided to play to 2 wins out of 3 as far as he could remember. The girl turned around embarrassed and said she did. 2 victories out of 3. And on top of that, she dared to finally tell the young man that her name was Han Xinyi. Jun repeated the girl's name to himself several times. He liked it more and more. The name wasn't bad, and the girl was pretty. Shushu realized that the master was infatuated with the new girl, and it was as if he was furious. He felt resentful that he had not been so popular with women in his time. Shushu jumped out of his pocket and began to envy that Jun was a very strong young man, and all the beautiful girls were falling for him. Jun was completely unwilling to talk about it, and turned the conversation to another topic. The young man asked where the evil cultivators got their resources from. Shushu explained that there had been a network of secret doors in his world for tens of thousands of years, allowing him to obtain anything he wanted. He told us that cultivation resources are controlled by families. As long as people control them, sinful desires will be engendered. The secret door network has absolutely everything, and not only evil cultivators but others can buy resources until the money runs out. Jun continued to ask his trainee how he usually earned money for himself. He felt that he had come to the right path. Shushu revealed that he usually dealt with contract killings. He happily added, blushing, that the fastest way was to find an older woman. He told me passionately that the Lord didn't need to sell his body at all. The Emperor just needs to casually mention that he is short of money, and he will get it right away. Shushu didn't have time to finish his sentence. Jun frowned and grabbed his trainee, slowly clenching it in his fist. Shushu cried out in pain and admitted that he was wrong. Jun slipped it into his pocket. He needed to get home quickly and see if he had any materials to make talismans. The sun was already beginning to set over the horizon. The upper windows of the school darkened in an instant. The sun's rays had already fallen below and did not reflect off the school windows. Jun leisurely walked out of the school. To his surprise, Zhao Yutang was already waiting for him near the school gate, steadying herself on her bike. The girl impatiently called out to him. The young man instantly turned around in the other direction. Yutang rushed after him. The girl angrily shouted that he might not be pretending. She knows that Lin Mo has seen her. Yutang angrily said that Lin Mo's ex had openly mocked her and called her an idiot. Jun immediately protested that Yang Hui was not his ex. However, the girl had little interest in that. She explained that Jun had to go with her today. Yutang promised to give him a ride home afterwards. Jun didn't say a word. He was still hoping that Zhao Yutang would change his mind, and he could just take a cab and go home. The girl saw his confusion and smirked. She asked Lin Mo if he would get on the bike by himself, or if she would have to carry him in her arms. Jun realized that Zhao Yutang would not let go of him, so he obediently walked towards the motorcycle. The girl smiled and said that it was the right decision. They were not alone here. Yang Hui was hiding behind the corner of a building nearby, watching her rival. As it turned out, it was not for nothing. Yang Hui had an interesting thought in her head. After all, she could just hypnotize Lin Mo, and then all the problems would go away by themselves. Directing all her new strength towards the bike, an angry Yang Hui frowned and said loudly that she wanted Lin Mo to obey her completely. But it was too late. Zhao Yutang and Lin Mo had already left on the bike, and the young man was holding the girl's waist. Yang Hui couldn't bear to watch this. After a while, Jun asked the girl through her helmet if she was even going to let him go as promised. Yutang couldn't help but smile. She laughed at the young man's naivety that he still believed in the words of women. Suddenly, Yutang felt the young man hugging her chest and blushed thickly. Jun said that she better not even think about it. The girl immediately stopped her bike right in the middle of the road, kicking up a column of dust. Immediately there was a smell of burnt rubber. Zhao Yutang didn't care about her tires. The indignant girl turned to Lin Mo and said that she wasn't going to chase him. Jun took off his helmet and replied that he actually was. Yutang shouted that it wasn't like that at all. Jun said that in that case she should just remember that they were just classmates. There was no need to look for a meeting with him. Yutang shouted after the young man that many men wanted to be with her. If it wasn't for the games, she wouldn't have spoken to Lin Mo at all. Shushu looked out of his pocket. He figured that his master must be very powerful. The Emperor behaves really powerful towards everyone. The enraged girl walked away, cursing Lin Mo in his temper. Another paper spy in the form of a little man was clinging on her back, and Shushu noticed it. Soon, Jun reached home. It was already late in the evening. He had already wasted too much time on Zhao Yutang. Lin Mo went into his room and closed the door tightly. Jun remembered that Shushu had told him about the secret door network, which could be used to obtain absolutely everything. The young man walked over to the computer desk and called out to Cheng Shushu. It seemed like the latter was only waiting for this. He instantly jumped out of his pocket onto the desk. The young man assured me that he would arrange everything immediately if it was necessary to use the secret door network. He started typing lightning-fast combinations of keys on the keyboard. Not even a moment later, Shushu pressed the last key and turned to the Emperor. He invited him to see the new features for himself. Jun pulled his chair up to the table and began to study the page that opened with interest. The secret door network did indeed offer a wide range of possibilities. The first illustration offered the services of the best long-legged beauty who was 82 years old. The second product had an image of a miracle drug attached to it. The seller guaranteed its quality and assured that it was a unique secret system. Jun turned to Shushu and clarified if this was definitely the magic site he was talking about. The young man said that Master just needed to go to the treasure page. The next page was densely dotted with amulets. The young man was surprised to realize that the lowest-level weapons in the magical world were positioned here as first class. Jun looked at the prices and was surprised to tell his servant that the cheapest stone in ginseng cost 1 million. Shushu smiled and reminded him that he could always find rich families and go tricky if he was short of money. Jun turned purple and angrily said that he didn't care about money. Shushu hastily said that he was wrong. Of course, the master has great strength and will find another way. Jun demanded to give him all the money he had. Shushu indignantly said that he had no more than 30,000 left, and all of it was needed for Zhou Ling Yu. Jun irritably said that he could manage without him, and immediately went back to the secret door network. There was something to see. Seeing that the Emperor had stopped at the page with the various constituent magical elements, Shushu assumed that Master wanted to make the talisman himself. The young man warned that the price of the talisman is high, and it is difficult to make. Jun assured his trainee that he didn't have to worry about it. He would be fine with a low-quality talisman. He turned his back to Shushu. The latter was surprised to think that more materials were actually needed to make the talisman. The next morning, Jun came to meet a courier from the delivery service. So that no one would recognize him, the guy pulled on a hood, goggles, and a dust mask. After a while, a small gray van came toward him. After a few meters, the passenger rolled down his window and asked the young man if he was waiting for a delivery. The courier came out of the van with a large cube-shaped package. He thanked me for the purchase and asked me to give him the maximum 5-star rating on the service website. This was all new to the young man. He was amazed to tell his trainee that the process itself was simple. Shushu poked his head out of his pocket and reported that his observation was correct. The network of secret doors had spread everywhere in this world just like the aristocrats. After a while, everything was ready for the creation of the talisman. On the table in front of the Emperor were 2 rectangular sheets of yellow color. He took the brush in his hand and channeled spiritual power into it. The brush lit up with a yellow glow. Shushu assumed that the master had started painting. He thought about it and remembered that he had seen masters of magical talismans working with paper and ink many times before. The chance of success is no more than 30%. Jun didn't pay attention to his thoughts and memories. The Emperor was passionately waving his brush and creating his masterpiece. He knew what he was doing. On the yellow sheet of paper, symbols that only the initiates could understand appeared one after another. All of them belonged to the Emperor's world. Shushu sat here on the table and patiently watched. He was very surprised when he saw the sheet of paper light up and the image of a golden dragon appeared above it. Shushu began to turn his head in all directions. He noticed that before he could blink, the master had already created a second talisman. He himself began to think that he could feel the aura of the dragon. Ju softly asked Shushu not to make any noise or distract him from his work. He explained that he had been doing this sort of thing for thousands of years, and there was nothing unusual about it. Unfortunately, the Emperor's own strength was only enough to create 2 talismans. Therefore, he had to think about buying magic stones. He decided to sell his homemade talisman for at least 500,000. The money from the 2 amulets would be enough to buy 1 stone. Jun put the talisman up for auction, and after a few minutes he was very surprised. He himself had not expected such a great success. Literally a minute after the lot was put up at the auction, a fight for it broke out. The buyer agreed to take the amulet for 560,000. Shushu explained to the startled young man that magical talismans were not only popular among cultivators, but also among ordinary people who believed in their magical power. Jun listened to the depths of his mind. His paper spy stirred. This meant that something interesting was happening in Zhao Yutang's location. Jun saw Zhao Yutang on the same website through the eyes of the paperman and was surprised. He realized that the girl was also using the secret door network. Yutang chewed chocolate as she walked. The case of that boy's disappearance was pinned on her. She indignantly said that she wouldn't have bothered if he wasn't related to the previous monster. The girl was scrolling through the website. She needed to buy something better for the upcoming hunt. Suddenly, she noticed a nice talisman. The talisman created by the Emperor was ready to be bought for almost 900,000. Yutang decided that this was a good thing. Now she would be able to prepare properly. Jun thought about the magic stone. It might turn out that Zhao Yutang would still be of use to him. It occurred to him that the case of the missing boy was related to the demon lord. The next day, Jun went to school. The first half of the day flew by, and it was time to visit the canteen and have some refreshment. After buying takeout food as usual, Jun started to go upstairs. But at one of the platforms, 3 students blocked his way, and Linmo asked what was going on. A kid with a punk haircut asked the fat guy to speak louder. The other guy exclaimed that Linmo shouldn't act like that. Jun had hoped that the guys would disappear on their own, and he wouldn't have to teach them a lesson. But those 3 had too high an opinion of their skills. He-Yang-Hui was watching from around the corner. She was the one who hypnotized those 3 to start a fight with Linmo. At the right moment, the girl would save him, and the young man would be grateful to her. Jun didn't give up hope of parting ways amicably and suggested that the trio of guys just get out of his way. Otherwise, he wouldn't vouch for himself. One of the guys became indignant. He immediately shouted that the brat didn't dare to point at him and asked his partners to hold Linmo. After this, the fatty wouldn't be able to save his face in front of Zhao Yutang. Suddenly, the bully felt Linmo's palm on his face. His eyes popped up to his forehead in surprise. In addition, it was really painful. Jun made a strong lunge forward and pushed the bully. The one couldn't stay on his feet and fell to the floor, hitting his head on the wall. The kid was clueless and only blinked his eyes resentfully, trying to understand what had happened. Jun looked at the remaining 2 people unhappily. The young man with the punk haircut shouted that Linmo had had enough of living, and the 2 of them rushed at the young man. The 2 of them could definitely handle him. He-Yang-Hui realized that this was the moment she should help her lover. Right now, she would scatter them in a flash. Suddenly, she saw a black-haired stranger. The girl managed to get ahead of her. He-Yang-Hui looked at the girl in surprise. She hadn't seen her before. At the moment when those 2 were about to attack Linmo, the girl demanded in a commanding voice to stop. The young men stopped in surprise. Han Xinyi approached the punk and sternly asked what they were doing here. The young man turned pale. He realized that the girl had come for a reason. The first youth lied that they just wanted to be friends with Linmo. But the youth had pushed him straight into the wall for some reason, and now he was in pain. Han Xinyi looked at him incredulously. The girl reminded the young man that he himself had provoked the conflict and started the fight. He-Yang-Hui was angry. That black-haired girl had appeared so ill-timed with her rescue and ruined her spectacular exit. Coming out of hiding, Yang-Hui asked if Linmo was all right. She assured him that she came running as soon as she heard that he was in trouble. Looking at her rival, He-Yang-Hui thanked the girl for arriving in time to save the young man. Han Xinyi stood silently. He-Yang-Hui smiled at the girl and promised that she would definitely treat her to dinner next time. She was very grateful to her. He-Yang-Hui immediately walked over to Linmo and grabbed his hand, dragging him downstairs with her. She said that it was time for them to go and have some food. Jun didn't realize what was going on. Han Xinyi reacted instantly. She grabbed He-Yang-Hui's arm and pulled her towards her, letting the girl know that she had not appeared here by chance. Han Xinyi asked how a girl like her allows herself to walk up and grab the boy's hand. He-Yang-Hui's hand loosened. Xinyi's grip was very strong. The rivals turned to face each other. Each embodied hatred for the other. He-Yang-Hui warned Han Xinyi that she had better mind her own business. Jun realized that it was time to intervene. He wedged himself between the girls and told He-Yang-Hui that they should go. No need to pay attention to it. He-Yang-Hui got even more angry and mentally asked Ju Yu's magic sword to hypnotize Linmo and return to her. To her greatest surprise, the spell didn't help at all. Jun didn't stop for a moment. He continued down the stairs, leaving the 2 rivals alone. A ghost appeared from the depths of his subconscious and informed He-Yang-Hui that she had better not use spells. He had a very bad feeling about it. Han Xinyi approached her and told her that she knew very well about how He-Yang-Hui had once rejected Linmo's advances. The girl was surprised that the stranger knew about it. As if to spite her rival, Han Xinyi continued to harass her and said that it was very rash of her. He-Yang-Hui was finally angry. She turned the other way and looked down at the steps. He-Yang-Hui could barely contain herself. She had so much strength in her that she could break this girl in half. He-Yang-Hui frowned and angrily cursed this foolish girl who got in her way. That shameless guy is good too. Clearly they have their own relationship. After school, Jun hailed a cab and drove home. It was evening. His relatives were not seen in the garden. Linmo realized that they were having dinner at the house tonight. Jun walked to his room and closed the door tightly. He was interested in the secret door network, and the young man immediately turned on the computer without undressing. Shu Shu whistled in surprise. He drew his master's attention to the fact that someone had given 2 magic stones and 300,000 yuan for the talisman, as if he knew what Linmo needed. Jun hesitated for a moment. He knew that Zhao Yutang was one of the contenders for his talisman. One had to find out what kind of phoenix group she was a member of. Jun reminded Shu Shu of his words that Zhao Yutang was a member of the phoenix sect that kept the country stable. Therefore, the girl has a lot of money. Shushu objected that phoenixes had nothing to do with this. It wasn't their style. They had already cleared the secret doors several times. If the phoenixes want something, they do it directly. At that moment, a beep sounded, notifying about the successful completion of the transaction. The young man looked at the monitor with interest. One was asked to provide his mailing address to confirm the transaction. Jun was surprised that in this world, transactions were finalized so easily and quickly. It didn't matter, though. The main thing was that he was fine with it. Jun put on his hood, goggles, and dust mask again. No one was supposed to recognize him. Shushu watched the Emperor's transformation in amazement, and was very surprised when he saw his master walk outside like this. The next day after school, Jun immediately rushed home. He had an incentive to return early. He needed to recover his strength quickly. The young man sat thoughtfully at his desk. He had managed to sell the talisman, and with the commission deducted, he was left with 70,000 yuan and 2 magic stones. Jun was twirling an insufficiently well-polished green-colored stone in his hands. He didn't think that the quality of the stones in this world was so bad, even though their value was high. The young man lifted the magic stones into the air by force of will. A faint turquoise-colored glow formed around him. Sighing, Jun thought that it was still better than nothing, and these stones would help him restore the Emperor's spiritual power to some extent. With all his strength, he threw his hand forward. 2 golden talismans, similar to the ones he had sold yesterday, appeared in the air out of nowhere. Both talismans spun in the air and fell on the table. A golden dragon emerged from them. The young man took a closer look and found the result quite satisfactory. Jun took the talismans and handed them to his trainee, asking him to put them up for sale right away. Shushu was happy to take up the task. Literally immediately at the auction, a heated discussion of the amulets broke out. One user assured another that these talismans were the best he had ever seen. Jun smirked and thought that cultivators in this world are quite backward since the most ordinary talismans make them excited. Suddenly, Shushu roared in surprise. He couldn't believe his eyes. The young man shouted that the talisman was worth 3 million. Jun turned to look at him. Indeed, the last price for each of the talismans had reached the 3 million mark. This was quite good. Suddenly, the price jumped another million. Jun and Shushu looked at each other in surprise. Even the simplest of stones could make a good profit. There were several monitors behind a large sector-shaped table. Behind the center monitor was a man wearing headphones. He resented the seller's price. In his opinion, the first category mascot was worth much more than 3 million. It was he who raised the bid to 4 million. The man knew that the amulet the guy was selling earlier was unusual, and if the man could get his hands on it, he would have more advantages. Zhao Yutang was also actively watching the bidders and their bids for the amulet. The girl knew that her price was unlikely to be outbid by anyone. Therefore, with the appearance of the price of 4 million, Zhao Yutang frowned her eyebrows. There were very few people in this city who knew the price of such things, and there were even fewer people with financial means. The girl made the next bet with one click. The price for the amulet had reached the 5 million yuan mark. It could be that the battle for the possession of the amulet was just beginning. Therefore, Jun sat at the monitor and calmly waited for the bidding to end. He wondered who could lay out a fabulous sum of money for an amulet of poor quality. Shushu could not calm down. He was running around the room, happy that his master was able to create a high-quality product that was in unprecedented demand. Meanwhile, a new price for the goods appeared on the screen. An unknown buyer was willing to buy one of the amulets for 15 million yuan. The auction attendees were chatting in a general chat room, and 2 of them arranged to meet. They were both interested in the identity of the seller. Jun realized that he would have to carefully avoid contact. Otherwise, the entire cultivator world would begin to seek him out for their own purposes. The young man was satisfied. Now it was possible to relax a little. Jun stretched and decided to see how Zhao Yutang was doing. It was late evening. The bike was parked near the house where the girl lived, and Jun realized that she was still busy. With the help of the paperman, the young man found out that Zhao Yutang was still investigating the case of the missing boy. She was still sitting at the computer. In addition, there were 2 puffy folders of dossiers on the girl's desk. Yutang knew that all of these people were related to Yuanyang's body and had something to do with the demon in one way or another. The girl started following one of the suspects in real time. The girl with purple hair was fidgeting and taking selfies. Zhao Yutang didn't know that the girl had such a habit. The girl, meanwhile, after another photo, said to herself that this hairstyle was amazing. Yutang was furious. She angrily threw her drink cup on the table and shouted that her hair was not really her fault. She looked terrible as it was. Finished with capturing herself on camera, the girl calmed down and sat down at her computer looking for photo tips. Zhao Yutang calmly and patiently waited while the girl learned basic photography skills. It would do her good. After a while, the girl started to just annoy her. She was looking for ways to make the photo prettier and how to apply photo filters better. The requests came in faster and faster. Now the girl was interested in cosmetologist tips and how to make eyes of a different color in a photo. She also wanted to know how to make a thin face. Zhao turned purple with each new request. That girl was interested in the effects of a thin waist, long legs, and skinny neck. Zhao Yutang was simply sickened by the whole thing. She decidedly didn't understand why she had to make herself look better in a photo than she did in real life. She was also worried about that fat guy. She decided she wouldn't do it in private now. She had to find a completely different approach to him. The next day, he had to go to school again. At lunchtime, Jun had a hasty snack and immediately rushed to the roof of the school so that he wouldn't have to fight with anyone. The young man sat on the rooftop and thought intently about yesterday's surveillance. He couldn't understand what Zhao Yutang meant. Han Xinyi saw that Jun was distracted from the game and was thinking about something of his own. The girl called out to him loudly. Jun raised his head and looked at her. Han Xinyi offered to reschedule the game for next time if he wasn't in the mood. With nothing to do, she stretched out her hand and held the black stone on her finger. The forces remained equal. Neither opponent had a clear advantage. Jun was indeed very much immersed in himself and couldn't play. The young man opened his eyes, looked at Han Xinyi and replied that he was fine. However, the girl could see that Jun was worried about something. The young man slowly got to his feet. Han Xinyi realized that he wasn't going to admit defeat. At the same time, she did not feel any danger. Jun walked slowly for a bit and stopped at the roof barrier, shoving his hands into his pockets. Han Xinyi turned around with interest. Jun climbed onto the edge of the roof. He needed to create a formation to absorb Yuan Yang's power. Such a formation would only manifest in places with heavy yin energy. The young man spread his arms. He said it would be very nice to have some tea in there. It might help him. Han Xinyi also stood up from her mat and asked him not to fall down this time. Jun smirked. He remembered well the time he went out to get some fresh air on the roof. The young man immediately turned around to face the girl, as if teasing her. Han Xinyi was standing at the exit to the rooftop. She looked at Lin Mo patiently. He Yang cautiously peeked out from behind the door. She wasn't going to give up so easily and give Lin Mo to this girl. Suddenly she saw the young man standing on the very edge of the roof with a very sad face. Yang Hui immediately realized that there was only one reason. She immediately ran up to Lin Mo and angrily demanded that she stop and not do something stupid for her sake at least. Lin Mo didn't understand what He Yang Hui needed and why the girl had stopped him so suddenly. He Yang Hui was very angry. She gritted her teeth and didn't even know what to reply. At this time, Han Xinyi came out from behind Lin Mo and told him not to meddle with Lin Mo anymore. He Yang Hui was very angry. She didn't understand how this girl dared to touch her boyfriend. He Yang Hui angrily turned around and told Han Xinyi to wait for her. Lin Mo didn't realize when he became her boyfriend. At this time, the girl left the stairs. Meanwhile, in He Yan Hui's house, the lights were on. It was night, however. The girl was awake. She was sitting in a hot bath. The girl felt that she had really underestimated Lin Mo. He Yang Hui felt that they should have taken and locked up Lin Mo from the beginning, so that no one would get him. The girl climbed out of the bathtub. She believed she could do well now, with the help of her new powers. He Yan Hui was going to hypnotize Lin Mo today, and he would become her submissive dog. The girl laughed. He Yan Hui's hypnosis power was approaching Lin Mo's house. The girl wanted to put her plan into action. Lin Mo was sleeping peacefully in his bed at this time. The magical powers were getting closer and closer to him. At this moment, a protective barrier activated around Lin Mo, which stopped the hypnotic powers. Cheng Shu woke up from these unusual powers he thought to wake up Lin Mo. The guy woke up. He didn't realize what it was, or what strange feeling was hovering around him. Lin Mo quickly realized that it was hypnosis. He didn't expect that someone would dare to try to hypnotize an emperor. The next day came. Lin Mo school's studies were in full swing. The guy was walking down the corridor. Suddenly, He Yang Hui stopped him and blocked the guy's passage. She approached Lin Mo and invited him to come to her house tonight. The girl thought her plan should come to fruition. She laughed slyly. He Yan Hui had used hypnosis last night. She believed that Lin Mo should now obey her. Lin Mo didn't answer her anything and continued to walk further down the corridor. The guy realized that it seemed like it was He Yang Hui who had used hypnosis on him last night. He was glad that he understood everything. Lin Mo realized that it was the girl who had disturbed his dream last night. The guy knew what to do next. Lin Mo introduced a paper man to He Yang Hui. He grabbed the girl's hair. Lessons at school were in full swing. The school day was in full swing. Lin Mo was sitting in the study as he suddenly felt something strange at some point. The guy was very surprised. Lin Mo felt that the paper man on He Yang Hui had disappeared. He didn't understand how this was possible. He Yang Hui actually grabbed Lin Mo's paper man and glared at him angrily. The girl used her newfound power to burn Lin Mo's paper man. Ju Yu was very angry. The magic sword didn't think he was following him. He Yan Hui didn't understand who he was and why he was following her. Jiu Yu felt that no matter who he was, the girl couldn't let him foil their plans. At this time, the school day in school was coming to an end. It was already evening. Lin Mo realized that since the little man had disappeared, there was either a demon lord or a demon sword behind the girl. There is a practitioner in this world, so Lin Mo doesn't want to act rashly. He was going to contact Phoenix and Zhao Yutang to help him investigate. If Lin Mo's calculations were correct, Zhao Yutang should have already approached the meeting. The guy had a plan for what to do. He stepped from around the corner right into the road. At this time, Zhao Yutang was riding her motorcycle on the road. She crashed into Lin Mo at a tremendous speed. He flew upwards. The girl was shocked. She didn't expect to see the guy on the road and was very scared. Lin Mo flew far away. Zhao Yutang stopped and looked at Lin Mo in surprise. The girl ran up to him. She didn't understand why Lin Mo ran out without looking at the road. Zhao Yutang was worried about Lin Mo's condition. She was going to take the guy to the hospital. Zhao Yutang picked up Lin Mo's hand. She was surprised that the guy's jacket was made of woolen fabric. Lin Mo smiled slyly. He thought that the emperor had also learned bad things in this world. Lin Mo stood up from the ground. Zhao Yutang didn't understand what was wrong with the guy and where he was going. Lin Mo said that he had to go to He Yanghui's house tonight. Zhao Yutang was very surprised. She didn't understand why Lin Mo would go to the girl's place. The girl was numb. She began to suspect something. Lin Mo's behavior seemed strange to her. Zhao Yutang ran up to the guy and rubbed his shoulders. She asked him to wake up. Lin Mo didn't react to her. He stubbornly walked onward. Zhao Yutang realized that Lin Mo might be under hypnosis. Something had to be done immediately. The girl decided that the best option would be to use her abilities and try to wake up Lin Mo. Zhao Yutang started to conjure. She made several sweeps with her hands. The girl was very concentrated. In the next instant, she touched Lin Mo's forehead, trying to bring the guy to his senses. Lin Mo's eyes were still hazy as well. She was unable to rouse him. The girl noticed that there was no effect. She didn't understand how this happened, and if this caster was really that strong. Zhao Yutang was not going to give up. She decided to use another technique on Lin Mo. The girl gathered all her energy. Zhao Yutang used her abilities. She once again struck the guy's bow using magic powers. At this moment, Lin Mo's eyes changed. He seemed to have come to his senses from the power of hypnosis. The guy grabbed his head. He didn't understand how he had refused to be here and what was going on. Zhao Yutang was also curious about this, and why the guy was walking towards He Yanghui. Lin Mo shook it off. Lin Mo asked what Zhao Yutang had to do with his fiancée. The girl blushed. Zhao Yutang shouted that Lin Mo suddenly jumped out on the road and the girl hit him. He needed to go to the doctor quickly. The guy replied that he was fine. Zhao Yutang didn't understand how he could be normal since he had just been hit by a motorcycle. Lin Mo replied that he didn't want to go anywhere. If the girl was so sorry, she could wire the money for the medical expenses. Zhao Yutang wasn't going to let go of Lin Mo so easily. She pulled him by the scruff of his neck, almost choking the guy. The girl quickly wrote a check to Lin Mo for the medical expenses. She believed that the guy was just afraid that she would pursue him. Zhao Yutang said that Lin Mo should pay for his own treatment and dare not remind the girl about it or she will nail him. Lin Mo looked at the check. There were several hundred million. It could be exchanged for 100 stones and spirits. Zhao Yutang got on her motorcycle and quickly rushed somewhere. She had urgent matters to attend to. The girl called someone. She wanted information about He Yanhui, a middle school student. The girl thought she was related to the missing person case. Zhao Yutang drove up to He Yanghui's house. She was going to search it thoroughly. Zhao Yutang took off her helmet. The girl was determined. She had to find out the truth. The girl decided that the best way to get into the house would be to use her magical powers. Zhao Yutang quickly conjured up a magic sword for herself. It should help her plan. The girl embedded the sword into the door of He Yanhui's apartment. The sound of metal was heard. Zhao Yutang still managed to open the door. She was determined and slowly walked into the apartment. Zhao Yutang walked down the corridor of He Yanghui's apartment. Her things were all around her. On the nightstand in the hallway was a picture of He Yanhui's family. It showed the girl's mother and father. The girl walked into He Yanhui's room. There were books and magazines scattered on the floor. The girl was very surprised. On the wall in He Yanghui's room, there were portraits of Lin Mo hanging on the wall. It looked kind of creepy. On the table was Lin Mo's user manual. Zhao Yutang was curious what it was. She was going to take a look at it. The girl opened the book and began to study it carefully. The further Zhao Yutang read the book, the more embarrassed she became. The girl blushed. There were written obscenities related to Lin Mo. Zhao Yutang became even more embarrassed. At this moment, the girl received a call from someone. She answered into the earpiece. Zhao Yutang was informed that something new had appeared. He Yanhua disappeared. Zhao Yutang thought it was strange. The girl was wary. Judging from He Yanghui's actions, she really has something to do with the disappearance. Zhou Yutang told the alert team to announce the arrest and search. They must find her no matter what. The girl thought that the fact that He Yanghui was able to escape now only proved her involvement. It seemed like she was indeed capable of doing this. Meanwhile, night had fallen. Lin Mo was still awake. He was thinking about something at his home. Lin Mo realized that He Yang Hui had contacted Mo Jing, judging from the incident with the little man. The girl might just be one of the demon lord's pawns. Lin Mo would have to try to find her as soon as possible. At this moment, someone knocked on Lin Mo's room. The guy looked in that direction in surprise. It was Lin Zixuan. He asked if Lin Mo had read the news. Lin Mo went to his door and opened it. The guy didn't pick up on what news his cousin was talking about. Lin Zixuan didn't understand who would want He Chunhuan. Lin Mo replied that he didn't know her very well. Lin Mo had other things to do. He abruptly closed the door right in front of Lin Zixuan's nose. Lin Zixuan ran to complain to his dad. He was displeased with Lin Mo's behavior. Lin Mo realized that He Yanhui was a suspect in a case of abuse and murder a few years ago. The whereabouts of this person is unknown and is still being searched for. Lin Mo thought that this team was effective, however. There was still no news about He Yanhui. Cheng Shushu was angry that such a cruel, ruthless woman wanted to defame the Lord's name. Lin Mo understood that if the demon lord absorbed Yuanyang's power, he would inevitably create a pharmacy, and it would manifest its evil in a place with a high concentration of yin energy. Lin Mo ran over to a huge box of stuff and started throwing his stuff out of there. Cheng Shushu didn't understand what his master was looking for, or why he was throwing things around the room. Lin Mo seemed to have found what he was looking for. The guy was holding 2 wooden planks in his hands. Lin Mo had a plan. He was going to solve the current situation. The guy used his magical abilities and channeled all the energy into the boards. The 2 boards began to transform using Lin Mo's magical power. Lin Mo conjured up a prototype of a modern compass. It looked like a wooden plate with a spoon in the center. It was Shannon. Cheng Shushu was amazed by his master's abilities. Lin Mo said that with the demon lord's skill, the phoenixes couldn't find He Yanhui. Lin Mo thought that there were magical powers involved. He was going to use the purifying sonin. Lin Mo took the sonin and the magic stone in his hands. He began to conjure. The guy's energy was very strong. An explosion appeared in front of the guys, knocking Cheng Shui off his feet. Lin Mo, with the help of his powers, transformed the sonin by integrating a magic stone into it. Cheng Shui watched in amazement at what was happening. He had never seen such a thing before. Sun's arrow slowly began to spin because of Lin Mo's force. It was pointing in the direction. Cheng Shushu thought that his master was amazing after all. He hadn't been refining for so long, but he already possessed such strength. Lin Mo ordered Cheng Shushu to remove the Sun. The guy obediently agreed to do so. Cheng Shushu looked yes to this magical device. He didn't understand what the sonin was for. Lin Mot replied that it is used to find places with a lot of yin energy. At this moment, Lin Mo heard strange sounds. The guy became wary and looked in that direction. The guy told Cheng Shushu to hide. The guy understood him and jumped into the guy's pocket in a flash. Lin Mo looked at his window. That was where the strange sounds were coming from. Standing outside the window was Zhou Yutang. She walked towards Lin Mo and stared intently at the guy. The girl smiled and gestured for Lin Mo to come out and talk to her. The guy was dousing himself with sweat. Lin Mo didn't hesitate to call the police. He was going to report that he had been broken into. Zhou Yutang was angered by the guy's behavior. Still, after a while, Lin Mo gave up and opened the window for the girl to enter. Zhou Yutang thanked Lin Mo. The guy asked what Zhou Yutang was doing at his house. The girl asked where Lin Mo was hitting today. Lin Mo thought that the girl suspected that he wasn't injured in that accident. Luckily, he wasn't wearing any protection. The scars still remained. Lin Mo showed Zhou Yutang the wounds on his elbows and also said that his legs were also injured. Zhou Yutang crouched down and with a sharp movement of her hand, she lifted the guy's pant leg to look at the damage. Lin Mo was very surprised. He asked what the girl was doing. She was going to give the guy some medicine. Otherwise, Zhou Yutang would be responsible for the scars. The girl began to treat Lin Mo's wounds. Zhou Yutang was embarrassed. She thought that the guy had very beautiful legs. She couldn't look at them. Cheng Shushu understood everything. He realized that the girl's intentions were not pure, and she was using Lin Mo for her own purposes. The wound treatment was finished. Lin Mo realized that the girl had not just come to give him medicine. Indeed, that was the case. Zhou Yutang reported that He Yanhui was wanted and asked if Lin Mo remembered what she had done. Lin Mo didn't and couldn't remember what happened after meeting her. He couldn't help it. Zhou Yutang thought Lin Mo was boring. She was about to leave, and again through the guy's window. Lin Mo stopped her. He was going to suggest something to help the situation. If need be, Lin Mo was willing to act as a decoy and help find He Yanhui. Zhou Yutang stared down intently. She got all embarrassed and blushed. The girl stared at Lin Mo's chest that was visible from this angle. His shirt was slightly unbuttoned. Zhou Yutang thought that she should hurry up and leave. She jumped down from the window and agreed with the guy's idea. Lin Mo was even surprised that she agreed so easily. The next day came. It was morning. The students were slowly coming to school to begin their studies. Lin Mo was no exception. He walked into his office holding his briefcase. 2 girls immediately ran up to him. They asked if Lin Mo was all right. After all, Yang Hui was wanted, and they had no idea what could happen. Lin Mo was fine. He asked them to let him pass. He needed to get to his seat. At this moment, one of Lin Mo's classmates walked into the office and announced that there was a handsome boy in the class. The girls immediately scurried away from Lin Mo and rushed over to see who had transferred to them. The girls immediately surrounded the newcomer. They began to ask him what his name was. He had green hair and wore glasses. The newcomer's name was Sheng Laxian. The girls could just call her Lale. At this moment, Zhou Yutang walked past the guy. Shen Lachen was astonished to see the girl. The girls called Shen Laxian to go to the study. They were going to show him the way. The guy transferred to this school to investigate the disappearance of He Yanhui. But suddenly a hottie like Zhou Yutang shows up in the same class with him. At this moment, Zhou Yutang walked over to Lin Mo's office and tapped on it with her foot. Lale was shocked. Zhou Yutang easily kicked the door to the study with her foot. She looked eerie. The girl approached Lin Mo. He wasn't supposed to leave after school. She had plans. Lin Mo agreed. Shen Laxian was surprised by this girl's character. He didn't expect such manners. The school day was over. All the lessons were behind us, and it was getting evening outside. Lin Mo gathered all of his things and was about to leave the study. However, he had plans for the evening. Zhou Yutang was already waiting for him outside the door. She told Lin Mo to follow her. The girl looked very serious. Zhou Yutang walked down the corridor. Lin Mo followed her. The girl wanted to talk to the guy about something. The boys came to the science room. It was a secluded place where they could talk alone. The guys went into the office. Lin Mo said that his wound had already healed and the girl had nothing to worry about anymore. If she took off his pants one more time, he would call the police. Zhou Yutang didn't need this at all. She had a serious conversation to have. The girl handed Lin Mo a notebook and asked him to look at it. She said that her relative works as a police officer, and this he found in Yang Hui's house. It was the same diary, How to Use Lin Mo. Lin Mo was shocked to see it. Lin Mo had seen all these notebooks with his paper figure, however. Seeing it now, the guy was at a loss for words. Judging from He Yanhui's plan, she wanted to keep people captive, and Lin Mo was one of them. The guy didn't expect her to turn out to be such a pervert. He thought he should have arrested her sooner. Zhou Yutang noticed that Yang Hui obviously has some ability. The whole country is looking for her. But there is no news. The girl just disappeared. Lin Mo had heard that she liked creepy places since childhood. Perhaps she was hiding in some abandoned house or over a cemetery where there were few people. Lin Mo took out his glasses and put them on pathetically. He thought that no one found her because she hid her face with makeup. Zhou Yutang shouted that the guy was not doing a movie. However, the girl thought that what Lin Mo said made sense. Yang Hui must have used a disguise technique. Since He Yanhui likes gloomy places, it was likely that she had captured so many guys to practice in a place with a lot of yin energy. It was already time for Zhou Yutang to leave. She had a plan. She was going to take matters into her own hands. Lin Mo also had his own plan. Everything was going according to plan. The guy smiled slyly. Lin Mo returned to his home. He needed to figure out what to do next. His hints worked well. Zhou Yutang would definitely go online to find a weapon that would lead to yin energy. Lin Mo sat down at his computer and called out to Cheng Shushu. His little assistant was always ready to come to his master. Lin Mo told Cheng Shushu to put his son up for sale. He needed money. Cheng Shushu was ready to do what his master ordered him to do. He started typing rapidly with his small hands on the keyboard. Lin Mo told him to set a fixed price of $10,000. Cheng Shushu began to comply. After a while, Lin Mo's errand was completed. All that was left was to wait for someone to buy it. Just a few minutes later, the magic item had already found its buyers. Cheng Shushu was very surprised by this. One of the buyers was offering $5 million. Apparently, the magic item was very powerful. Meanwhile, the subsequent events unfold at Zhou Yutang's house. Zhou Yutang also fought for her son. She was surprised at how quickly he had grown to $5 million so quickly. The girl thought it was just a show-off. She didn't think it was worth messing with poor people and was going to offer more. The girl in her house was being watched by Lin Mo's paper man. He was surprised that Zhou Yutang had really gotten caught in the net. The paper man was sure that the girl would be the one to win and offer even more money. Zhou Yutang put the highest price of 10 million. The deal was done. Cheng Shushu was shocked at the price of 10 million yuan. But he didn't realize just how many moms one had to have in order to get that much money. The next day, the sun was already in the hands of Zhou Yutang. She and her men set out to search, following the compass readings. Shanel led them to a cliff. It looked like what the boys were looking for was here. One of the women remarked that this compass was a real treasure. It was able to pick up yin energy from 100 miles away. Mistress is a strong person invited by the team to help. Her praise is not easy to earn. It looks like the material really doesn't disappoint. It was the older woman who was going to go ahead and inspect the road. She told the rest of the guys to stand here. The woman pulled her sword out of its sheath. Unexpectedly at this moment, a huge green hand with long claws appeared in front of the woman. It was some kind of magical creature. The creature attacked the woman. She managed to set up her sword and fend off the attack. A magical field appeared around the guys. It didn't let them move. Everything was burning with green flames. Zhou Yutang realized that they were in a predicament. The girl wondered what they should do. At this moment, many small hands appeared in the flames. They were climbing up Zhou Yutang's leg. Those hands started pawing the girl. She was very surprised and didn't know what to do. Zhou Yutang gathered herself at some point. She was very angry and decided to act aggressively. At that moment, a huge explosion sounded at the place of their battle. It scattered parts of the creature around. Zhou Yutang was responsible for the explosion. She was holding a huge mortar. However, the battle wasn't over yet. The creature wasn't defeated. It was going to attack the girl once more with its huge arm. The hand kept coming closer and closer to Zhou Yutang. It wouldn't leave the guys alone. Zhou Yutang was determined to win. She once again took her mortar and aimed it directly at the creature's arm. Another loud explosion sounded in the air. It was that creature's hand that exploded. It looked like the girl had done well. The battle was watched from afar by Lin Mo's paperman. He was surprised by the girl's strength. Lin Mo was amazed at this way of breaking the field. After all, what she made from the ring was a modern weapon. Lin Mo really was interested in this. He was watching everything and his room. At this moment, the wall of Lin Mo's room was broken by a girl with one blow. She was very strong, holding someone's body in her hands. The girl was burning with yin energy. She threw the bound Lin Zixuan. The guy was unconscious. Cheng Shushu was scared. He noticed that she had beaten Lin Zixuan and was worried about the Lord's fate. Lin Mo understood everything. He was going to resolve this situation and fight the girl if need be. It seems this girl was under the hypnosis of He Yanghui and wanted to tie up Lin Mo. This fight is like a fire. The girl does not waste her time to come on her own. That girl swung and tried to aim a punch at Lin Mo. She was very muscular. The yin energy that Zhou Yutang found is just a decoy, and He Yanghui herself is apparently hiding elsewhere. Lin Mo thought that in that case, it was necessary for this girl to tie him up and take him to He Yanghui's hideout. Lin Mo used spiritual defense to keep himself from being hit by this girl. The girl put bags over Lin Mo and his cousin's head and tied both of them up. She dragged them to the van. The girl threw Lin Mo's body into the van. It was a kidnapping. The van shifted and headed for He Yanhui's hideout. This was Lin Mo's plan. The van and the boys stopped outside a small abandoned building. Lin Mo's bag was finally taken off. The guy opened his eyes and looked around. He Chunhui was indeed there. This was her plan. She was happy that she had managed to kidnap Lin Mo. The girl walked up to Lin Mo and asked if he was surprised. She smirked slyly and was pleased with herself. Lin Mo couldn't tell if he was surprised. After all, he had expected such a development. He Yanghui was very angry. Hearing the tone Lin Mo was addressing her with, she grabbed the guy by his shirt. The girl threw Lin Mo against the brick wall. She believed that the guy didn't learn from his mistakes. Lin Mo advised He Yanhui to stay away from him. He was angered by such actions of the girl. He Yanhui noticed that the guy pretends to be so noble, even though he's always messing around with Zhou Yutang and Han Xinyi. The girl doubted that he was still a virgin. At this moment, Jiu Yu appeared behind the girl's back. He said that Zhou Yutang had already broken the field and was on her way here. She had to get down to business, and then she would have strength. He Chunhui turned around and said with an evil laugh that Di Zong was waiting for her. She told Lin Mo to sit here and be goody-goody. She would return to him after she tried the emperor. Lin Mo realized that the demon sword or demon lord was in her body. Lin Mo remained sitting in the cell where He Yanhui had imprisoned him. This place was very damp. Lin Jixuan still hadn't woken up. He sniffled as he lay in his cell. At some point, the guy came to his senses. He woke up terrified and begged me not to kill him. The guy was very scared. Lin Jixuan asked Lin Mo where they were. The guys were sitting in a small cage. They were arranged around a magic circle. At this moment, in the forest where Zhou Yutang was, the smoke from the explosion that the girl had created still hadn't dispersed. The guys approached the site of the explosion. There was a huge crater on the ground. Zhou Yutang understood that this was He Yanghui's doing. She was the one who had turned this place into a decoy. The girl felt that one should go in the next direction that Sonin shows. At this moment, a creepy voice was heard from behind the girl's back asking where she was going. It was the same monster. Zhou Yutang was very scared. She didn't expect this and jumped away from the monster. Rocks scattered around. The monster was huge. It wished all the guys dead, its head burning with green flames. Up to some point in the forest, where the guys came, everything was calm. Nothing portended trouble. The deer was quietly grazing in the clearing. He was leisurely chewing the grass. At some point, the animal heard unusual sounds. It perked up and was ready to run. At that moment, rays of light appeared from nowhere, destroying everything in their path. There was a fierce battle going on in the forest between the mysterious creature and the boys. The monster was huge and had 6 arms. He told the boys not to try to escape. Zhou Yutan tried to escape from this magical creature as it chased after her with its flaming beams, catching up with the girl. An elderly woman came to the girl's aid and repelled the monster's attack with her blade. The woman said that she would deal with this monster. She told Zhao Yutang to go and bring backup. The monster asked the woman if she really thought she could overpower him. He had told the guys not to try to escape after all. The monster had folded his arms and was ready to attack. The monster was going to kill these people right here. He released his magic power. A multitude of amulets lined up in a circle. In the center was the creature's magical energy. The old woman realized this soul-devouring technique. She became wary. The woman told everyone else to use their aura to protect their bodies. One woman didn't make it. She didn't realize what was happening to her. The magical power was closing in on her. At one point, her body began to decompose. She screamed loudly as her soul was sucked out. Zhou Yutang looked at this terrifying picture with pity. The girl was alarmed. Zhou Yutang was angry. She was going to deal with this monster herself and use her magical abilities. The girl conjured up her bow and arrow in a flash and aimed the weapons at the monster. Zhou Yutang was about to smash the monster. At this time, the monster directed its strength towards the girl. Zhou Yutang released her magic arrow. It went straight towards the creature's huge face. A huge explosion sounded, however it didn't seem like it had harmed the monster in any way. The creature was intact. It snidely asked if this was all the girl was capable of. The older woman said that almost half of their men were without strength, and that wasn't enough to hurt him at all. At this time, the monster was preparing its new attack. It sucked in a breath of air. The monster blew with all its might right at the guys. Gray smoke appeared around them. The guys noticed that the dead woman had started to turn into a zombie. The woman's body was very damaged, but she still got up and ran straight at the guys. The female zombie jumped up and was about to attack Zhou Yutang. The girl at this time used her magic ring to activate her power and conjured a weapon for herself. Zhou Yutang swung her magic sword and cut the zombie girl's body in half. However, the battle wasn't over yet. Zhou Yutang's other fallen comrades had also turned into zombies. They flew to attack the girl. The elderly woman was going to help Zhou Yutang resist the poisonous gas. At this time, the girl had to get rid of those zombies as fast as possible. The woman tried to explain that these people were infected, and they were no longer allies. So there was no need for pity. Zhou Yutang understood everything. She didn't waste any time. She swung her magic sword at the guys and slashed one of them's body. The girl was about to massacre the second guy as well, a zombie. She jumped up high. However, Zhou Yutang had stopped something. The girl couldn't hit this guy with her ball. One of her men started to say her name. He recognized the girl, causing Zhou Yutang to hesitate. However, it was a deceptive maneuver, the guy. A zombie attacked the girl and hurt her stomach. Zhou Yutang realized the mistake she had made. She was in a lot of pain, however. She held on with her last strength. Zhou Yutang clenched her magic sword in her hand and was about to strike with it. The girl hit this zombie guy several times. She managed to overpower her opponent. Blood easily gushed out from Zhou Yutang's abdomen. The girl tried to stop it with her hand, however, it didn't help. Zhou Yutang could no longer stand on her feet. She fell to the ground. At this time, it started to rain. The girl was lying in a pool of her own blood. She was gradually losing consciousness. Her condition was very serious. Lying on the ground, the girl thought it was strange that she was still ashamed of blood. It turns out only Zhou Yutang and Lao Luo were left alive. Everyone else was killed by this monster. If the girl knew this before, wouldn't have brought so many people. Above Zhou Yutang's head, her former comrades who had become zombies because of the poisonous gas were leaning over her head. They were going to finish the girl off. Lao Luo saw that the girl was in mortal danger. She was very worried about her and thought that something should be done. The woman began to use her magical powers. She was going to destroy the monster. The monster wondered how much longer the woman could hold out. She activated the protective barrier around her. At this moment, one of the zombie men swung a knife at Zhou Yutang. The girl thought that would she really drag Lao Luo away with her. The man's knife was getting closer and closer to the girl's head. She thought it was the end. At that moment, blood rushed from somewhere. It splattered all over the place. To Zhou Yutang's surprise, the man's knife landed right next to her head without causing any harm. The girl was surprised to see that the man's head had been severed by someone at the most opportune moment, blood gushing out of it. A girl came to Zhou Yutang's aid. She felt her strength disappearing and rushed to her aid. The girl's name was Zhao Honglin, and she was the group leader. The girl arrived just in time. At this time, one of the zombie men was still standing behind Zhou Yutang's back, however. The girl didn't care about him. This man's head was blown off in one blow, just like the previous man. Zhou Yutang realized that her grandmother had come to her rescue. At this time, the old woman was bravely fighting the main monster. Her strength was already running low. Lao Luo noticed as Zhao Honglin came in. The battle was very fierce. The monster asked if the older woman wanted to save them. He chuckled caustically and said it was a very noble act. Zhao Honglin didn't understand. Shouldn't this thing be dead by now? The monster wasn't afraid of the girl. He thought that she wouldn't be able to fight with this sword. The monster told him that the Emperor would be there today. They was very cocky and decided to attack again. At this time, Zhao Honglin made a counterattack with her magic weapon on the monster. It pierced straight through its head. At the same moment his barrier began to dissipate. It seems like it was an absolute victory. Zhao Yutang woundedly sat on the ground. She was very surprised that the monster was able to be defeated. Zhao Honglin was very worried about her granddaughter, because she was so hurt. The girl thought it was good that her intestines didn't fall out. The girl held out a bottle of medicine to Zhao Yutang. She had brought it especially for her granddaughter. Zhao Yutang drank the medicine. She said that her classmate was missing and asked for help to find him. The girl explained that their opponent's target was Lin Mo, and he needed to be saved. Zhao Honglin understood everything. She told her granddaughter to rest. She will handle everything. Zhao Yutang was overjoyed. She could no longer keep her consciousness and began to slowly fall asleep. Zhao Honglin gave the task to Lao Luo. The woman was to help Lin Mo. The woman understood her mission. Zhao Honglin asked where the guy Zhao Yutang was talking about was. The woman said that this guy must be in a very dark place. The sun that Yutang was carrying should help them. Zhao Honglin said that there was no need for that. She summoned her huge sword. Zhao Honglin was going to get it herself. That was her mission from this point on. The girl was very small in stature. She was desperately trying to jump on her huge sword. However, she still couldn't make it, and she fell to the ground and hit herself painfully. Zhao Honglin told her to take her granddaughter to the headquarters to heal. The girl herself will go to this dark place to find out everything. Zhao Honglin sat down on her sword. She said goodbye to the woman and flew to help Lin Mo. At this time, Lin Mo was still also imprisoned in a small, dark building on the outskirts of the city. He sat in the cage while there was a magic circle in the center of the room. He, Yanhua, sat on it and conjured. Lin Mo watched what was happening. Cheng Shushu asked what this girl was doing. The guy explained that the price of Yanghei's perfection was aging. She would age every time after absorbing the power. The girl aged in the blink of an eye. At this moment, He Yanghui noticed something strange. She stopped and heard strange sounds. The girl realized that someone had come to her hideout. She was going to see who it was. Zhao Honglin walked up to the door of this small building. She waited for the door to be opened for her. The door was opened by He Yanhua. She had a very angry look. The girl wasn't expecting anyone to visit her. When she opened the door, she saw a small, cute child. The girl thought that Zhao Honglin was lost. Zhao Honglin really pretended to be a child. She said that the little stick was flying. He Yanhui didn't understand what the girl was saying. The girl tensed up and didn't know what to do. Cheng Shushu asked Lin Mo if it was normal to knock him out right after he woke up. It was about Lin Zixuan. Lin Mo hit him hard on the head. The guy was unconscious. Lin Mo replied that it was okay because he was a tough nut. At this moment, Lin Mo heard strange sounds of explosions. The guy was confused. Zhao Honglin's magic sword flew through the entire building. It destroyed the wall in its path. That huge sword dug straight into He Yanghui's abdomen. Scarlet blood spurted out from the girl's body. She didn't expect this. Zhao Honglin noticed that the girl was already crying, and after all, this was just the beginning. She was going to deal with her. Zhao Honglin sat down on her huge sword and asked what He Chunhui would do next. Zhao Honglin kept wishing that He Yanghui would at least try to confront her. The girl grabbed the sword that was sticking out from her stomach and tried to pull it out, but it wasn't so easy to do. She screamed furiously that she hated anyone who stood in her way, and she managed to pull the sword out of her body. He Yanghui raised a huge sword and pointed it at Zhao Honglin, who was floating in the air. The girl swung and threw that sword back at Zhao Honglin. It flew in the air at a tremendous speed. The sword landed. It had destructive power. An explosion was heard. He Yanghui was seriously injured. It was hard for her to stand on her feet. The girl crouched down. He Yanghui didn't realize what kind of brat had attacked her. The girl's mouth was bleeding. Zhao Honglin was safe and sound. She sat on her sword with a proud look and asked if this was all the girl was capable of. He Yanghui realized that she was no match for this girl. She turned to Jiu Yu for help. Jiu Yu appeared behind the girl's back at this moment. He was about to tell her something. One day ago, the action took place at Han Xinyu's house. Han Xinyu sat across from a girl exactly like her, however, with horns on her head. It looked like it was her clone. They looked at each other intently. Han Xinyu sighed heavily. She was very tense. The girls were playing Go. Han Xinyu had played so many rounds with her already. Yet she still hadn't found a way to break her opponent. At this moment, the girl felt something strange. She stopped their game. Han Xinyu felt the very strong energy of the magic sword. This energy was coming from far away from some small house deep in the woods. Jiu Yu grabbed Shen Letian and held him tightly with his hand. The guy told him to let him go. He was disgusted by this. Shen Letian asked if the demon sword knew who he was. Jiu Yu didn't know this. The guy was a member of the Tangmo sect. Shen Letian confidently stated this. Jiu Yu was very surprised. He wasn't really interested in this information. Jiu Yu didn't know about the existence of this sect, but looking at how snotty the guy was, he thought that destroying their sect would be easy. Shen Letian was very scared. He asked the aura to save him. The guy didn't know what to do. At this moment, the doors to Shen Letien's room opened. The demonic sword did not expect an uninvited guest to visit. The dust had risen in the room. It was impossible to see who had entered the guy's house. A girl's foot appeared out of the smoke. It looked like she had come to Shen Letien's rescue. The girl stepped confidently. She moved closer and closer to the demonic sword. Ju Yu felt an unusually strong energy that emanated from the girl. It was Han Xinyu who came in. She seemed to be displeased about something, an eerie aura spreading around her. The girl was the mistress of the demon ball. He recognized her and was very happy to see her after all this time. Han Xinyu told Ju Yu not to go crazy. She kicked the demonic sword with her foot. Han Xinyu finally realized that this thing that had teamed up with He Yang-hui was her own sword. The demon sword confirmed it. The girl continued to kick it with her foot. At this moment, Sheng Leishan turned to the girl. He asked her to help and save the guy. The boy explained that he was the son of the head of Tanmo, and he was willing to serve Han Xinya. The Tanmo sect are demon cultivators, and their strength is not inferior to Feng Zhu. The girl noticed the guy. She slowly approached him. Han Xinyu sat on the demon sword and said that she didn't need humans, only a dog. The guy barked. Han Xinyu laughed at this. She decided to keep him. Sheng Laqian would become her doggy. The boy thanked his mistress for her mercy. He was very glad to be alive. Sheng Laqian said that from now on, the girl servant's house would belong to Han Xinyu. The boy's voice was getting quieter and quieter. Jiu Yu told the guy to stay awake while talking to the mistress. Han Xinyu took too much strength from him and he passed out. Jiu Yu started to talk about his plan. He's using He Yang-hui to recover his strength. The forest here and the smell are traps to prevent wanted people from reaching here. He and He Chun-hui are hiding in an abandoned factory. With this progress, the sword will be able to recover in 10 days. Han Xinyu thought it was a great plan and asked if He Yang-hui was completely under Jiu Yu's control. The sword thought the girl was too naive. It was easy to get her to do anything using Linmo. The girl thought that Yang Hui would do something dirty to the guy. The sword had to do anything to prevent that from happening. Han Xinyu remembered that she hadn't finished playing the game at her house. The girl couldn't just leave it at that. Jiu Yu hoped that his fragments would reassemble as quickly as possible because it was getting worse and worse. Han Xinyu told the ball not to hurry. After all, Dizong had also come to this world. The sword was shocked to hear this. Han Xinyu explained that the memories between the fragments are not connected, so Jiu Yu does not know. Recently, the girl felt the sword fragment near the farm. She wanted to approach, but the energy was completely different, destroyed by someone else's energy, and only Dizong had such a powerful aura. Jiu Yu's task was to use Yang Hui as bait and attract the emperor here. This time his mistress would deal with him. In turn, the sword told Yang Hui to kill Zhou Honglin. He Yang Hui didn't understand how she would be able to handle the girl after all. She was much stronger than her. Yang Hui said that she had never even fought before and she didn't know how to do anything. At this time, Zhou Honglin was trying to use sword-wielding tactics. Many swords appeared in the air, heading towards He Yang Hui. The girl didn't know what to do about it. The sword told Yang Hui to give her body to Jiu Yu's control. The girl thought that it really wasn't a bad idea. Jiu Yu instilled into He Yang Hui. The girl immediately became stronger. The sword thought that it was impossible to procrastinate. Jiu Yu in his new body laughed and attacked Zhou Honglin. He was determined to win. Zhou Honglin didn't give up either. She kept aiming her magic balls at He Yang Hui's body. However, Jiu Yu possessed great strength. He easily repelled the girl's attack with his foot. Jiu Yu intercepted Zhou Honglin's sword and pointed it against the girl. The demon sword angrily asked if his opponent liked flying wands. Jiu Yu launched his balls straight at Zhou Honglin. They flew at a tremendous speed. Zhou Honglin had created a protective barrier around herself in time. She was inside a sphere that nothing could penetrate. Jiu Yu wasn't going to stop. He conjured an energy sphere in his hands and was going to attack again. At this moment, a huge dragon appeared in the room due to Jiu Yu's magic. It was heading towards Zhou Honglin. The girl was surprised that the sword uses such old tricks. In fact, they are much weaker than described in the book, and it seems he can't do anything else. Zhou Honglin noticed that Jiu Yu's craziness game only benefited her. She was confident in herself. The girl started using a new technique. She said that the pear blossoms that cry all the time call for rain. Zhou Honglin thought that it was very shameful to die. She took her huge sword and flew to attack. Zhou Honglin struck at the huge dragon. She hit it right in the head. It was an accurate strike right on target. The girl's magical abilities had overwhelmed the huge creature. The dragon released a huge amount of energy from its mouth. It rose high up. The huge creature was defeated, the remnants of energy hovering in the room. A stream of energy from the dragon's mouth pierced the ceiling, and a huge hole was called out. From the rooftop, Han Xinyu was watching everything happening through the hole. At this moment, something strange began to transplant with He Yang Hui. A bright light began to appear from the girl's eyes and mouth. That color flew out of her, hurting He Yang Hui and rose above her head. That color transformed into a demonic sword. It had part of its blade broken. Zhou Honglin thought that the sword had finally come out. It was right in front of her. The girl didn't expect to get so much trouble from the broken demon ball. At this moment heard someone's, he was angry, this is the kind of neglect It was Han Xinyu who spoke. She said that only the owner can be his own doggy. Zhou Honglin didn't understand what kind of energy it was. The ghosts of the realm of the dead appeared around. Zhou Honglin was very scared. The energy was very strong. The girl tried to calm herself down and breathe. Zhou Honglin poured a cold raft. She slowly turned around to see who was talking to her. The girl felt like they were dominating. She was very worried. Zhou Honglin turned around and looked up at the ceiling. She saw Han Xinyu standing there. Sarcastically saying that she was very scared, the girl was in her true Demon King form. Han Xinyu pushed herself off the roof and flew straight down into the dark building. The girl walked over to her demon ball and noticed that it was badly broken. No wonder it was so hard to find. Zhou Honglin felt the need to act. She pushed herself off the ground and began to use her strength. The girl used the Taoism technique, 8 satin ribbons. These ribbons surrounded Han Xinyu. They wrapped the girl tighter and tighter without giving her a chance to leave. Han Xinyu angrily glared at her opponent through a slit in the satin ribbons. Lin Moimali's satin ribbons were tight and charged the Demon King's body. Zhou Honglin thought that in this situation, the only thing left to do was to surround her on all sides. The girl used hooks to secure the satin ribbons in the ground. Those metal hooks dug into the ground and held Han Xinyu tightly. Zhou Honglin offered her best efforts to overpower her opponent. It was very hard for her to do so. After that, the girl let the entrance of the magic amulet. She commanded it to her. Han Xinyu skinned a huge magic ball of various techniques to contain her. After that, Zhou Honglin used the falling flame technique. This was followed by the heavenly lotus ceiling technique, heaven's ferociousness. A huge lotus flower appeared beside Han Xinyu and slammed its petals down to restrain the woman. Zhou Honglin ordered her assistant to destroy the evil and this army, because it is worth the appearance of light, as the ghosts will be banished. At this moment, a huge magical statue appeared near the slammed flower. It was the statue that slammed the flower with Han Xinyu in its palm, crushing it. At this moment, cracks began to appear in the statue's arms. It looked like the girl had survived. She's starting to fall apart, and the cracks are getting to her head. Zhou Honglin couldn't believe it, for she had used every possible technique to stop her opponent. At this moment, a bright red light appeared right in front of the girl's eyes. It had incredible power. It was Han Xinyu. She had heard from her little dog that Zhou Honglin was the strongest in the Phoenix group. No one would be able to defeat her. She thought that this opinion was quite wrong. The girl was holding her demonic sword. She told Zhou Honglin that it was over. Zhou Honglin shouted that this wasn't the end. She wasn't going to give up and wanted to defeat the Demon King. Han Xinyu was quite surprised by the girl's words, for she was confident of her absolute victory. At this moment, Zhou Honglin noticed the wound from the demonic ball on her own abdomen. A dark energy was emanating from it. Han Xinyu repeated that it was over. At this, their battle came to an end. A sharp hand slashed the girl's stomach. Zhou Honglin was defeated. She fell to the ground, blood gushing out of her. The demon sword apologized to its mistress. He Younghui's body was too weak. She can't use 10% of her strength. Han Xinyu thought that the ball had already better try its best to make the emperor deign to appear. Zhou Honglin still had some remnants of her life force left in her. The girl was in a lot of pain. She raised her head. Zhou Honglin struggled to reach her weapon, which was stuck in the ground not far from her. Han Xinyu thought that after all these years, the emperor should have noticed. At this time, Zhou Honglin launched her sword at the girl. It seemed to Zhou Honglin this side that even if the emperor realized that she was alive, he still hadn't appeared. The girl didn't understand what the matter was. At this time, Zhou Honglin's sword was about to reach its target. However, Han Xinyu was very strong. She used her demonic sword to stop her opponent's weapon. The demonic sword easily sliced Zhou Honglin's weapon blades in half. Han Xinyu thought that perhaps the emperor wanted to use Zhou Honglin to find out everything. Han Xinyu remarked that how unfortunate it was that little Zhou Honglin was just trash, not going to reach out to the Demon King. Han Xinyu sighed. She was expecting a battle with a completely different opponent. At this moment, Han Xinyu loudly chanted Emperor. He was the one she was going to fight. The girl asked if they had not had enough drama for the emperor. Everything was already ready for their battle. Han Xinyu asked if the emperor had become a sissy as soon as he came here, like all men in this world. Han Xinyu thought it was ridiculous that he was considered the strongest man in the world, and he was unworthy of ruling over such an insignificant force. Han Xinyu found it disgusting. She was expecting a real strong caller to come. If he didn't come through, she was going to start with Zhulu Honglin. She was going to cut her life short. The girl was very angry. She was going to destroy everyone in this trap before and everyone in this world. Han Xinyu threatened to kill them all if the emperor didn't show up and stop her. Han Xinyu said she would count to 3, and after that, her plan together would begin. Cheng Shushu was very scared. He didn't know what to do. The situation was not an easy one. Lin Mo was still sitting in the cage. He was watching this whole situation and didn't know if he should join the battle. Han Xinyu started the summary report. She uttered the first bill. The girl was very violent. The cell was very damp, gathering on the bars of the cage. The drops were slowly falling down. The situation was very tense. The guys were seriously threatened. Droplets landed on Lin Jishuan's forehead. The guy lay all battered. These drops were able to wake up Lin Jishuan. He had already woken up and realized the whole situation. At this moment, Han Xinyu uttered a second count. She couldn't wait to already massacre everyone in this building. Lin Zixuan screamed pitifully as soon as he woke up. He begged not to kill him or do this. Zhou Honglin was lying almost unconscious on the floor with serious wounds. Cheng Shushu was in the same cage as Lin Mo. He was shaking with fear and didn't know what to do. At this moment, Han Xinyu uttered the third final score. She smirked evilly. At this moment, a stream of light rushed upwards. It was incredibly powerful and possessed strong energy. That stream of light pushed the cargo clouds over the area. Up rose a magical flame. The energy gripped the entire building, its currents enveloping the room where the boys were. Han Xinyu looked at what was happening with surprise. She realized what was happening and what was in store for her. At this moment, the Emperor in his true form appeared. Lin Mo decided to be on the battlefield and present in front of his opponent. Han Xinyu shouted that she knew they had the Emperor. She was glad to finally fight him and alienate her nemesis. A beautiful young girl stood under the shower, covered only by a towel. At that time, reporters arrived on the scene. The live broadcast had already begun. The presenter told his audience that he was in Shenyang City, Hongxi District. Just now, here, a huge beam of light appeared in an abandoned factory, and it is very hot near it. The reporter demanded that his cameraman give him the phone. He wanted to show something himself. Corporate rules his camera on a beam of light. Because of it, a hole formed in the clouds. He thought that maybe it was a beam from a satellite. The reporter noticed something strange in the cloud. This object was flying and circling around the beam. Many residents of the city were watching through their phones. They were very interested in this mysterious phenomenon I am. Song Yunshu was no exception. Her phone hung up at the most interesting moment. She couldn't see what was going on there. At this point, the girl's mom pumped at her. Because it's been so long, she's still staring at her phone. The woman asked if her daughter had finished her homework for the weekend. Song Yunshu thought that Hongxi District was very far away from her home, yet it seems that Linmo lives there. The girl thought that first He Yanhui was wanted, then this ray of light, and already all the classmates had taken a picture of it, so it wasn't fake. The girl went to the door of her house and opened it at the same moment the Emperor, who was fighting with the Demon King, flew through it. Song Yunshu was stunned. She couldn't move from her seat and didn't understand what was happening. The girl's door was kicked open. Song Yunshu was shocked. Song Yunshu was still holding onto the handle of the torn-off door. There were huge holes in her walls. It turns out that the Emperor and the Demon King flew through the high-rise building and broke through both of its walls. Han Xinyu said that without his ball, the Emperor was just insignificant. The girl was going to strike at him. Sure that the Emperor is only fit for the role of a crumb to beat, Han Xinyu swung her demonic sword. The Heavenly Emperor fell from a great height to the ground from Han Xinyu's blow. The girl was pleased with her success on the battlefield. She set about using her demonic energy. Han Xinyu was only moved by madness and anger. She channeled her Nova energy high into the sky. The girl was overcome only by desire and lust, dark energies piercing the clouds. Han Xinyu kept on conjuring. She made the clouds at the bottom thicken and swirl you around. 2 red flashes appeared in the clouds at this moment. There was a heavy downpour. Those flashes were actually the eyes of a huge beast. They opened up and were ready to kill. At this moment, a huge dragon appeared from the clouds, which destroyed everything in its path. It shouted loudly. And save the dragon, a beam of dark energy appeared and headed for the place where the Emperor had fallen. There were people in the street of the city. Children were just at that time walking from school. They were very frightened terribly by the explosion and ran away from it. Han Xinyu was surprised that the Emperor didn't dodge the blow. He was watching everything from a bird's eye view. Han Xinyu noticed something down below. Apparently, the Emperor still managed to survive her attack. The girl didn't understand why kids from rich families acted like that. At that time, the Emperor was safe and sound. It is said that the water academ of that generation was extremely brutal and killed everyone indiscriminately. The current generation on Mozitsun's heirs is even more brutal. At first, the Emperor didn't even notice it. However similar, both father and daughter are exactly the same and ruthless. The Demon Lord was angry. She told the Emperor not to mix talk about hers. After all, he was just an outsider and dare not get involved. She controlled her dragon. It aimed red bloody projectiles at the Emperor right at the city. The girl winded up that she couldn't kill everyone. The Emperor was dead, and this one those people could live. He had to get on his knees and beg her to kill him for the sake of the mortals. And it seemed that all emperors were hypocrites, for they constantly declared that they were willing to do anything for commoners, anything for mortals. The dragon eruption was bending a stream of energy down on the city. It was going to finally massacre the Emperor. The Demon Lord believed that at the end of the day, the Emperor was doing everything for his own sake. At this time, the dragon was ruthlessly lighting everything in its path. Mere mortals could be harmed. A huge furrow was left on the ground right in the middle of the city, blazing with dragon flames. The girl noticed that the Emperor's shield was broken, and wondered what he would come up with now. The Heavenly Emperor wasn't going to give up. He activated his energy, was about to strike. He had a few techniques in reserve and prepared to strike decisively. Han Xinyu didn't are tense. She felt threatened, and coming from the Emperor. At this moment, the girl realized that he was using his sword. Its energy pierced through the dragon's head. Dragon blood splattered around. The girl tensed up. She hadn't expected such power from the Emperor. At this moment, a huge sword actually appeared in the Emperor's hands, with which he was about to overpower his opponent. The Emperor thought that his sword had finally arrived. It had Lin Mo's paperman on it. The Emperor thought his sword was really good. He had been waiting for it for a very long time. Han Xinyu realized that when she couldn't see, he had glued the paperman to her, used the shield to delay time, and intentionally made her show her non-faults when the weapon was about to appear. The girl pumped that in his situation, even a piece of scrap metal could come in handy. She launched an energy with her ball. The Emperor used the 3 feet of life technique. He swept his flaming sword around him. Brother struck Han Xinyu's dark energy with his sword, chopping her in half. Next, the Emperor began to utilize the sacred law technique, heavenly fire alchemy. Han Xinyu was surprised because the operator always gives out something new. She hadn't heard of such techniques before. This moment, as a strong explosion sounded over the city, it was a clash of dark light energy of 2 opponents. The battle was very fierce. The guys' moves were unpredictable. They fought in the entire sky above the city. None of the adversaries were going to yield to each other, and they were sure instructed to end this Nwai feud. At this moment, Han Xinyu still managed to strike the Emperor's shoulder, blood gushing out. That was the Emperor's plan. He smirked and thought he had finally made it. He was much slower than he expected. It wasn't actually the Emperor. He dissolved into the sky with a burst of light pouring out of him. It was a paper figurine clone. The girl didn't realize when it had appeared or how she had hit it. A little paper man all extended came down from the sky. At this moment, drones appeared in the sky and launched a volley of projectiles directly at Han Xinyu. The girl activated the protective shield. She realized that it was all part of the Emperor's plans to use the weapons of this world. However, there was no aura here for him to use such power. The girl thought it was very brave. She launched her demonic energy directly into the weapons of this world. However, the carpenters skillfully maneuvered in the sky. They dodged the Demon Lord's power flow. Everyone kept launching their shells. They were at once decisive and headed for their target. However, the girls thought these weapons were too slow. She managed to dodge them. Another carpenter flew behind the girl's back. He also launched his projectile on a different trajectory. Han Xinyu didn't expect this. She was very surprised when she realized that a projectile was approaching her behind her back. The shell reached its target. A huge explosion sounded in the sky. It was very powerful. The target without the carpenters was fixed. They needed to keep throwing projectiles to make sure the Demon Lord was dead for sure. They launched another haul of shells. Powerful explosions sounded in the sky. The Sky Pirates thought that it looked like the girl was being dealt with. Everything was going according to his plan. Even the most powerful army would be able to hold her for 2 minutes. Without the sacred ball, it doesn't matter how much he tries. In this case, the Emperor is no match for her. If he wants to win, he needs to find a weapon equal to the ball. The forging of the ball had just been completed. The Emperor held a flaming sword in his hands. The Emperor sure called someone in. He told him to deal with it. The guy had a plan. The warplanes were running out of shells. They already had to return to their previous positions. At this time, something strange emerged from the ground. It pierced the asphalt. It was a gargantuan hand that appeared straight out of the ground. This hand had huge claws. It grabbed the battle plane and gripped it tightly. The second plane was flying around her. He was trying to avoid a pitiful fate. However, he failed to do so. His hand hit another airplane right on top of him. A huge explosion erupted in the sky. Following the hand and the ground came the remaining body of the monster. It was screaming loudly. It was huge in size and collapsed everything in its path. The demonic creature was extremely dangerous. It was the Demon Lord's shenanigans. She said if anyone interfered in this war, die, she would make them disappear. The demon sword behind noticed that this locust beast was moving towards the aura cluster. It would catch up with the operator, and the winner had already been determined. They believed that the Emperor was definitely up to something. They needed to find him as soon as possible. At this moment, the Demon Lord noticed something on the ground. She looked at it sadly. On the ground next to the destroyed building stood a little boy. He was crying for his daddy. The boy was very scared. He was desperately wiping his tears and hoping to find some adults. At that moment, the paw of a demon locust headed straight for the boy. He was going to grab the child. The hand was getting closer and closer to the boy. He had no chance to save himself. Something inside the demon lord clicked. She hesitated and Pillar stared at this picture. The boy wouldn't stop crying. His cries were complex in the distance. He was calling for his daddy. The demon lord squeezed her eyes shut. She couldn't look at it. This situation appeared very familiar to her. Sometime in her childhood, she also cried and called out for her father. The girl was defenseless at that time. At that time, there were huge traffic jams on the bridge leading out of the city. All people were trying to get away from the epicenter of events. All residents called their loved ones, trying to find out where they were, but there was no signal. Song Yunshu's family also tried to leave the city. The girl was sitting next to her father, but there was no signal. It's time the radio broadcasted the news that the monsters downtown had suddenly disappeared. At that moment, it was also raining. The weather outside was terrible. All the residents were very frightened. Sun Yunshu to her father that she felt like it shouldn't rain, because there were no clouds in the sky. At that moment, the residents of the city from their cars saw a whirlpool rising into the sky. They did not realize what it was. Residents started filming this unusual natural phenomenon. They were shocked and tried to understand what it was. At this moment, a huge sword appeared in the center of the vortex. It emitted energy and glowed with red light. The emperor was responsible for this natural phenomenon. He conjured it up and commanded all kinds of waves to engulf the sky. The emperor clenched all his strength into his fist. He was confident that he could win. At this point, the waves around the unusual beam came. They were very intense and headed towards the bridge. At some point, the water caught up with the bridge. It covered a car that was trying to drive out of town. A thick fog hung over the city. It was unclear what had happened. All the people were terribly frightened. Sung Yunshu got out of the car. Her father yelled at her that she was crazy and told the girl to quickly go back. Song Yunshu walked to the edge of the bridge, and she looked down in surprise, unable to understand how this was possible. At one point, the entire river that surrounded the city and dried up. It was just impossible. It was the emperor's shenanigans. At this time, he was casting sorcery, trying to transfer the power to his weapons. Right in front of the emperor was his magic sword that emitted a strong energy. The emperor took hold of the ball's handle. The ball began to emit a bright light. It activated. That color from the ball was visible from a great distance. Even the thick fog couldn't stop it. Some moment in the direction of the ball, the fog parted. It became visible who was in the center of events. The rain was still shoveling outside. The emperor had taken to the sky, and I was about to finish off my opponent. Some moment the emperor noticed that you were strangely down. He looked up in surprise and didn't realize what was going on. The emperor saw a large convoy of cars with their headlights on. There was still fog all around, and out of the mist came the demon lord. She led that little boy by the hand. The girl said that she would not wait for him any longer. The boy stopped crying and looked at the girl in surprise. The demon lord brought the boy to his daddy. The child was very happy when he saw his father and ran to him. The girl told all the people to take their children away from here, for it was dangerous to be here. The demon lord said to be tired wasn't her style, so she wanted to get completely done quickly. This situation was very reminiscent of an episode from a past life. The girl raised her demonic sword into the air. It was just as the emperor thought. He also prepared his magic sword that emitted energy. The girl stepped into the devil's path and pitched alone. A huge monster made up of energy appeared around her ball. A similar beast also appeared around the emperor. However, out of light energy, they were going to encapsulate the earth together and set everything on the tip of a ball. The demon lord swung his demon ball and told the emperor to die. The emperor's goal was to break the demon Chanchu. At this moment, everything was going to be decided. One of them had to win. Their magic powers clashed with each other. Both opponents were very strong. No one had an advantage. Chanchu had waited for this for a very long time. The emperor now had a sword, and if he lost to the girl again, there would be no excuses. The emperor said a philosophical phrase. On the ancient road where the stars fall, the cold light sacrifices itself to the frosty sky. The emperor used his secret technique. He destroyed his sword. It shattered into small shards. The demon lord realized that it was a ban on the ball art. She was very surprised to encounter this technique. The situation was repeating itself. It was exactly like the last time she fell for this trick. A huge golden dragon appeared in the sky. The demon lord was sorry she couldn't handle that ball. She wasn't strong enough to resist. This moment, a huge beam of light appeared that pierced everything in its path. It consisted of light energy. His destructive force caused a crack to appear in the sky, and it kept widening. From this crack, the space was visible. The city was half destroyed. There were huge fires in some places. Everyone looked up in surprise. The sky did crack. Something that looked like a black hole had appeared there. The demon lord was defeated. She lay covered in blood and looked up at the sky. The girl was approached by the emperor. He was going to make sure it was over. Mozong's mouth was bleeding. She was badly crippled by this battle. The emperor remarked that it looked like the winner had been determined. He thought he had won this battle. Mozong didn't think so. She was sure that things had just started. The Emperor looked at her suspiciously. The girl noticed that the Emperor was, such and such, she had another trick in her pocket. Mozong was able to get the other half of the ball, its blades already flying towards the battlefield. The half-balls began to argue so with the current, for one of them had labored so long for the sake of finding fragments, the other had a great many. The girl laughed. Even balls were endowed with such qualities. Her wounds will heal later, but they lost spiritual energy after that blow, and now there is very little of it. Victory in such a case of a demon lord was really out of sight. At this moment, the reunited swords pierced the demon lord from behind. It was unclear what had happened and why the sword did that. The weapon laughed evilly. It wanted both opponents to die, the sword burning with demonic energy. The sword decided that it was worth starting according to the plan with Mozong. It flew into the air and aimed at the girl. The sword thought she should die. It laughed evilly or flew straight at her. The sword flew towards where the girl was and struck it with all its might. However, surprisingly, the sword embedded itself into the ground without damaging the demon lord's body. He thought it was fine. That heroism would save beauty. The one who saved Mozong was the Emperor. He held her in his arms and saved her from the effects of the demonic sword. Mozong told the Emperor to let her go. She couldn't stand on her own. The injuries were very serious. However, the girl believed that it was better to be killed by a demonic sword than to be saved by the Emperor. The Emperor told the girl not to waste her energy on idle chatter. He wasn't going to follow her orders. The Emperor had a plan and he needed her help. But the girl has to promise him something as soon as it's over. The demon sword turned into a huge monster and asked what the guys were chatting about. Sword wanted to listen too, and that huge beast headed towards the Emperor. The Emperor didn't lose his composure. He gathered all his energy and was going to confront the behemoth. He told the demonic sword to look into the prison of light. He let the amulet straight into it. Those amulets stabbed into the demonic sword body. He fell to the ground and didn't realize what was happening. The demonic sword couldn't move. He didn't understand how this was possible. The Emperor explained that this trap could be easily unblocked with Yunyang's power. The Emperor's opponent was a sword. He asked if the sword could extract Yunyang's strength. The Emperor thought it was impossible. He understood how this world and the demon sword itself worked. To adapt to this world, the sword had to cut off a part of itself. The sword rose from the ground and scattered the Emperor's amulets, he thought deliriously. Sword asked if the Emperor thought he was still great. He didn't understand how the man dared talk to him like that. Sword didn't understand why he was so calm, being with his aura and the immobilized demon in his arms. However, the Emperor had a plan. The sword told him to burn in hell. The Emperor snapped his fingers. He still possessed immense power capable of stopping his opponent. At this moment, the demonic sword began to burn. He didn't realize what was happening. A light aura was engulfing him. Sword didn't understand where the Emperor got such strength from, or how he was able to do it. The Emperor explained that all the fragments had been reassembled, which meant his part was still in him. The fragment that the Emperor took from the farm turned into a decoy. He thought it would be his last trump card. This fragment sucked out Binyan's demonic sword power. He asked it not to do so. The last move was for the demon lord. The girl began to absorb Yunyan's power. The sword screamed pitifully and begged not to take its power, but no one listened to it. For a moment, the entire sword power was absorbed by the demon lord. The fog gradually dissipated. Now it was just an ordinary sword without spiritual powers. He was shocked and thought it was terrible. The demon lord understood that even if Yunyan's power was fused, it was still in the sword body. The girl told him to gobble it all up. She was going to pay the bill. At that moment, a huge tongue appeared from nowhere and struck right in front of the guys. It was a huge chameleon-like creature. It was a house of beast that appeared from a crack in the sky. The creature slapped its tongue on the sword and helped it escape. The demon lord said that everything was done according to plan and asked what the Emperor's next move was. The Emperor looked up into the sky. He pondered his next actions. Something was still unfinished. He remembered that there were still huge cracks in the sky, from which monsters that carried great danger could appear. The demon lord couldn't help with this. All she knew how to do was kill. Accordingly, she knows nothing about restoring the sky. The Emperor let her go. He was going to do everything on his own. The Emperor told the girl to remember what she had promised him. The Emperor flew into the sky and used the technique of 1,000 grotto immortals. His eyes lit up with light. Something similar to a cube of magical energy appeared in the Emperor's hands. He was about to overpower his opponent. The Emperor told the house monster to return to his side. He released his energy into the sky. Because of the Emperor's power, the creature was sent back into space, the edges of the crack glowing with bright energy. Because of the Emperor's strength, the edges of the crack began to gradually shrink, and it took on a regular shape. The demon lord was surprised at this attraction. It caused cracks and truths to tighten. This technique required the Emperor's tremendous energy. He could barely stay on his feet. His condition was very grave. Blood gushed out of the Emperor's mouth. He was very overstressed and could no longer control his strength. Because of that immense gravity of space, he flew straight into the crack. Not even a gram left of his aura. At this moment, the demon lord grabbed the emperor's hand. She was going to help him. She gripped the emperor's hand tightly. Her other hand held onto the edge of the crack. She was going to keep the emperor from flying into space. The demon lord had been killing since ancient times, and with this she only proved that the more you kill, the stronger you become. Earlier, the emperor had told her that many people had died today, but the girl had clearly not gotten stronger. If he was right, their Yunyan strength should be preserved in her sword. This was the demon lord's plan, she realized as the emperor revealed it. The emperor was going to save the girl and let her deal with the consequences herself. He had faith in the demon lord. He told her after she regained her Yunyang power not to change her intentions. At this time, the girl shouted for the emperor to return, for the crack was tightening. The girl was on one side of the crack, while the emperor was already in space. She held his hand tightly. The demon lord told him to move. She didn't understand why he was procrastinating. The crack was about to close. The emperor had a chance of not surviving. The girl didn't understand why he was doing this. The emperor said she knew everyone would be alive, but she saved that child anyway. The demon lord didn't understand why the emperor was saying this at such an inopportune moment. At this moment, the emperor said something to the girl from which she was very surprised, but the essence of his words was not clear. The crack in the sky had completely closed. The demon lord was unable to drag the emperor behind him. The girl was upset. She flew down. She was very taken aback by the emperor's words. The girl was very surprised to see what was left in her hand after making contact with the emperor. It was a little paper man who smiled smugly. The next morning came. Dawn was rising over the city, the aftermath of the fight still visible. There was a demon lord sitting on one of the editions. She was scrutinizing the emperor's paper man. The man also looked at the city. He had a plan. He understood what needed to be done. The demon lord sighed. It was time to act. Her business wasn't over yet. The demon lord stood up and conjured a large ball of energy above her. This energy dissipated throughout the city. It glowed with a bright light. This use of powers exhausted the demon lord, but she achieved her goal. She stopped her mission. The deed was done. The girl was coughing. She could no longer stand on her feet. Her body was exhausted. It turns out it revitalized people. It was worth 100 years of cultivation, moreover, and so many people were alive. However, she promised to do so to the emperor, and the girl fulfilled her promise. The demon lord tossed the emperor's paper man to the wind. The demon lord remembered the emperor when she did this. Turns out he wasn't as bad as she imagined. She remembered how he had saved her, held her in his arms and wouldn't let her die. At that moment, the girl was very surprised. She had always considered him a sworn enemy. The girl stood on the edge of the building. She looked longingly at the city and seemed to be a little sad for the emperor. His image kept popping up in front of her eyes. She couldn't banish those thoughts from her head. The demon lord became embarrassed and smiled. She liked this kind of attention from the emperor. As night fell, Han Xinyu slept, but the girl was uneasy. Han Xinyu had a nightmare where someone didn't want to play with her because the girl has red eyes and is a demon. In her dream, she saw her father forcing the girl to kill the man, as he was dust in her eye who had killed countless of their fellow man. The little demon lord didn't want to do that. The girl felt sorry for the man. However, her father was prodding. Mozong picked up the sword and was not confident in holding it. The girl was shaking with fear. She didn't want to cut someone's life short. She wasn't ready for that. Her father nudged the girl in the back with a sharp motion of his hand. This caused the knife in the girl's hands to pierce the man's body. It was her first kill. Mozong was crying. Because of the realization of what she had done, she couldn't believe what had happened. Her father said that sooner or later her kindness would kill everyone. There was a man's blood left on the sword. Mozong looked at her bloody hands. She didn't want this to happen again. However, the next moment, the emperor's hand appeared before her eyes and clutched the girl's hand tightly. Mozong was surprised. She was recalling the events of her life. The scene of the emperor falling through a crack in the sky appeared before her eyes. Mozong held his hand tightly and tried to keep him from flying into space. The emperor said that she knew that everyone would live. But she resurrected this child anyway. The girl screamed desperately that she didn't want to listen to him. She didn't want to accept her other side. Mozong told him to shut up, however. The emperor said that he knew she was a good person, and that she had never been bad. At this moment, Mozong woke up. Tears were in her eyes. She screamed and told the emperor to shut up. Mozong realized that it was just a dream. She was bothered by nightmares. The girl clutched the blanket. She was very sad. She didn't want to accept the truth. At this time, the Phoenix headquarters was crowded. There was a meeting of the members of the secret organization. Zhou Honglin was leading it, and she talked about all the events of the past week. The girl said that during the battle, the two destroyed and nearly destroyed half the city. Although all the dead were eventually brought back to life, Zhou Honglin felt that they could not sit still. A member of the organization asked what the girl meant, since they only had tiny grains of sand of information. It was the daughter of Yang Tianxidao's, Yang Tianyu. She asked what could be done besides sitting and waiting. Yao Shixianzun asked what it meant that they had chopped the sky with a sword. Was it the sword of an immortal? The master of the wine sword felt ashamed that he had never heard of it before. Li Sanjin thought that there was no need to complicate things. Even if you put all the immortals' strength together, they wouldn't be able to cut through the sky. Yao Chengqin had heard that the elder Zhao had been killed. Zhao Yutang asked her grandmother if she had gathered everyone just to complain. Aunt Baiyun told the girl not to be rude. She asked to be allowed to talk about the measures discussed with Hong Lingxing. They waited for the Baiyun temple to preserve the ancient oracle as the heavens controlled their world. Heaven handed them the tears of heaven. The goal is to establish the right path. The oracle said, "Drink these tears and do justice. You are the daughter of destiny." They sealed it, for it is a heavenly gift. Zhou Yutang didn't understand what this tear had to do with their plan. Ta explained that when the girl was sent to the temple for treatment, her soul was scattered and her internal organs damaged. There was little hope. This all happened because of the appearance of heretics and the collapse of this world. The tears of heaven made their decision and merged with the girl. Now it turns out that Zhao Yutang is the daughter of destiny. The members of the organization believe that the daughter of destiny is their trump card, and it is worth catching the guy with whom the girl is in love, and will arrange a double perfection. Zhou Honglin believed that if they wanted the girl to make rapid progress, one should find the purest body with yang energy for dual refinement. Li Sandin explained that the body suitable for refinement is already covered with immortal energy, and it seems that grandmother will choose a handsome man to be her husband. Yao Qianjun knew that the body with pure yang mainly had young people, and it would be best to hold a beauty contest in colleges and universities. That's why he's decided to hold elections across the country, and of course he has a list. Mo Zong found out about the plans. She was informed that the girl should choose a knowledge on. Her informant explained that according to the information, Feng Zhu had decided to find a concubine for Zhao Yutang to help her improve. The election will be held in the college if everything is correct. This informant is on Zhao Honglin's list. The informant was Sheng Leishan. The girl wanted the guy to qualify. That way they could keep an eye on Feng Zhu and the daughter of destiny. Sheng Leishan added that there was something else besides choosing a concubine. The Phoenix Group is using all forces to search for the Emperor. The girl was not surprised by this information. Mo Zong noticed that it had been a week since the battle, and her aura still hadn't recovered since she had severely damaged her body. Now the girl had nothing to fear in this world. But after the sword, everything changed. Things turned out terribly for her. She needs to be patient for a while. Once she recovers, she'll find the sword and settle the score with him. But in the meantime, she'll continue to play Han Xinyi. The girl worked in a flower store. She brought flowers to the boss. She had to check all the tinctures of registration. Her boss remarked that the girls were like Clivia. Han Xinyi didn't quite know what she was talking about. The subsequent events unfolded in Lin Mo's house. It was a clear day outside. Cheng Shushu ran towards his master with a worried look. The guy didn't understand what had happened. Lin Mo, at this time, was sitting on his bed and practicing spiritual energy. Cheng Shushu was surprised that he was fine. Lin Mo told his assistant to monitor Zhao Yutang's situation through the paper figure. The latter said that they were done, and the girl was now the daughter of destiny. They were looking for a concubine. Cheng Shushu added that they are looking for concubines in colleges across the country. They want to guide the girl to double perfection. They were also discussing the location of the emperor. Lin Mo told Cheng Shushu to stand back and not to touch him for the time being. The constant use of techniques had a detrimental effect on this mortal body. It seems when the emperor came to this world, he had confused absolutely all the skills. And it looks like Lin Mo's identity will be revealed for a while. The next day has come. Lin Mo along with Han Xinyi were playing Go on the roof of the school. They were rearranging the chips. It looked like the girl had lost to Lin Mo. He had great playing skills. Han Xinyu thought that was really true. It was dangerous if it wasn't for the fact that he was kidnapped because of a girl and a sword. The girl remembered what she'd promised Lin Mo for winning the wish. She thought that the biggest thing a guy could wish for was a date. Lin Mo thought it was boring. He promised to tell his wish later. The guy noticed that the girl didn't play well today. He told her to wash her face next time and then come over. Han Xinyi was angry that mere mortals dared to charge her anything, and she would never let him win again in the future. Song Yunshu finally found Lin Mo. For the whole day she hadn't seen him. The girl told him about the school competition. All the schools are holding elections, and she wanted to vote for Lin Mo. But he's not even on the list. Lin Mo walked past the girl. He thought it was boring and told her to leave. Sung Yunshu didn't understand why Lin Mo was saying that. After all, he was very careful about his appearance and had spent so much effort on losing weight. Song Yunshu thought that Lin Mo didn't want others to know that he himself wanted to participate. She wanted to register him herself. At this time, the action moves to Zhou Yutang's house. It was night. The lights were on in her house. Zhou Yutang was surprised that they really did start selecting schools. The girl looked at the results in her computer. The first place was Shang Liqian. The girl didn't want to marry such a person. She was very upset. In second place after him was Lin Mo. Zhou Yu Tang was very surprised that he was participating at all. The girls in the class along with Sung Yunshu were watching something on their phones. This was a guitar playing video posted by Shen Lidian yesterday. They really liked it. Song Yunshu was outraged. She stated that Lin Mo was still in their class. One of her friends asked if the girl hadn't just returned that triple bond herself now. Another friend said that not only that, she hid it for everyone to secretly watch at night. Sung Yunshu admitted that this relationship could be called a sympathy between the two of them after all. Her friend said she didn't like the guy. She was just greedy for his body. Sung Yunshu recognized this. She shouted that everything was caused by his body. She was honest. At the other desk sat Lin Jixuan and his deskmate. They thought it was very superficial. Lin Jixuan was determined to win this beauty contest. He had spent so many hours recovering. And in the end, Lin Mo was higher than him. He even beat Chung Yao Qin, and the guy didn't even make it into the top 10. Lin Jixuan stated that when he returned, he would also sing a song similar to a dog's bark. At this moment, Shen Liqian walked into the study. The guy was very angry upon seeing him. As if the girls had gone crazy, they ran up to Shen Litai and gave him a bunch of candy. The guy said we should celebrate. He smiled sweetly at the girls. Shen Liqian wanted to say something to Zhao Yutang and walked over to her. The girl thought he shouldn't get into the underbelly of the contest. She didn't understand what he wanted from her. Shen Liqian asked everyone to support him. He was about to do a daring deed. Zhao Yutang noticed that there was something wrong with the guy's voice. The girl became wary. Shen Liqian held out what he had prepared himself to her and asked her to try a piece. Zhao Yutang asked if the guy really thought she would eat it. The girl called the guy's treat a horror. Shen Liqian was surprised that it had no effect at all. He thought that with Zhao Yutang's refinement, it was impossible to resist his demonic voice. It was break time. All the guys came to the cafeteria to eat lunch. Zhao Yutang was very angry with Shen Liqian. She thought he was disgusting. Her friend said that everything was fine. The girl knew that the guy was a trainee. Since he uses that voice to seduce girls, he's probably an evil cultivator. If he's still on Nana's list of candidates, he's probably an outsider. Her friend noticed Lin Mo enter the dining room. The girl rejoiced. She realized that a single Lin Mo was a real rarity. Lately, all the girls were running after Shen Liqian. A friend told Zhou Yutang that if she wanted to hit on Lin Mo, now was the time. Zhao Yutang was momentarily embarrassed and blushed. She jumped up and asked what her friend was talking about. The girl was very uncomfortable. She didn't realize how she felt about the guy. She couldn't define their relationship, and she couldn't tell if they were just enemies or friends. Zhou Yutang recalled their fights and how they spent time together. The girl remembered how he had held tightly to her waist as they rode home on the motorcycle. She thought back to his long legs and how she treated the guy's wounds. Also his muscular chest, which she stared at while standing on the guy's window. Her friend wanted to understand the relationship between the guys. Was he just a friend or a classmate? At this moment, Zhao Yutang's nose was bleeding from such overexertion. At this point, the lessons at school were coming to an end. Evening had arrived. Zhao Yutang was very angry and angrily paced down the corridor past the guys. The boys stared in surprise at her angry gait. They didn't understand what was happening to her. Squeezed Yayutang wanted to discreetly take a photo of Lin Mo. All of his photos on the platform are taken discreetly, and with this, it is impossible to take first place. Zhou Yutang found a professional group. Lin Mo should not give up the photo shoot. However, once the girl offered it to Lin Mo, he flatly refused. Lin Mo said that if Zhou Yutang has nothing to do, she should find a job. And actually, he told her not to sweat about him. It really annoyed him. Lin Mo thought that the most important thing was that he was alive. Although injured, the Lord and Sword were gone. Lin Mo needed to practice. However, Lin Mo said that after the kidnapping, he couldn't trust any girl. Zhou Yutang was embarrassed. She was saddened by such a harsh rejection from Lin Mo. It was late evening. The sun had already set behind the horizon. The city was sinking into darkness. Zhou Yutang was practicing in her gym. She was hitting a punching bag. Zhou Yutang blamed herself for what happened. She tried to take out her anger by practicing. Zhou Yutang promised to protect Lin Mo, however, she was unable to keep her promise. The girl said that he would be fine, however, Lin Mo was taken prisoner. And in the end, Zhou Yutang didn't help the guy in any way. She was very angry with herself. Lin Mo no longer trusted Zhou Yutang. It was her own fault. The girl was trying to come to terms with the fact that she would have to marry Shang Liqian. However, Zhou Yutang couldn't accept that she would have to live her life with someone she didn't like. Zhao Yutang was desperately punching the punching bag. However, it didn't seem to help. A woman came into the hall. She noticed that there were so few people today. It was explained to her that Zhao Yutang had reserved everything. Sister Hay said that once she was done, she should take off her shirt and start walking with the bags. The woman noticed that the girl was a rich, second-generation girl, since she was wearing a skirt, so she was still a schoolgirl. She was going to beat the money out of her. The receptionist explained that the girl was in a terrible mood. Such rich people don't come in often. Sister. He was going to rob the girl of all her money today, so even with a card or something, she wouldn't be able to show up here again. Sister, he told Zhou Yutang that she had great strength but lacked stamina. He Yunhe was a personal trainer in this hall. She introduced herself to Zhou Yutang. The girl told her to clean up and not to touch her. She had booked the place for tonight. He Yunhe got angry and asked if the girl wanted to fight, and if she couldn't beat the woman to death, she would pick her teeth on the floor. A second later, Zhou Yutang punched the woman in the stomach and threw her out of the window. The passers-by were very surprised at this sight. Zhou Yutang thought the woman was stupid and jumped out of the window after her. The passers-by recognized He Yunhe. She was the one chasing them for money. He Yunhe beaten lay on the ground and begged to be spared. The girl realized she had a wig on her head. She took it off and asked what was wrong with it. Turns out the woman had a deep scar on her face, and she wore this wig to cover it. Zhou Yutang said that in any case, the battle was not over. It was a matter of life and death. Zhou Yutang punched He Yunhe once more. The girl sealed her face into the ground. That's when the police arrived. They got a call from a passerby. It turns out that He Yunhe was a wanted criminal, for the capture of which they give 500,000 yuan. She raped men. All the passersby started clapping and honoring Zhou Yutang. They thought she was a brave and good girl. The girl was given her award of 500,000 and thanked for her contribution to the city. Reporters immediately ran up to her and asked her to talk about the process of catching the perpetrator. The girl was asked if she had studied martial arts. Zhou Yutang was shocked because of what was happening. A while later, Sung Yunshu asked if she had called them to the cafe just to tell them about her exploits. Zhou Yutang didn't understand what was going on. Lately, as soon as she went out, she found either handsome guys or money. The girl wondered if she could get Lin Mo with this good fortune. Her friends were very surprised. The girls knew that Lin Mo was very cold, and thought it was better for her to choose classmate Shen Litian. Zhou Yutang asked not to worry about it. The girl only needed to tell about liking Lin Mo and everything about him. Song Yunshu said that Lin Mo is her dear friend and brother. She can't just tell her everything. The girl said she would do it for money. Her friend was surprised by the girl's greed. Zhou Yutang was surprised that the girl still dared to bargain with her, but she considered her brave. Zhou Yutang said that if what Sun Yunshu tells her satisfies her, she will give her 500,000. Song Yunshu was excited and was about to spill everything to Zhou Yutang. She pulled out a huge one with one swipe of her hand, of what she was about to tell. This was a strategy Sun Yunshu had been developing for a long time. Zhou Yutang thought that fortunately, He Chunhui was completely reckless. If the demon sword and Song Yunshu started to cooperate, it would be a hell of a lot harder to resolve things. Song Yunshu remembered that there was only one thing she couldn't confirm. Every day at lunchtime, Lin Mo rushes off somewhere. Zhou Yutang knew this, but she didn't understand what was the big deal. Song Yunshu explained that her friend from Parallel said that Lin Mo plays Go every day with some hottie on the rooftop. Zhou Yutang was very angry upon hearing this. She was jealous of Lin Mo with that pretty woman. Song Yunshu jabbed her finger at the girl in question. She had arrived at the cafe just in time. Zhou Yutang claimed that she hadn't heard anything about this school's newcomer. It was Han Xinya's older sister. She was just ordering her food in the dining hall. Zhou Yutang was stunned. She didn't know what to say. Han Xinya at this moment noticed Zhou Yutang staring at her. Zhou Yutang remembered something. She was familiar with the girl. She remembered someone yelling that she was dead and was furious. It was Han Xinyi asking how Yutang could disregard her sister's life. After all, she died because of the game. Zhou Yutang explained everything that Han Xinyi was her friend. She had a very sad look. The girl added that she used to be her, but then something happened between them. At this time, Han Xinyi was waiting for Lin Mo on the rooftop. The clouds were all thickening. Rain was coming. Lin Mo said that the weather is bad, and there are many free classes at noon. You don't have to be stuck on the roof. The girl explained that their battle began on the roof. Here it must end. Han Xinyi asked if Lin Mo was scared. He wasn't. The forecast said that there would only be rain and wet snow. Lin Mo was afraid that because some girl would get him wet in the rain, she would take advantage of the moment and enclose him in a warm embrace. And actually, Lin Mo was kidnapped a while ago, so he doesn't care about girls. Han Xinyi threw her jacket at him and told him to put it on and not to talk this nonsense anymore. Lin Mo looked at the jacket in surprise. He hadn't expected such a gesture from Han Xinyu. Han Xinyu was embarrassed and blushed, but was too proud to reply anything. Lin Mo awkwardly looked at the girl. He didn't know what he should do with this jacket. Han Xinyu snorted and turned away from Lin Mo. Lin Mo declared that he would not wear that jacket. The girl got angry and told him to put it on and not to expect her to lose. Lin Mo said that only this time he would agree to play because she wanted to take revenge. Will not come again in this weather. Lin Mo had already put on his jacket. The cuffs were a little short for him, overall not so tight. The girl told him to think with his brain about whose clothes he was wearing, but she was embarrassed. Han Xinyu was very embarrassed to see Lin Mo in her clothes. The guy noticed that it really was going to rain soon. In the next instant it really did rain. The girl couldn't come to her senses in any way. Han Xinyu was angry. She jumped up and said that she had had enough. Lin Mo didn't realize if it was his fault. He had warned her. Lin Mo stood up. Today he could only retreat. He was going back into the building. However, the girl was not going to let him go so easily. She told him to stand. Lin Mo turned around. Han Xinyu remembered that she had lost yesterday, and Lin Mo had told her to wash her face and come back. And now it was just raining. The girl felt embarrassed after all. In this world, girls are supposed to be bold and unbridled, not cover up when caught in the rain. Han Xinyu loudly declared that they should have a fair fight. She couldn't behave like this anymore and must defeat Lin Mo today. Lin Mo didn't understand what was going on with the girl. She was angry looking at his expression. Han Xinyu changed her mind. She told Lin Mo to go back. That was all for today. Han Xinyu was upset that I didn't manage to play with Lin Mo today and defeat him. The girl stammered and looked up at him, raindrops streaming down her face. Lin Mo still agreed to one game with her even in the rain. Lin Mo made himself comfortable and said that it was now his turn. Han Xinyu rejoiced. This was exactly what she was expecting. The girl smiled. Han Xinyu said that now it was her turn to walk first, she thought. From birth to practitioner. From practitioner to demon lord. She had fought in battles for tens of thousands of years. Servants admired her. Cultivators fear her. There are no friends here, let alone confidants. For her, there is no need for feelings, no room for preferences. A girl must be a ruthless and decisive killing demon lord. She thought that feelings that had no place in this life could be experienced, and the peers accepted her invitation. The girl thought that she would do what she liked. She immediately felt very happy and good. Their game ended. Lin Mo returned home. It was still raining outside, and it was a dark night. Lin Mo was sick. Chung Shushu was worried about him, however. Lin Mo wanted to talk about the dark web situation. Chung Shushu said that everything is fine. The sibling he passed on was put up for sale. All 8 pieces have been sold. Lin Mo said that there are compasses everywhere that can find yin energy. The demon lord won't mention it for now. The magic sword won't dare to make a fuss. Until the wall is repaired, Lin Mo told him to hide all the things related to refinement. At this moment, his aunt Lin Li ran out to Lin Mo. She was very angry about something. She asked when Lin Mu had time to mess with Zhao Yutang, because she had sent a whole truckload of gifts and said she wanted to talk to the guy. Lin Mo thought that this conversation was very boring and went to take a shower. Lin Li was very angry, and she thought that the guy should take advantage of everything and marry Zhao Yutang. It would help their family. The woman told Yutang that Lin Mo had gone to take a shower and he was taking care of his appearance. The girl agreed to wait for him. Lin Li explained that she had some business to attend to. She was going to leave the guys alone. The girl just wanted to pass on a few words. Ding Li didn't understand how a couple words could be enough. She was going to leave with her son and return at noon. Zhou Yutang only wanted to pay for everything. As a result, the girl was even ashamed to talk about it. Zhou Yutang was very nervous. She even felt like going to the bathroom. She was worried about meeting Lin Mo. Zhou Yutang walked down the corridor and looked for the restroom. She looked around all the doors. That's when one of the doors opened and a light appeared from it. It was the bathroom. Lin Mo came out of it. He was standing in just a towel. The guy looked at Zhou Yutang in surprise. He didn't expect to see guests in his apartment. Lin Mo asked if Zhou Yutang had anything to say, in which case he told her to speak. The girl was at a loss for words. She didn't know what to say. She was very embarrassed by the guy's appearance. Zhou Yutang apologized. She needed to go to the bathroom, but she still couldn't find it. She explained that she hadn't come here to spy at all, at which time her nose bled. The girl wondered if this counted as an ability of a daughter of destiny. She felt something hard about to touch her. Lin Mo was getting closer to her. At this time, blood dripped from the girl's nose onto her chest. She was very embarrassed. Zhou Yutang misunderstood everything. She shouted that it was too early for this. At this moment, Lin Mo hit the girl. She didn't expect it and experienced a lot of pain. The blow hit the girl right on the chest. She flew far away. Lin Mo explained that he had already mastered this technique and advised her to do the same. Zhou Yutang asked Lin Mo to tell her what was wrong with her. She really didn't understand it. She wanted to say that she was sorry for not being able to protect Lin Mo last time. It was her fault. Lin Mo clarified that it was all He Younghui's fault and not Zhou Yutang's fault. Zhou Yutang brought many more gifts with her. She hoped that Lin Mo would accept them. Lin Mo said that he didn't need it, but if she could find someone to fix the wall, they would all forget. It was already late. Lin Mo was about to rest. He said that the girl could leave. Zhou Yutang listened to him. She walked out the door and quietly closed it behind her. The girl was in a depressed state. She didn't know what to do. Zhou Yutang slowly descended to the floor on the wall. She was upset that Lin Mo wasn't paying attention to her. Besides, the girl blamed herself for what had happened to him. She was depressed. The girl recalled events from the past. She was distressed. Moments with Lin Mo flashed through her mind. Then when she realized she liked him, Zhou Yutang didn't know what to do. Her world was shattered. There was a huge hole in Lin Mo's wall from their battle with the demon lord. Zhou Yutang pulled herself together. She wasn't going to leave Lin Mo's house so easily. Zhou Yutang walked into his room again. Lin Mo was sitting at his computer, unsuspecting. Zhou Yutang plucked up her courage and offered Lin Mo to be her boyfriend. The girl lowered her head. She was embarrassed. She didn't expect that from you herself. Zhou Yutang said this for the first and only time in her life. The girl had no intention of using Lin Mo to her advantage, considering that he had yet to regain consciousness after being kidnapped. Zhou Yutang admitted that she liked Lin Mo. She blushed all over. She wished she could take Lin Mo for a ride on his motorcycle. She liked the smell of his helmet. The girl admitted that she loves playing games with him and she likes the guy's moves after their misunderstandings. He was different from the guys in this measure, aside from fights and trouble. In Lin Mo's eyes, the girl thought she was useless. The girl promised to definitely work on herself and become Lin Mo's ideal, and she would also take care of him. Zhou Yutang was tired from such an emotional speech. She said everything in one breath. Lin Mo stood up from his desk. He was confused. Zhou Yutang didn't know what the guy would do next, whether he would avoid her. The girl stated that she was still innocent and asked to say if Lin Mo liked it. Zhou Yutang was determined. She was absolutely not going to give up. Lin Mo didn't know what to say. He was confused by this unexpected confession. The boy pondered this. He didn't know what he should do. The guy gritted his teeth and was about to give his answer. Lin Mo asked how Zhou Yutang can say she likes a guy since they've only known each other for 6 months. He asked if love was such a superficial thing to Zhou Yutang. However, unexpectedly, Lin Mo said to the girl that if it was within her power, she could continue. Zhou Yutang had enough of this. She was very happy that Lin Mo didn't refuse her. Zhou Yutang already had to go home. She told Lin Mo to remember to take a picture with her tomorrow. Lin Mo watched her from the window. The girl was jumping with happiness as she walked home. Lin Mo closed the window. It was already very late. It was time for bed. Chung Shushu asked if Lin Mo was asleep. The guy was awake and asked what he wanted. Chung Shushu didn't understand why Lin Mo wouldn't immediately reject Zhou Yutang. Lin Mo explained that she is the daughter of fate, and no matter how strong a guy's strength is, he won't be able to stop her. And the way of the heavens knows that only he can help fight the sword. Chung Shushu didn't understand if it was luck. He had read that love wasn't about her at all. The guy knew that luck alone wasn't enough, but the girl really could break his millennial heart. Lin Mo thought that there was another reason. He was worried about this situation. He realized that it didn't matter if a person was in love or innocent. They were all stupid. The next day, Lin Mo came to the shooting organized by Zhou Yutang as promised. Lin Mo looked very good. He was dressed in a beautiful tuxedo. An outfit change followed. It looked more casual already. The guy looked great in the shot. The third image was in a sports uniform with a basketball. Zhou Yutang didn't like all this. She thought it wasn't Lin Mo. She wanted him to be photographed in his school uniform. The guy was already angry because there was no end to it. The girl liked this impatient look and told him to take a picture. Lin Mo changed into his school uniform. The photographer took a few more shots. The Phoenix headquarters was closely following the news regarding Yutang's partner. It was reported there that Lin Mo ranked first, but his background was unknown. He was worth questioning. Someone didn't understand how he could be questioned and how best to do it. Another person explained that it was worth it to use the tricks she'd been slipping in quietly. Zhao Honglin kept listening to the guy's conversation. She felt uncomfortable with such discussions. The girl set the place and time of the meeting. It was the Zuxianghe Hotel, at 6:30 in the evening on Sunday, that is, tomorrow. The white-haired girl was lying in her bathroom. She noticed that they hadn't yet said if they were coming or not. Someone in the earpiece was saying that it wasn't up to the girl. It had to do with the safety of the world, and they should be strict, not loose. The white-haired girl turned off her earpiece. She smirked slyly. The girl came out of the bathroom. She was going to go and meet Lin Mo. Someone asked what about this batch of goods. Recently, the white-haired girl said she wanted a change. So her man found him 20 students. The white-haired girl thought of these girls, their legs bound and broken. The white-haired girl told them to tie them to a rock and throw them into the sea, and that they would not surface again. There were members gathered in the Phoenix Hall. Someone was surprised that Lin Mo couldn't tell the depth from the photos. Li Sanjin was indignant that the wine sword master came in casual clothes. The girl asked why she was still wearing a sword. The master of the wine sword replied that the sword never leaves the body. It's been like this for years. Li Sanjin noticed that there were more people this time than the last meeting. She wasn't sure if Zhou Yutang was definitely worthy of being Zhao Honglin's granddaughter. Honglin told everyone to drink less. It was a business matter. The girl had business to get back to. The white-haired girl understood that this was all done just to make Zhao Honglin show her face. She thought that that blonde girl was just disgusting. This girl already wanted to look at Zhao Yutang's chosen one. The girl was smoking sitting at the table. At that moment, someone walked through the door. The girl looked in that direction in surprise. It was Zhou Yutang who came in along with Lin Mo. She asked if they were late. The girl did not understand how it happened. She was very surprised. Zhou Yutang along with Lin Mo sat down at the table. There were many treats in the center. Lin Mo wanted to take the opportunity to see if there were any clues about the demon lord in this world. In the end, Lin Mo had already come to this party that Zhou Yutang had called him to. Everyone around looked at the guy in amazement. They couldn't take their eyes off him. Everyone seemed to really like Lin Mo's appearance. The girl sitting at the table blushed. Lin Mo, looking at these donkeys, was afraid that it was over. Yao Shi Sanjun said that if the guys stared at Lin Mo like that, he would consider them all to be perverts. Zhao Yutang introduced Lin Mo. She said that he was her boyfriend. Lin Mo objected. Lin Mo said that there was no need for introductions, as he was going to leave after eating. The white-haired girl noticed that Lin Mo was a very cold type. She stood up from behind her chair. The girl wanted to chat with Lin Mo. She was holding a teapot. The white-haired girl heard that Lin Mo really likes tea. She asked if Lin Mo would try what she brought. The girl didn't understand how Mr. Lin could be served such a horrible meal. The girl suggested that Lin Mo try the tea from her teapot. After all, it was the only one of its kind in the world. At this moment, Zhao Yutang realized everything. She didn't trust this girl. Zhao Yutang noticed the white powder under the girl's fingernails and began to distrust her. Zhao Yutang shouted and asked what she had added to this tea. The white-haired girl noticed that Zhao Yutang was a worthy member of the Zhao family, but she didn't understand how she could behave like this. She stated that she didn't add anything to that tea. If to find anything strange, she'll cut your head open. However, if there is nothing in the tea, Zhao Yutang should borrow her boyfriend for a couple days. Zhao Yutang was very angry, but she didn't expect such a cocky attitude. Zhao Yutang approached the girl. She asked if she had the courage to say it again. Zhou Yutang was sure that this girl had definitely put something in the tea. She couldn't be wrong. Perhaps the poisoning had been planned in advance. Zhou Yutang stated that Lin Mo can't drink what this girl gives him. The girl noticed that Lin Mo should decide for himself whether to drink it or not. Besides, the girl herself could drink it. Zhou Yutang asked, reminding the girl of her place in the immortal world. The girl told Zhou Yutang to be careful with her words. It was her favor that she was still alive. Lin Mo noticed that Yang Tanyu had a bad temper. He didn't understand why all the cultivators in this world acted like little children. Yang Tanyu asked if Lin Mo would drink what she gives him. Lin Mo realized that it looked like something had really been put into the tea. Something colorless and odorless with an inner aura. It was most likely one of the 108 poisons. The hardest part was distinguishing them. Even Lin Mo could tell the difference between one or two. Lin Mo tensed up. He didn't understand what he should do or how to act. From the way these people spoke and stopped abruptly, one could infer that they had a plan to test Lin Mo. If the guy drinks it, with his powers the poison will have no effect on him and it will arouse suspicion. If the guy doesn't drink it, they will realize that the guy has figured out everything about the poison. Even if his identity as a cultivator isn't confirmed, they will control him. Lin Mo was still contemplating what he should do, as at this moment someone grabbed a cup of tea. It was Zhou Yutang. She drank all the tea to the bottom with a sharp movement of her hand. Lin Mo was very surprised. He didn't expect such actions from the girl. The guy looked at her with astonishment. Zhou Yutang stated that she drank it instead of Lin Mo, and Yang Tanyu didn't know anything about her relationship with Zhao Honglin. Yao Shi Sanzong asked the girls to stop this circus already. They only wanted to look at Lin Mo. At this moment, a red rat appeared on the table. Everyone thought it was really cute. It was a shoe rat. The sun rat is not uncommon. It is in the business of looking for people suitable for perfection. These people seem to have discussed this verification with Zhou Honglin. Something seemed suspicious to Zhou Yutang. She kept thinking about their situation. According to her research, there are no immortal cultivators in the Lin Mo family until the 18th generation. Everyone was very surprised. A loud squeak was heard from the sun rat. The animal seemed to be distraught. It tried to break free from my hands and screamed loudly. No one understood what caused the sun rat to react this way. All the participants of the meeting looked at the animal with astonishment. They did not understand what was happening. The animal kept screaming. It seemed like a strange sign. Yang Tanyue told her to let the animal go. She was curious what would happen next. Yao Shi Sanzong did so. He released the animal. It quickly ran across the table. Sun Rat was heading straight towards Lin Mo. He was unwaveringly sitting on the other end of the table. The Sun Rat reached Lin Mo. It jumped right into his hands. Lin Mo was not happy about it. He lightly flicked the beast away. It flew away. Lin Mo stated that he was still eating and asked to watch their rats. Lin Mo said forget about everything. He was going to leave. After all, Zhou Yutang's friends didn't seem to be happy with him. Zhou Yutang tried to stop him. She got up from the table and ran after him. After that, the guys noticed that the Sun Rat was always quiet and timid. Even on a pure body with yang energy, it would just cast a glance. Yao Shi Sanzong realized that this was not an easy matter with pure yang energy. The man was extremely anxious. The man was crying from an overabundance of emotion. It was mentioned in the legend. It was the body of the Supreme Sun. Even none of them have a body with such a purest yang. He felt that Zhou Yutang was too lucky. Yang Tanyue believed that today, everyone should keep their mouths shut, and anyone who leaked information would be punished. The girl found this situation with the Supreme Sun's body interesting. It seems that Zhou Yutang can't do anything. In her spare time, the Demon Lord changed into a bunny costume. Zhou Yutang was driving Lin Mo home on her motorcycle after meeting with her co-workers. Lin Mo asked if there were any sleeping pills in the tea. The girl remarked that she didn't dare to harm her. Yang Tanyu didn't run away, so it was nothing serious. At some point, Zhou Yutang noticed something on the road. She got scared and hesitated. There was a dog running right in front of the motorcycle. It ran sharply out into the road. Zhou Yutang tried to save the dog. She braked sharply and swerved. She managed to avoid the collision. However, such a sharp turn caused Lin Mo to fall off his motorcycle and fall straight to the ground. Zhou Yutang managed to grab Lin Mo's arm to prevent him from flying too far away. The boys fell to the ground together right into the snow, which cushioned their fall. Their position was quite awkward. Zhou Yutang was right above Lin Mo. The girl blushed. Zhou Yutang asked if Lin Mo was hurt. He was fine. He was taking off his helmet. Lin Mo looked at the girl with surprise. He wondered what they should do next. At this moment, Zhou Yutang threw a snowball at Lin Mo's face and suggested that they have some fun. The boy thought it was the effect of one of the poisons, for all the symptoms were in evidence. Flushed face, hot body, and childish behavior. The poison made the girl. Sanity briefly clouded and she began to get close to others. Zhou Yutang continued to pelt the guy with snowballs. She really wanted to have some fun. Lin Mo understood the reason for this behavior. The guy smiled. He decided it wouldn't be a big deal if he played with her a little. At this moment, two people were walking through the snowy forest. The girl asked what difference it would make what happens. She asked to just spend one day with her. The man asked how the farmers, dare to rest. The girl asked if the guy didn't like to enjoy the snow. She found an insanely beautiful place. The man said he would not go, for the Demon Lord was here and he had to wait. The girl was angry after all. The guy isn't even an emperor, so preoccupied with these demons. Looks like it was the emperor's youth. The girl asked the future emperor how much. The boy didn't understand what she was talking about. The girl asked how long it would take him to become an immortal emperor and destroy the demon. The girl asked if he would be doing this for 1,000 years, probably much more. She said that if that was the case, they should say goodbye. It was unlikely he would come back to marry a simpleton like her. And if so, the future emperor can take half an hour and enjoy the snow. The girl cried and hugged the future emperor. She apologized for making life difficult for him. She said that if they meet in the next life, the guy should be a hero. The girl contemplated what would happen if they really saw each other. In that case, she would still pester the future emperor to look at the snow with her. At some point after that, their village was attacked. Everything was covered in fire. There was a brutal battle. They were attacked by demons. One of them was like a demon sword. It burned everything around them. He didn't understand how such a place could be given to such idiots. Since the Demon Lord is not here, the demon sword will do what it wants. It approached that girl. It was hard for the girl to breathe. She was lying on the ground and barely holding on from her last strength. The demon made his attack. He swung his paw at her. However, the future emperor arrived in time. He repelled his attack with his sword. The emperor swung his sword and struck the demonic creature. The demon noticed that immortals do look down on humans. He's a magic sword anyway. The future emperor said that the elder would be here soon, and the demonic sword would be over. The demon sword wanted him to see his little brother die. The demon unleashed its attack. It was very strong and burned everything in its path. This attack shattered the future emperor's sword. Blood spurted from his mouth. He was defeated. The guy couldn't fight anymore. He noticed this girl flying through the sky. There was nothing he could do to help her. It was too late. The demonic sword was looming over her and was about to finish the girl off. The future emperor was surprised. He was very angry because of his helplessness. At this moment, his leg was grabbed by a dark force. They wouldn't let him move. The demon sword stated that the guy was tricked and is a fool. The guy was giving all his attention to this girl, and now he can't move from his seat. The demon was about to strike at the future emperor, but a girl stood in front of him and protected him. The demonic sword was piercing the girl's body. The guy looked at her pitifully. The girl's body was lifelessly left on the demonic sword arm, blood dripping from her. The demon sword threw the girl's body into the wall. He didn't care about her. The next sword was going to massacre the guy. He was already approaching the future emperor. However, at this moment, the demon sword was withdrawn, for the demon lord discovered that he had acted without authorization. The future emperor asked if the demon sword obeyed the demon lord. The demon sword thought that it didn't matter, after all. The guy was a nobody to ask such questions. He stated that the guy should know that he stayed alive because of the overlord. The future emperor ran to Ying. She was sitting near the building. Blood was pouring out of her stomach. Ying recognized Mutu. The guy had taken the girl in his arms and was going to help her. and was very glad he was back. She asked to make sure it was definitely him. Mu too said it was him. He asked her not to say anything. Apparently the brothers would be here soon and help her. In couldn't hold on anymore. She was crying and begging to listen to her. The girl said there is a path through the bamboo forest, over the cliff. The girl's mouth was pouring blood. In said the guy has to go there. She's sorry. Next life she'll definitely do it with him. Mu too apologized to the girl. He couldn't protect her. Everything around him was on fire. There was a huge fire in the forest, and there were many dead in the village. Mozong told her father that the demon sword acted without authorization and killed the entire village. Such a thing cannot be turned a blind eye. Her father said the girl had a lot to learn from the sword. Killing everyone wasn't so bad. Mozong didn't understand why he needed to learn senseless slaughter. After all, there was no difference between him and a cheap thief. Her father came up to the girl and punched her in the face, but he was not happy with her. The man believed that her weakness was destroying everything her ancestors had sacrificed. She had no right to occupy the throne. At this time it was snowing outside, with a fire still smoking somewhere in the distance. Mu too suppressedly walked down the path that Ying had talked him into. He was very depressed. He recalled how he constantly refused to take In for a walk. The guy's heart was broken. The girl he loved had just died in front of his eyes. He remembered her telling him to be a hero if they met in the next life. He also remembered saying that she would still pester the guy to look at the snow. Tears were pouring out of Mu too's eyes. He still couldn't stop them. The boy looked to the side. There he thought In stood, however she was no longer alive. Ying was very similar to Zhou Yutang. She was also standing and smiling at Lin Mo in the middle of the snow. Lin Mo thought that this wasn't the afterlife or reincarnation. It simply couldn't be. Lin Mo didn't want to do this. He doesn't want to leave any regrets. Some time passed. Zhou Yutang sat in front of her computer and looked at him with astonishment. The girl couldn't believe what was written on it. A message arrived on Zhou Yutang's computer. It shocked the girl. It said that Wei Qin committed suicide by falling off the roof. Zhou Yutang was very upset. She felt sorry for this person. She didn't expect this. Zhou Yutang scrolled through the feed a bit. She saw another message and was very surprised. This person wrote that it wasn't okay at all. It was the end of the team. Zhou Yutang remembered Han Shinya. Apparently these were her messages. At this moment, a man appeared behind Zhou Yutang's back. He grabbed her neck and said that it was all her fault. It was a girl. She said that if it wasn't for Zhou Yutang, her nasty mouth, she and Han Shinyi wouldn't have gotten to this point. It was Wei Qin. She was strangling Zhou Yutang. It seemed to be her imagination. The girl blamed Zhou Yutang. If she hadn't done this, if she hadn't dragged Han Shinyi, then nothing would have happened. Zhou Yutang apologized. She didn't think her family would be so pressured because of the game. At this moment, Han Shinyi appeared in front of Zhou Yutang's eyes. The girl was very surprised. Han Shinyi held a knife in her hand. She said that it wasn't all just because of the game. Zhou Yutang didn't understand why Han Shinyi was doing this, why he was threatening her with a knife. Han Shin stuck a knife into Zhou Yutang's chest and asked if she wanted to know. Han Shinyi told Zhou Yutang to think about his actions and mistakes. The girl said that the truth is right on the surface. In the next moment, Zhou Yutang was safe and sound. Han Shinyi believed that Zhou Yutang would find the answer and deal with everything. It turns out it was just a dream. Zhou Yutang fell asleep in the study room and woke up abruptly. There was no one around Zhou Yutang. The class was long over. She was the only one left in the classroom. Her friends said that they were offended by the break, and Zhou Yutang apparently hadn't eaten anything yet. Zhou Yutang asked what about Lin Mo. Her friend knew that the girl would ask about him. She explained that Lin Mo is on the roof, but he's not alone. He's playing Go with that girl. Zhou Yutang was angry. She was jealous and was going to find out. Zhou Yutang confidently headed to the roof. Her friend told her not to break anyone's legs. The girl thought that it was simply impossible for a modest girl like Han Shinyi to be interested in men. Besides, Zhou Yutang had never heard that she knew how to play Go. Zhou Yutang wanted to see what those two were doing on the roof. She abruptly opened the door. What she saw there shocked her. There was no way she was expecting this. Zhou Yutang was shocked she even lost her dacha. Zhou Yutang saw that these two were really playing Go on the rooftop. The guys looked at her in surprise. Zhou Yutang stated that the whole school knew that she was running after Lin Mo. It seems Han Shinyi alone was not aware of it. The girl explained that ever since they met Lin Mo, they have been playing on the roof every day. The whole school knows about it. Zhou Yutang was angry. She was angered by this attitude of the girl. Zhou Yutang wanted to know something since Han Shinyi was here right in front of her. Zhou Yutang wanted to find out about Han Shinya's older sister. It seemed like this was a topic she was very worried about. The girl didn't understand why Zhou Yutang was asking this after all. Neither she nor Han Shinyi should have anything to do with Zhou Yutang. Zhou Yutang admitted that she has a responsibility. But it's not only her fault after all. She asked what the girl blames her for. Han Shinyi stood up and walked over to Zhou Yutang. It looked like she hadn't forgiven her. Han Shinyi stated that Zhou Yutang did not know anything. She looked very creepy. Zhou Yutang noticed that Han Xinyi knew everything. She asked her to tell her everything. Han Xinyi said that if the girl really cared about Wei Qin, she should investigate everything herself. After all, she could do it. Zhou Yutang said she would make her former friend regret mocking her. Zhou Yutang touched Lin Mo's shoulder. She asked him to come with her. Zhou Yutang said that she could also play Go with Lin Mo, since she is very good at it. At this moment, Han Xinyi grabbed Zhou Yutang's hand. She wasn't going to let her take Lin Mo away. Lin Mu looked at this with surprise. He hadn't expected such active actions from Han Xinyi. Zhou Yutang herself was surprised. She was stunned by such aggressiveness. Han Xinyi asked who Zhou Yutang was and noticed that the girl was letting herself go a lot. She told her not to interfere with their communication. Zhou Yutang said she was his girlfriend. Han Xinyi in turn introduced herself as his friend and rival. Lin Mo declared that he didn't belong to any of them. He stood up and was about to leave. Zhou Yutang wasn't going to let the guy leave. She grabbed his hand. Zhou Yutang said that it was the right thing to do. Lin Mo should go with her. Lin Mo noticed that Zhou Yutang was acting unreasonably. He was not happy with her behavior. The girl stated that in that case, Lin Mo would be able to complain to the teacher about it. Zhou Yutang didn't understand what was wrong with her, because as soon as she saw Han Xinyi, she felt that she didn't want them around. Zhou Yutang's hand was grabbed by Han Xinyi. She still went to prove her point and prevent Zhou Yutang from winning. Zhou Yutang was very angry that someone was interrupting her for the second time. Zhou Yutang wasn't going to let Han Xinyi get away with it all. She didn't like her behavior. Han Xinyi asked, "So what?" She had a confident attitude. Zhou Yutang just said that she is courting Lin Mo, and the whole school knows about it. Zhou Yutang asked if Han Xinyi wanted to steal Lin Mo away from her. Han Xinyi angrily said that she just couldn't stand it when Zhou Yutang bullied Lin Mo. Zhou Yutang told her rival not to take her out. She repeated that she should let her go. Han Xinyi didn't understand how the daughter of fate dared to threaten her. Zhou Yutang felt that this was crossing all limits. Her fury was unbounded. Zhou Yutang didn't understand how ordinary humans wanted to reach out to cultivators. She started to use her strength. Her force was very powerful. It formed a strong flash on the roof. However, Zhou Yutang was very surprised at what she saw after that. The girl didn't expect it. Zhou Yutang had a feeling as if her hand was in a concrete wall. Zhou Yutang had a feeling that it was like looking at a mountain. Han Xinyu didn't move at all. Zhou Yutang didn't understand how this was possible. Zhou Yutang thought that the girl might also be a cultivator, however. It was unlikely since they had known each other for a long time. A dark energy appeared around Han Xinyu, and the girl's eyes lit up red. Lin Mu watched their altercation in amazement. He was surprised at this turn of events. Lin Mo realized that she knew everything. There was no way the guy expected this. Han Xinyu was sitting on the bed in her nightie with Lin Mo's figurine on her lap. Zhou Yutang was chasing down the highway on her motorcycle at this time. She was angry. The girl didn't understand if Han Xinyi could be a cultivator. She needed to know the whole truth. Her men reported that they had found video cameras from a nearby location. The girl told them to send them to her. Zhou Yutang is determined to figure things out on her own. Zhou Yutang stopped so that there was a chance to watch that very video. She parked the motorcycle. Zhou Yutang watched the video. There was nothing unusual, nothing suspicious at that time. Zhou Yutang is lucky that her body has gotten better. The clue in her dream clearly has meaning, so she should investigate everything. Zhou Yutang was very surprised at what she saw in the video. It shocked her. The video was of a building near the scene. Zhou Yutang saw her friend being followed by Yang Tanyu. It was very strange. Zhou Yutang remembered her telling the girl to watch her tongue, and she was still alive only by the grace of Yang Tanyu. Zhou Yutang couldn't believe that Yang Tanyu had shot mortals. There was no way the girl would forgive her. At this time, a huge nightclub was operating in the middle of the city, with lights on. Yang Tanyu was resting there. One of the guys was surprised that the great immortal herself had come down to mere mortals. Yang Tanyu told the guys to have fun and not to annoy her. She sat on her phone. Yao Qianjun noticed that the girl was completely immersed in her thoughts. The girl thought about Lin Mo. Judging by the information, he was a mediocre person. Perhaps Zhou Yutang had restrained his personality intentionally. The girl was not very happy. She was smoking and put out her cigarette on the table. Yang Tanyu didn't understand how these two even connected. It pissed her off. At this moment, someone kicked the door of the nightclub. This person was clearly in a bad mood. Behind that was Zhou Yutang. The girl angrily walked inside. Yao Qianjun didn't understand why Zhou Yutang was here. He walked over to the girl. Zhou Yutang pounded the table and put her phone right in front of Yang Tian. Zhou Yutang was going to ask Yang Tangyu something and find out everything herself about that incident. Yang Tanyu noticed that the girl's family was underdeveloped and had not taught her manners at all. Yao Qianjun told all the other guys to go first. They fearfully agreed. The only ones left in the club were Zhou Yutang, Yao Qianjun, and Yang Tanyu. Zhou Yutang asked why Yang Tanyu was together with Wei Qin in the video. Yang Tanyu wasn't going to me to answer anything. She looked at the girl's phone in surprise. Yang Tanyue sighed and said that she was tired. There was nothing she wasn't going to say. Zhou Yutang said that if Yang Tanyu is silent, she will do everything for her. Zhou Yutang began to tell that back then, she, Wei Qin, and Han Xinyi formed a team and went through the spring games all the way to the finals. The team that lost in the final was called Gate of Heaven. Yang Tanyu, this should be familiar. Yang Tanyu didn't realize what she should remember. She scratched her head. Zhou Yutang was very angry. She told Yang Tang to stop pretending. The captain of this losing team was none other than Yang Tanyu. Zhou Yutang believed that because of her jealousy, the girl had harmed Han Xinyi and drove Wei Qin to her death. Yang Tanyu did it to get revenge and to stroke her ego. Yang Tanyu laughed. She covered her mouth with her hand trying to contain her laughter. However, the girl wasn't very good at it. Zhou Yutang looked at her with astonishment and didn't understand what was going on. Yang Tanyu was already laughing at the top of her voice. She couldn't stop laughing. Zhou Yutang didn't understand what was so funny about it. She got angry and glared at the girl. Yang Tanyu said that Zhou Yutang is very cute. She picked up a cigarette and a lighter. Yang Tanyu lit a cigarette and started smoking. She found this whole situation amusing. Yang Tanyu explained that she played the games out of boredom, and her team ended up losing. Yang Tanyu thought the whole situation was funny. She didn't even know that the leader of that team was Zhou Yutang. The girl thought about what she would do if she knew it was Zhou Yutang. Yang Tanyu approached the girl and asked if she would only destroy 2 people. It seemed to Yao Qianjun that Zhou Yutang's words made sense. After all, Yang Tianyu was a respected person in the immortal world. Yang Tianyu explained that about this video, she was just bored. It was just an ordinary walk. It doesn't explain anything. As for the girl in the video, it was just a normal coincidence. Yang Tianyu didn't know her. Zhou Yutang snatched the phone from Yang Tianyu's hands. She asked if the girl was bullying her. Zhou Yutang said that she left the building after Wei Qin jumped off the building, continued walking like nothing happened. It cannot be a coincidence. Yang Tangyu knew that Zhou Yutang's team was losing a lot of people, and a lot of people were in this building. She didn't understand why she was the one being attacked. Yang Tanyu stated that if Zhou Yutang wanted to frame her, this evidence is not enough. Yang Tanyu even donned red this time. The youth is driving her crazy. She told Zhou Yutang to leave before she gets angry. Zhou Yutang was even more angry. She swung her foot and was about to strike. However, she was restrained by Yao Qianjun. He told her not to show off to Yang Tangyu. She thought the girl deserved nothing, and the only favor she would do would be to save her dog's life. Zhou Yutang was confident that she would find all the evidence and make Yang Tangya redeem herself. Their dialogue finished. Zhou Yutang flipped over one of the benches and headed towards the exit. Yao Qianjun tried to soften the situation. He said that Zhou Yutang is always like this. Yang Tanyu asked if Yao Qianjun trusted her and looked at the guy. He said that this was not true at all. The times were not calm, and it was better to keep harmony with yourself. Yang Tanyu said he could go. The girl picked up a cigarette and lit it. Yao Qianjun said that he was just leaving and remarked that all the women were very rude. Yang Tanyu sat on the sofa in the club for a while. She picked up her phone. Yang Tanyu told her people to find out who leaked the video camera footage of Zhou Yutang. We need to finish him off. The girl hung up and put the phone down beside her. She was pissed. She said that Zhou Yutang was right. The girl was jealous of her and didn't touch her just because of her grandmother. Yang Tanyue was just going to brutally and unscrupulously kill Zhou Yutang this time. The action unfolds in the school cafeteria. Snow was slowly falling outside. It was winter. Lin Mo came to the dining hall expecting a delicious lunch. The girl who worked there was smiling, happy to see new visitors. She was very friendly. Lin Mo pointed his finger at the crab tray. He inquired if he should order this dish. The canteen worker smiled and replied that it was exactly that, because it was the best dish. Lin Mo asked why he shouldn't take something else. At this time, the girl had already put the crab on his tray. The girl replied that it was a special menu that Zhao Yutang had designed for Lin Mo. Never had this dining room had so many quality ingredients. Lin Mo thought that this was too much. He didn't like this kind of attention and effort from Zhao Yutang. At this time, Zhao Yutang was beside Lin Mo. She heard everything and was displeased with this guy's attitude. The girl explained that these crabs were straight from Antarctica and had the most wonderful flavor. She asked me to try them. Lin Mo had nothing left to do. The guy coughed and still decided to try them since she was asking so much. Zhao Yutang was very happy. She clapped Lin Mo on the back and thought that this was the right choice. Zhao Yutang told the girl to gather other dishes as well, since Lin Mo doesn't dine here. Zhao Yutang also found an empty classroom for Lin Mo. She knew that the guy liked silence, so he could sleep and eat there. Lin Mo stopped the girl. He said it was pointless. He didn't want this kind of attention from her. Zhao Yutang grabbed Lin Mo's hand. She was very insistent on her goal. Lin Mo turned around. He didn't understand what she was doing or why she was acting like this. Zhao Yutang's face immediately changed. She became upset and asked how this could be meaningless to her. Zhao Yutang smiled sadly. She didn't want to show her real emotions and said that it meant a lot to her. Lin Mo looked at her in surprise. He was surprised at this change in the girl's emotions. The guy pondered how he should react to this situation. He remained just as cold. Lin Mo snatched his hand away from Zhao Yutang. He turned around and said that it didn't matter.
At this time, someone approached Lin Mo. She was standing right in his path.
Zhao Yutang was very surprised to see this person. The girl was angry. It was Han Xinyi. She suggested that Lin Mo go on the rooftop. Zhao Yutang didn't want to let this happen. She ran up and stood between the guys and suggested that Lin Mo go to class. She wanted to have lunch with him. Han Xinyi said that Zhao Yutang still also likes to cause trouble to others. Han Xinyi told Zhao Yutang to look around. She pointed her hand at the guys around. A crowd of gawkers had gathered around the three people. The students were discussing heatedly about what was going on. Han Xinyi noticed that Lin Mo, who likes silence, was now surrounded by a crowd thanks to Zhao Yutang. Han Xinyi added that her body was also hurt because of Zhao Yutang.
Zhao Yutang was furious. She shouted and told everyone to stop discussing.
The girl yelled at the other students and told them to get out of here and don't you dare bother them. Zhao Yutang was out of breath from such a shout. She stopped and took a breath. Zhao Yutang said that the argument had already started and apologized for causing inconvenience. Zhao Yutang said that Han Xinyi could take revenge on her however she wanted. She didn't care, but she wouldn't give Lin Mo to her. Han Xinyi was also determined she wasn't going to give up her playmate. Lin Mo was already tired of the constant arguments about him. He turned around and said he was leaving. Lin Mo was surprised at Han Xinyi's behavior. He didn't expect such a push from her. Zhao Yutang didn't expect the guy to just leave like that. She tried to stop him, asking him to wait. Zhao Yutang's path was blocked by Han Xinyi. She didn't want the guys to be left alone. Han Xinyi told Zhao Yutang not to give Lin Mo any trouble. She didn't like her pressure towards the guy. Zhao Yutang told Han Xinyi not to cover herself in games, not to think that she was allowed everything because of being a practitioner. If she liked Lin Mo, she should rely on her own strength. Zhao Yutang grabbed the girl by her tie. She threatened her with reprisal if it hurt Lin Mo's feelings.
Zhao Yutang explained that in that case, she would never let Han Xinyi go.
Zhao Yutang was very surprised by the expression on Han Xinyi's face. She didn't expect such a reaction from her. Han Xinyi blushed. The girl said that it wasn't that she liked Lin Mo. They were just partners in a game of Go. Zhao Yutang let Han Xinyi go. This had to be finished by someone. Zhao Yutang said that as long as Han Xinyi acts honestly, she will also compete with her honestly. However, Zhao Yutang explained that she could give Lin Mo anything he wanted and asked what Han Xinyi could give him. Han Xinyi said that she could play Go with Lin Mo. Zhao Yutang was very surprised at this answer. Zhao Yutang was already tired of arguing with the girl. She hated her and left the dining hall. Later that very day, the snow was also still slowly descending on the roof of the school. On the rooftop, Han Xinyi was sitting on a mat. She spread out the Go in front of her. The girl was leisurely arranging the chips on the board. She didn't seem to have anyone to play with. Han Xinyi became bored. She didn't know what to do to occupy herself. She sat with her knees tucked up. Han Xinyi has been alone for tens of thousands of years, but today is the most boring game of her life. Han Xinyi looked up and cast her gaze towards the door to the roof. The girl was very upset. Lin Mo didn't come to play with her today. He seemed to be angry because of this girl's behavior. Han Xinyi recalled the words that Zhao Yutang had said to her earlier about what a girl could give Lin Mo. Han Xinyi really wondered what she could even give him compared to Zhao Yutang. Han Xinyi realized that she could only provide Lin Mo with a cold roof. This was clearly not enough. Han Xinyi recovered her strength a little and didn't notice that it was already starting to be winter. Lin Mo Mortal was playing with her in the cold. Han Xinyi stopped for a second. She didn't understand why this girl was the one thinking about him. She blushed. However, Han Xinyi realized that if she were to rule the world, she would want Lin Mo to be with her. At this moment, the door to the roof creaked. Han Xinyi thought it might be Lin Mo. The girl got up and ran to the door to see who had come. But there was only a white cat sitting there. Han Xinyi didn't understand what she was thinking. Although all the practitioners here are both scholars, there are also those who are dangerous. The girl stood on the edge of the roof and looked at the landscape that opened up from the height. Han Xinyi was not left with a strange feeling. She thought that Lin Mo really went to an empty classroom. Han Xinyi thought that Lin Mo should be alone today to avoid suspicion. Back then, Han Xinyi was very surprised by Zhao Yutang's words. After all, she didn't like Lin Mo. She just wanted to help the guy. Han Xinyi thought that she is being kind to Lin Mo, and it doesn't mean that she likes him. Lin Mo will definitely understand everything. She doesn't need to admit anything. The girl decided to explain everything to Lin Mo just in case. Lest she thought something wrong, she decided to call him. Lin Mo understood the phone. Han Xinyi said that she was calling to explain everything. Lin Mo didn't finish listening to her. He apologized and said she was nice, but she should find someone better. Lin Mo hung up the phone. Han Xinyi was shocked at such a misunderstanding on Lin Mo's part. The girl threw the phone on the floor. She was angry. After all, she only wanted to explain herself. Han Xinyi felt that this was no good, and she should find Lin Mo and explain everything to him. This whole situation came about because of Zhao Yutang's bias. The girl doesn't think anything of him, he's just her playmate. As Han Xinyi walked down the stairs, she noticed a classmate with blue hair. Han Xinyi said hello to her and asked if the girl had seen Lin Mo. Her classmate was surprised by such a question. After all, how could she know where Lin Mo was right now? This was the moment she had an idea. She realized what she should do to help Zhao Yutang. The girl said that she had just seen Lin Mo playing basketball in the backyard and advised Han Xinyi to hurry up and go there. Han Xinyi was surprised that Lin Mo was playing basketball. She didn't expect such a thing from the guy. Her classmate said she would go first. She already had to go. Han Xinyi thought all of this was strange. However, the girl still felt that she should go and see for herself. There was no other choice. Han Xinyi came to the backyard to the basketball court. A match was just in full swing there. Han Xinyi looked at the basketball court through the net. She was wondering where Lin Mo was now. She didn't see him. At this moment, Han Xinyi that you noticed, she tensed up and was displeased. Zhao Yutang was playing basketball on the field. The girl was distributing the ball. Zhao Yutang ran up to the basket. She jumped high and threw the ball into it. Han Xinyi realized that Lan Mao had lied to her. She thought that she still needed to find out everything from Zhao Yutang. At this time, two girls were dragging a huge table next to the basketball court. The sports club was moving equipment. Zhao Yutang looked in that direction. Right next to the girls stood Han Xinyi. Han Xinyi asked where Lin Mo was now. She was only interested in this. Zhao Yutang twirled the ball on her finger. She asked how she knew this. Han Xinyi thought that her business here was over. She turned around and walked away. Zhao Yutang wasn't going to put her down so easily. She called out to Han Xinyi. Han Xinyi turned around. She didn't understand what else Zhao Yutang required of her. Zhao Yutang threw a basketball at her. Han Xinyi deftly caught it. Han Xinyi didn't understand what Zhao Yutang wanted or what she wanted from her. Zhao Yutang suggested playing basketball since Han Xinyi had come to the backyard. Han Xinyi threw the ball away. She found this sentence extremely boring. The girl thinks that basketball is a very naive game and you can win even with free points. The ball that Han Xinyi threw out flew high above the basketball court. Zhao Yutang looked at it with astonishment. The basketball hit the basket accurately. Zhao Yutang and the rest of her teammates were very surprised. Han Xinyi didn't understand what was interesting about playing basketball. Zhao Yutang was very angry that her opponent threw the ball so easily. Zhao Yutang shouted that it was just a throw, and Han Xinyi couldn't compete with her. She was confident in her strength. Zhao Yutang thought that someone like Han Xinyi could only play Go. Zhao Yutang told her opponent to forget about everything. She could go from there. Han Xinyi remembered that Zhao Yutang was the daughter of fate. She stopped for a second and thought about it. Han Xinyi was angry that Zhao Yutang dared to challenge her. She turned around and looked at her. Zhao Yutang asked if Han Xinyi had changed her mind. She couldn't wait to defeat her opponent. Han Xinyi changed the direction of her movement and approached Zhao Yutang. The girl asked what would happen to her if she defeated Zhao Yutang in a duel. Zhao Yutang made a condition that if she scored, Han Xinyi would no longer play Go with Lin Mo. And if Han Xinyi scores, Zhao Yutang will never go near Lin Mo again. The girl was willing to accept such conditions. Their classmates who were watching everything were very surprised to see two girls fighting over a guy. They thought they would never see such a thing. Zhao Yutang was surprised that Han Xinyi decided to fight her in her school uniform. Han Xinyi explained that only those who were good enough to fight her were worthy of her changing her clothes. Han Xinyi picked up a basketball from the floor. The duel was about to begin. Han Xinyi glared at her opponent. She wasn't going to give her any chance of winning. Han Xinyi declared that Zhao Yutang was not worthy of it. The girl was ready to begin. At this moment, the two girls were still carrying the sports club equipment. At one point, something came loose from the table the girls were carrying and fell onto the basketball court. It was a screw from a table. It was very sharp, but no one noticed how it came off. Han Xinyi suggested that they should already start their duel to determine the winner. Zhao Yutang stopped her. She wanted to clarify one more thing. Han Xinyi asked what was wrong again. Zhao Yutang suggested that they agree not to use the cultivator's strength. After all, there are extra eyes here. Han Xinyi told her not to worry, because a girl doesn't need a cow knife to finish off a chicken. Zhao Yutang said that whoever used force would automatically lose. Han Xinyi agreed with that. Han Xinyi let Zhao Yutang start. She threw the ball to her. Zhao Yutang was determined to win. She started to play the basketball and kicked it off the floor. Zhao Yutang told Han Xinyi to notice how she would deal with her opponent. Zhao Yutang ran straight at Han Xinyi and was very surprised that the girl didn't even stand up in defense. Zhao Yutang thought that Han Xinyi didn't know how to play and told her not to blame her in that case. Zhao Yutang made a couple of deceptive maneuvers with the ball. She first ran to the left, then to the right to circle Han Xinyi. Their classmates were watching everything that was happening. The boys were cheering for Zhao Yutang. They thought she was lightning fast and very fast. Zhao Yutang thought that it would be very easy for her to straighten out Han Xinyi. She ran around the girl's back. At some point, Zhao Yutang was surprised to realize that there was no longer a ball in her hand. It had disappeared somewhere. Zhao Yutang stopped. She didn't understand what was going on and where the ball had gone. Zhao Yutang turned around. She was very tense and confused. Han Xinya had the ball. Zhao Yutang didn't realize when she had managed to take it away. The girl was spinning the ball on her finger. Han Xinyi turned around and said that Zhao Yutang was not doing well. She smirked. Han Xinyi tossed the ball back to Zhao Yutang and told her to continue. Han Xinyi wanted to destroy Zhao Yutang without leaving a single piece. She was confident in her strength. The girls' sports duel was in full swing. All the classmates were cheering for Zhao Yutang. Zhao Yutang felt that she had been too soft on Han Xinyi before, however. Now she was going to keep her on her toes. Zhao Yutang pushed herself off the ground and ran to play her first basketball game. The girl was very fast. She deftly bypassed Han Xinyi with a few skillful moves. Their classmates thought that Zhao Yutang was as fast as lightning and she was incredible. Zhao Yutang stopped and picked up the ball. It was a very important decisive moment. Zhao Yutang jumped up and tried to throw the ball into the ring. She almost succeeded. However, at the most inopportune moment, Han Xinyi appeared in front of Zhao Yutang. She also jumped high and tried to take the ball away. The girl had succeeded. Now the ball was in Han Xinyi's hands. Zhao Yutang was shocked. She didn't understand how this was possible, and when Han Xinyi became fast enough to get around her. Han Xinyi now had a winning position. She had the ball in her hands. The girl smugly asked if Zhao Yutang would try to go around her once more. Zhao Yutang was very angry. She didn't expect to find someone equal to her in basketball. Zhao Yutang confidently shouted that she wanted to try once more to request the ball into the ring. Han Xinyi handed Zhao Yutang the ball, the girl kicking it off the ground while her opponent waited for her attack. Zhao Yutang noticed that Han Xinyi was not like this before. Even if she was improving, her body could not have changed in such a short time. The girl was not sure if Han Xinyi was in front of her. However, Zhao Yutang quickly dismissed these thoughts. For the most important thing right now was to win and needed to strategize. Zhao Yutang thought about what to do. She decided to go on the attack and jumped up with the ball in her hands. Han Xinyi wasn't going to give up like this. She was confident of her victory and ran at her opponent. Han Xinyi tried to block Zhao Yutang's ball. The girl jumped high and extended her arm upwards. However, this was Zhao Yutang's deceptive maneuver. She was actually not going to jump, but deftly dodged and ran forward. Zhao Yutang thought that Han Xinyi's actions were very predictable. She bypassed her opponent and was already running behind her back. Han Xinyi really didn't expect this. She turned around and looked at Zhao Yutang in surprise. Zhao Yutang confidently approached the basketball ring, leading the ball in front of her, with Han Xinyi running behind her. At one point, Zhao Yutang slowed down abruptly. She decided to try throwing the ball into the ring again. Zhao Yutang jumped up high. She was going to do this by any means necessary. However, Han Xinyi was not going to give in. The girl quickly ran to meet Zhao Yutang and was determined. Han Xinyi braked sharply. She was incredibly fast. The girl jumped up to block Zhao Yutang's ball. Zhao Yutang didn't expect such a thing. The whole girl was already at the target. Han Xinyi hit the ball in Zhao Yutang's hands with all her might. Anger read on the girl's face. From such a strong blow, Zhao Yutang fell down and flew back onto the basketball court. The fans were all shocked at this turn of events. They thought that Zhao Yutang was just down, and she must be in a lot of pain. Han Xinyi looked down at Zhao Yutang. She told her to admit defeat. After all, the girl was not her equal. Zhao Yutang was surprised at Han Xinyi's bold words. After all, she thought that she didn't know her at all. Han Xinyi told Zhao Yutang to try as much as she could, for she was sure that the result would be the same. Han Xinyi declared that she was superior to Zhao Yutang. The girl was determined. Han Xinyi told Zhao Yutang to surrender. Then there would definitely be no way to defeat her. Zhao Yutang was very angry. She wasn't going to follow Han Xinyi's advice. The girl picked up the ball and swung. Zhao Yutang was about to destroy her opponent. She threw a spinning ball into the ring with all her might. Han Xinyi didn't expect this. It was a very sharp throw. The girl turned around in surprise and looked in that direction. Zhao Yutang was already running towards the ring at this moment. Han Xinyi was unable to react in time. The ball thrown by Zhao Yutang did not hit the ring. It rebounded off the edge of the ring. This was Zhao Yutang's plan. Han Xinyi realized this in time and ran straight after her. Han Xinyi was not inferior to Zhao Yutang in speed. She quickly caught up to her and was on par with her. Zhao Yutang pushed Han Xinyi. There was no way she was going to give in to her and give her opponent a chance to win. At this moment, Han Xinyi's foot stepped on a screw that had fallen out of the table that the girls from the sports club were carrying. Han Xinyi was shocked. She was immediately in pain. The girl had not expected this. However, Han Xinyi still continued to run. She wasn't going to let Zhao Yutang win. Han Xinyi had a goal to defeat the Daughter of Destiny, but her leg injury slowed her down a bit, which gave Zhao Yutang an advantage. Zhao Yutang caught the ball that bounced off the ring. She confidently held it in her hands. Zhao Yutang was about to throw it into the ring. She jumped high and was already one step away from her victory. Zhao Yutang was confident that the victory was hers. She used her magic powers. Blue lightning appeared around. Zhao Yutang threw the ball into the ring with all her might, using her energy. From this girl's strength, Han Xinyi flew off and fell onto the basketball court. Zhao Yutang landed holding a basketball net that was already all torn up. Han Xinyi was lying on the floor unconscious at this time. Zhao Yutang threw the bent net on the floor. It rang and twisted on the floor. Zhao Yutang declared that she had won. She had achieved her goal. Han Xinyi was injured. She tried to get up from the ground. There were shards of glass sticking out of her back. All the students in the school started to support the girl. They thought Han Xinyi was doing well and suggested that she should be taken to a doctor. Han Xinyi declared that she was fine and told all the boys to leave. At this point, blood spurted right out of the girl's head. The guys decided she needed to go to the hospital right away. The guys were very persistent. They took the girl under their arms and decided that the doctor definitely needed to see her. They were ready to go to all 120 hospitals. At this moment, Han Xinyi remembered how the last time she felt sick, she was carried by the doctors on a stretcher in front of the entire school. At this moment, the girl agreed to go to the hospital after all. The other guys remembered that this basketball ring was top grade, but it was very bent. Another guy was not thinking about the ring, but about whether Han Xinyi was okay. At this point, it was recess at school. It was just about lunchtime. In the empty classroom, Lin Mo sat eating his lobsters from the canteen. His classmate flew into the classroom. He was looking for Lin Mo just like that. The guys said that the girls fought for him on the basketball court, and Han Xinyi was injured. They thought Lin Mo was a real star. His classmate told him that Han Xinyi was now in the hospital. He had read that Lin Mo should visit her. However, the boy refused. The guys were outraged. They believed that even if Lin Mo didn't like the girl, it was all because of him, and he should be held responsible. Lin Mo looked at the guys angrily. He didn't think it was his fault. His classmates were immediately uncomfortable with such a cold and evil gaze, and they were frightened. The guys decided not to argue with Lin Mo anymore. The main thing was that they reported everything. The guys decided to leave the classroom. Lin Mo sat at his desk and pondered over this situation. He was tormented by doubts. Lin Mo had already finished his coffee. Steam was coming out of the cup. Some time had passed. Lin Mo walked out of the office and headed towards the doors of the nurses' station. He didn't know whether to go there or not. That's when the door of the nurses' station opened and someone came out of there. It was a doctor. He was a middle-aged man. He noticed Lin Mo and was very surprised. He realized that Lin Mo was Han Xinyi's classmate. He told him that the girl was inside and invited the guy to come in. Lin Mo still decided to go in. There was nowhere to go, however. The guy wasn't sure about this decision. Lin Mo thought that the girl should be fine. He didn't think that something terrible had happened. Lin Mo found Han Xinyi. He said that he heard that the girl had hurt herself. However, at this moment, something very surprised Lin Mo. He was stunned and at a loss for words. In front of him sat a half-undressed Han Xinyi. She had just finished receiving medical attention. The girl was blushing. Han Xinyi was very embarrassed when she saw Lin Mo. The girl didn't expect anyone to enter the nurses' station. Lin Mo was also embarrassed. He blushed and tried not to embarrass the girl. Han Xinyi said that she was sorry that Zhao Yutang's words misled the guy. The girl just doesn't like her behavior. She makes Lin Mo look weak. Lin Mo didn't quite understand why Han Xinyi felt this way. He felt embarrassed. Lin Mo explained that it was just a misunderstanding. The guy didn't want Han Xinyi to be like those girls. Han Xinyi didn't understand what it meant to be like them. She asked if it meant to desire Lin Mo's body like this. Nothing more. Han Xinyi laughed. She was amused by the guy's appearance. The girl blushed. Han Xinyi calmed the guy down. The girl said that she wasn't like them. At this time, she was pulling out the shards from her feet. Lin Mo noticed that never before had his face turned so red and his heart was pounding. Lin Mo asked if the girl was all right. Han Xinyi, at this moment, abruptly pulled one of the shards from his thigh. The girl was in a lot of pain, but she tried not to show it. She said it was all right. Han Xinyi pulled out another shard. Blood gushed out of the wound. Lin Mo noticed that she wasn't doing much with her wounds. Lin Mo offered his help since he had excellent skills. The guy took out a pair of tweezers. Han Xinyi was embarrassed. She tried to stop the guy, but he desperately wanted to help her. Lin Mo told the girl not to move. At this time, he grabbed one of the shards with tweezers. Han Xinyi was in pain, however. The girl was holding on well. Han Xinyi was embarrassed, for Lin Mo had come to her rescue and was so kind to her. At this time, Lin Mo was very focused on his work. He really wanted to help the girl. Lin Mo took out one of the shards and placed it on the saucer. Lin Mo noticed that there was still a lot of broken glass in his feet. He was going to get all of it. Lin Mo said to clean the wounds, then disinfect them. There shouldn't be any scars left on the legs. Some time had passed. It was already evening. The sunset had appeared over the city. The guys were still at the nurses' station, Lin Mo taking out the shard one by one. The guy finally managed it. All the broken glass was taken out. Han Xinyi's leg was bandaged. Lin Mo explained that the girl's leg would be fine. the injuries were not that serious. Now it was the turn to get the shards out of her hips and back. Han Xinyi immediately blushed. The girl yelled that she didn't want to do it. It was too embarrassing. Linmo asked if her thighs hurt more, that the girl didn't want to. Han Xinyi explained that she could do it herself. She didn't want to create an awkward situation. Linmo agreed not to take the shards out of his hips, but asked for his back to be provided. The girl agreed. Han Xinyi didn't understand what Linmo was just thinking. She wondered if it was normal in this world to look at girls' thighs. Linmo told Han Xinyi to take off her clothes so that she could better see the shards. The girl became embarrassed. She was confused and didn't understand why she had to do this. Han Xinyi blushed in a flash. She was thinking the wrong thing. She felt embarrassed. The girl cried out and asked what Linmo was going to do, unnecessary thoughts rushing into her head. Linmo clarified that he wasn't interested in Han Xinyi's body. The guy only cared about her treatment. The girl said that it wasn't such a big injury and Linmo shouldn't be so worried. Linmo was already angry. He asked him not to waste his time and act faster. Han Xinyi in Linmo's eyes was like a little crying infant who doesn't want to be treated. Linmo asked why the girl was acting like a child. She didn't know what to say. Han Xinyi said that it wasn't true and Linmo was wrong, however. She still didn't want to do it. Still, Han Xinyi agreed to the guy's proposal. She told him to turn around and then she could undress. Han Xinyi told Linmo not to peek. The guy said he wasn't interested. Some more time went by. The clouds over the school thickened. Dark evening was coming. Han Xinyi took off her clothes and was ready to be treated. The girl was very uncomfortable. Linmo at this time started to draw the curtains in the nurse's station. Han Xinyi shouted and asked what the guy was doing. Linmo explained that classes were over, and the street was full of students. This was to prevent the girl from being seen. Linmo told Han Xinyi not to make him waste his time. Han Xinyi obeyed Linmo. She lay down on the couch with her back facing upwards. There were a bunch of splinters lodged in her back, blood flowing from her wounds. Linmo put on his medical gloves and was ready to start the treatment. The guy looked very professional. Han Xinyi was very embarrassed. She didn't understand that girls in this world didn't have an ounce of shame. Linmo began to slowly pull out the shards from Han Xinyi's back, taking the largest ones first. Han Xinyi was surprised that Linmo was also good at medicine in addition to playing games. The girl realized that even a mage of the demon race couldn't possess such skills. Han Xinyi thought for a second that Linmo might not be what he seems to be. She kept having these thoughts. Linmo was too good at so many things. The guy took his time pulling out the shards from Han Xinyi's back. It was quite a painful process. The guy was stacking the shards on a metal saucer. He was almost done. All the splinters were out. Now it was time to put a bandage on and take medication. Linmo thought that it was fortunate Han Xinyi was a cultivator. Otherwise, she would have lain on the bed for a month. It was already late in the evening. The sun had completely dipped below the horizon. Linmo rewrapped Han Xinyi's back with bandages, the girl lying on the bed. Han Xinyi seemed to have fallen asleep. This day was full of worries. Linmo failed to wake up Han Xinyi. She was sleeping peacefully on a pillow in the nurse's station. Linmo thought that there was a lot of trouble from the girl. The guy started to take off his jacket. Linmo covered Han Xinyi with his jacket to keep the girl warm. Linmo already had to go. He tried not to wake up Han Xinyi. The guy went outside, he pondered what had happened and walked calmly home. At this moment, Linmo was called out by someone. He called the guide dog Zhao Yu Tang. It was Yang Tianyu. She said it was getting late and offered to give Linmo a ride home. Yang Tianyu blocked Linmo's path. They were standing in the middle of a deserted street late at night. Yang Tianyu suggested Linmo to play cat and mouse. The girl clearly had bad intentions. Yang Tianyu said that in this game, Linmo would be a mouse running hard. She herself was going to be the cat that would tear Linmo to pieces as soon as she caught him. The girl gave a sly smirk. Yang Tianyu was going to chop the body into pieces and send Zhao Yutang one by one. The girl looked creepy. In that case, in her opinion, Zhao Yutang would wait for the moment every day for a new piece of Linmo to come to her. Yang Tianyu asked how Linmo felt about this idea. She seemed to be saying it seriously. The girl put her hand on Linmo's shoulder and told him to run. Linmo tensed up. Linmo walked further down the street. Yang Tianyu waved at him and advised him not to overwork himself. The girl believed that Linmo wouldn't be able to escape, and Zhao Yutang would pay for his rudeness. Linmo was walking down the street with a downcast look. He was pondering over what had happened earlier. The boy thought that this world seemed hopeless to him. Linmo thought that Yang Tianyu would pursue him, but there was no point in him being afraid. Linmo felt that things were going downhill. He was finding it increasingly difficult to hide his true identity as an emperor. Linmo walked into a clothing store. The salesman politely said hello to the guy. Linmo needs to change his shirt first. That's why he came to the store. That shirt that Yang Tianyu touched is now marked, since the guy can't reveal his identity. He needs to change his clothes. A moment later, Linmo had already bought a new shirt and was walking home in it. He called out to Chen Shushu. Chen Shushu appeared in front of Linmo in the blink of an eye. He was ready to come to his aid. Lin Mo told his little helper to throw his old shirt as far away from the house as possible. Chung Shushu understood everything. Lin Mo was angry. He thought that if Yang Tanyue did something like this one more time, he would destroy her. At this time, the lights were still on in the nurse's station at the school. Han Xinyu was still there. The girl had already woken up. She sat on the bed and held Lin Mo's jacket in her hands. The girl realized that she had indeed fallen asleep. And this battle didn't bring any relief, and Lin Mo even took off his clothes. Han Xinyu thought that she would end up owing Lin Mo again. The girl became embarrassed. At this moment, Han Xinyu recalled the words of Zhao Yutang, who had asked her earlier what the girl had done for Lin Mo. Han Xinyu felt sad. She really didn't know how to thank the guy. Han Xinyu thought it was a good idea to call Lin Mo for dinner. After all, she remembered that the guy liked to eat. The girl got excited. She thought that she should prepare food for Lin Mo and give him a treat. The next moment, however, the thought crossed her mind that it was vile, that a worthy demon owed a debt to a teenager. This was the moment something caught Han Xinyu's attention. She remembered something. The girl looked at Lin Mo's jacket once more and touched it. Han Xinyu realized that the jacket smelled delicious. The girl was very embarrassed. After such a hard day, Han Xinyu finally made it home. The girl's head was already smoking literally. She was thinking a lot about the situation. The girl didn't understand why there were so many complexities in this world. Han Xinyu kept puzzling over how she would invite Lin Mo to dinner. The girl couldn't solve this problem by herself. She decided to conjure up her doppelganger. Han Xinyu told the doppelganger to be by her side. She said to invite the guy to dinner. Han Xinyu's doppelganger noticed that the girl hadn't even invited Lin Mo or made a reservation. Han Xinyu wanted her doppelganger to call him and invite him to dinner after school. The doppelganger didn't understand why she should be the one to do it. Han Xinyu shouted that Lin Mo was watching her after all and dressing her wounds. He had seen everything, so she couldn't call him. Han Xinyu's doppelganger still agreed to do it. She took out her phone and dialed the guy. Lin Mo picked up the phone. The girl said hello to him. Han Xinyu was shaking with fear. The doppelganger said he wanted to take Lin Mo out to dinner, and she just didn't want to be indebted to him. Han Xinyu felt that it was over, and she was doing the wrong thing. However, the doppelganger said it was settled. They were to meet in Kuxian tomorrow after school. Han Xinyu couldn't believe that he had agreed. Han Xinyu's doppelganger confirmed this. The girl was very excited and was jumping with happiness. These screams were noticed by the girl's mother. She asked why she was still awake, because it was already late. Han Xinyi told her doppelganger to give her the phone. She was going to make a reservation. Han Xinyi exhaled a sigh of relief. The worst was over. Han Xinyi took out her phone and called someone. She began to look intimidating. Her doppelganger noticed that Han Xinyi's face changed very quickly. She called Shen Liqian and told him to make a reservation at the Kuxian Hotel for tomorrow. She will invite an important guest. The guy was willing to do anything. He asked what level Han Xinyi wanted. The girl screamed that of course she wanted the best. There was no other way. Han Xinyi said that the chef should cook on the spot and quickly serve the food tomorrow. The girl wanted to see the best cooking skills from the best chefs. Shen Liqian understood everything. He was ready to carry out any order from the girl. Han Xinyi hung up the phone. She had done everything she wanted to do. Han Xinyi asked her doppelganger if they should continue. She agreed with her. At this moment, Shen Liqian was still awake despite the deep night. The guy was dealing with the girl's order. He called someone. That person was surprised that she asked to find the best cooks. Shen Liqian explained that it was exactly like that. The demon lord had personally asked for it, and they couldn't mess it up. This person wasn't sure if people with high culinary skills could cook for her. Shen Liqian was not interested in this, after all. This person had no right to hesitate. He must do everything to the best of his ability. Shen Liqian had ruined the beauty pageant last time. He had no right to make a mistake now. He was very worried, even though there was no reason. Han Xinyi was preparing for her upcoming meeting with Lin Mo, along with her doppelganger. The girl exhaled with relief, for after a long night's rehearsal, she had memorized every line. Her doppelganger thought that Han Xinyi had done a good job, so she shouldn't worry and pull herself together. Han Xinyi didn't understand how she could not be worried, after all. She was going to dinner with Lin Mo. It was a normal school day. Recess had come, and all the students had gone to lunch break. Zhao Yutang was no exception. The girl sat on the bench and opened her lunch. Zhao Yutang thought that she was really bored. She chewed her lunch slowly. Zhao Yutang won without power and thought it was great, but all the noontime belongs to Han Xinyi. Zhao Yutang thought that maybe she should go after all. She could also play Go with her. At this moment, Zhao Yutang received a call from someone. The girl picked up the phone and thought that it was no time at all. Zhao Yutang said that Zhao Yutang was dead and was about to hang up. However, on the phone, someone informed her that trouble was coming, and all the senior members of the Tianmozong sect had gone out. The girl needed to come over. Zhao Yutang asked if her grandmother knew about it. It was explained to her that the reasons for their appearance were unknown, and nothing contributed to it. Honglin already knew about it. The girl said that if her grandmother didn't make it back in time, she would investigate on her own. Zhao Yutang was surprised that first the emperor appeared, then the demons. They were all definitely determined to cause her a problem. At this moment, Zhao Yutang noticed something. She looked to the side in surprise. Han Xinyi was walking towards her. Zhao Yutang was surprised. After all, the girl should be on the roof at this time. Zhao Yutang blocked her way. She asked where Lin Mo was now. Han Xinyi replied that she didn't know that and continued walking forward. Zhao Yutang stated that she had given Lin Mo Han Xinyi to Lin Mo for half a day, and she should keep him safe. Han Xinyi said that to avoid suspicion, Lin Mo doesn't go to play on the roof with her. Zhao Yutang laughed. She thought that this was Han Xinyi's way of doing things. Zhao Yutang asked her not to be angry after all. It was normal for guys to be so sensitive. Han Xinyi revealed that Lin Mo had to go to dinner with her today. Zhao Yutang was very surprised by this. Zhao Yutang got angry and threw the phone against the ground. This amused Han Xinyi. After school, all the students went home. Zhao Yutang still had unfinished business. Zhao Yutang in the telephone receiver told her to name a time and place. She was going to investigate. She was informed that they had bought out the Zuxiangai Hotel from the hotel. All the members settled there. Zhao Yu's classmates Tang Ling Mo and Han Xinyi had just entered the ferry pavilion. There was no more news. Zhao Yutang got behind her motorcycle and should be on the scene soon. At this time, Lin Mo and Han Xinyi were sitting and having lunch in a luxurious hotel. Lin Mo leisurely chewed his meat. He didn't have any emotion on his face. Han Xinyi was very happy that the guy had come and sliced the steak. Han Xinyi moved Lin Mo's steak. She told him to eat slowly. Lin Mo still couldn't believe that the girl was so well trained in manners and on par with successfully cultivating. Lin Mo thought that if it wasn't for hiding his identity, he would have accepted her as a disciple. Han Xinyi thought that everything was going smoothly. She had studied the rules of dinner etiquette all night to look perfect in his eyes. At this time, a large team of chefs was responsible for hosting the dinner. They were all members of the Tang Mozong sect. The evil purification master said that if the information was correct, the girl was a demon lord. The poison queen told him not to stare. She wondered if he wanted to die. The unit leader knew that the guy next to her, Ling Mo, he is in the hands of the demoness, so there is nothing for the daughter of fate to grab. Another man said it was too early to say anything and all the cooks should cook in silence and not talk. The man was a patriarch. He believed that if anything went wrong, he would get everyone. At this moment, Yang Tanyu rushed into the hotel with a rumble. She opened the door with her foot. Yang Tanyu walked up to Lin Mo. She said, "Here they are. They have met." The girl clearly had evil intentions. She wanted to mess with the guy. Han Xinyi was very angry. Her patience was running out. At that moment, someone touched the girl's shoulder. She was very surprised by such a gesture. It was the head of the unit. He looked creepy and asked how long it took her to get here. Yang Tanyu recognized the head of the unit. She felt scared, after all. He had a high status. She didn't understand why the head of the unit was here, or where she was. At this point, the patriarch approached her. He also looked creepy, and asked if the girl wanted to place an order, could she sit in another seat. Yang Tanyu was dousing herself with sweat from fear. She felt very sorry that she had entered the wrong room. The patriarch slapped the girl across the face and shoved her out the door. Yang Tanyu was sitting on the floor outside the door. She was crying and felt that she shouldn't run away. She wanted to wait until they were done. At this moment, Zhao Yutang had already rushed into the hotel. She saw Yang Tangya. Zhao Yutang didn't understand why the girl was sitting here. She asked if Lin Mo was inside. Yang Tanyu couldn't string two words together. She didn't understand why him, what was wrong with him, and why she was here. Zhao Yutang had never seen Yang Tangya like this before. She didn't understand what was going on. The patriarch bowed to Han Xinyi and said that it was his fault and they would not be disturbed again. However, at this very moment, Zhao Yutang rushed into the hall. She was also looking for Lin Mo. However, Zhao Yutang was stunned when she saw someone in the hall. The patriarch looked intimidating. He asked if Zhao Yutang had entered the wrong room. The girl was frightened. Meanwhile, it was night outside. Someone was rushing a cab down the highway.
It was Honglin. She asked to go faster.
According to her information, top Tianmozong officials are involved in the operation. Zhao Yutang and Yang Tanyu had acted without authorization and were left without information, so she would have to go on her own. Honglin was surprised that there wasn't any security inside. It didn't seem any different from a normal hotel. At that moment, something caught the girl's attention. She turned around in surprise. Honglin saw Zhao Yutang and Yang Tanyu sitting near the door. There was no face on them. The girl asked what was wrong with them. Honglin asked as if the girls had never seen anything strange. They are cultivators after all. Honglin was ready to meet them. She magically opened the door. The patriarch really felt sorry. He didn't think that Han Xinyi would be disturbed by anyone again. At this very moment, the door was rattled open by Honglin. She had a formidable appearance. Han Xinyi was very angry that they were being disturbed again. Her patience was running out. The patriarch didn't understand why Honglin chose not to cause trouble. He said she was wrong. The patriarch was very uncomfortable talking to the girl. He tried to hint something to her. The patriarch explained that they were having private events today and he could not help in any way. Honglin didn't understand what was wrong with the patriarch's face. She hadn't seen him in so many years and thought it might be a stroke. However, Honglin understood everything. She thought that the demons should know that Lin Mo was the body of a supreme yang. But Honglin needed to know something more important concerning the boy. Since the appearance of the magic sword, Lin Mo had appeared at every event. He had even ended up in the same place as the demon lord. However, that night when they were going to dinner, there was no trace of him. The girl didn't understand how this could happen to an ordinary guy. All these accidents and events happened to Lin Mo, and every time amazingly he gets away with it. Honglin thought that he could very well be the emperor. Last time the demon chopped the sword into 2 pieces, one of them remained with Honglin, and after cleansing the fragments began to reach out to each other and seek their master. This fragment would reach out to the emperor. Unexpectedly, the ball fragment in Honglin's hands started to move and flew somewhere. In the next instant, that fragment flew up and dispersed. Honglin didn't understand how this could be, since it was clearly flying towards Lin Mo. Honglin thought that someone had caused the fragments to scatter. It was strange. The thought that Lin Mo was indeed an emperor came to the girl. A realization came to her. Lin Mo turned to look at Honglin and gestured for her to keep quiet and not say anything. Lin Mo looked very intimidating at this moment. A dark energy emanated from him. Honglin was frightened. She couldn't get a word out of her mouth from such a shock. The girl realized that Lin Mo was indeed an emperor. She gritted her teeth. Subsequent events unfold based on the Phoenix group. Honglin locked Zhao Yutang in a glass chamber. She was very displeased and asked if they knew how many things they had done. Zhao Yutang didn't understand how Honglin could leave Lin Mo in danger. Honglin didn't want to listen to her granddaughter. She shouted and told her to shut up. Honglin told Zhao Yutang not to mention Lin Mo or approach him anymore from now on. The girl was going to put Yang Tanyue in solitary confinement, and if she hadn't learned anything in all these years, she dare not dishonor Yang Tanyue. It was already time for Honglin to go. She told the girls to deal with everything on their own. Yang Tanyue thought that he and Lin Mo were destined to be bored. Anyway, now he had nothing to do with Zhao Yutang. Zhao Yutang didn't understand what the girl wanted to say, whether she was worthy of him. Yang Tanyue didn't think so. She knew that she wouldn't be able to get Lin Mo. Instead, the girl just wanted to destroy him. She had a very angry look on her face. The girl was going to do it tonight, and there was nothing Zhao Yutang could do to stop her now. Yang Tanyue laughed loudly. She was leaving the Phoenix base. Zhao Yutang was very angry. She began to frantically search for someone to call for help. The girl dialed one of the numbers, but no one answered. Zhao Yutang realized that this cell had a bad signal. It was difficult for her to reach someone. Zhao Yutang tried again, however, only static was heard. Zhao Yutang called Han Xinyi. She still managed to tell her to save Lin Mo. She also added that Yang Tanyu was going to kill him. Han Xinyi became very angry. At this time, the lights in Lin Mo's house were still on despite the deep night. Yang Tanyu approached the guy's house. She was about to put her plan into action. She couldn't wait any longer, the girl thought. No one would interrupt her. Yang Tanyue was going to kill Lin Mo. She was looking forward to it. At that moment, the girl felt something from the side. It was as if she'd been electrocuted. A huge, dark energy appeared behind her back. The girl didn't realize what was happening. It was as if Yang Tanyu had evaporated. She realized that danger awaited and needed to escape. The girl thought if she was killed, she didn't realize what was even going on. Yang Tanyu thought that no one could overtake her. Even Honglin couldn't overtake her. Yang Tanyue was running at full speed, however. She could feel the dark energy approaching from behind. She was very scared. Yang Tanyue still couldn't get rid of the feeling of being chased behind her back. She didn't understand what was going on. Yang Tanyu was scared to death. The girl was crying and thought she was going to die. For a moment, Yang Tanyu thought that she had finally escaped, and whoever it was, he would not be able to catch up with the girl. At this moment, someone asked if Yang Tanyue was tired, and if she wanted water, this person held out a bottle to her. Yang Tanyu realized that there couldn't be anyone in this forest. The girl was very scared. Han Xinyi stood in front of her. She looked eerie. Behind her was that dark, terrifying energy. Yang Tanyu's knees buckled from fear. She fell down and didn't know what to do. Han Xinyi grabbed Yang Tanyu's neck and was about to strangle her. She was very determined. Yang Tanyu tried to stop her. She said that she was Yang Tianxi's only daughter and sole heir. However, Han Xinyi was, but it didn't care. She had no intention of letting the girl go. Han Xinyi believed that Yang Tianxi would have to acquire a second heir.